Goeiemôre almal, good morning everyone. Ons moet maar begin. Ons hoor daar is mense wat nog ander kan die tol vashak en ons talk is nog nie hier nie, maar ons gaan maar begin. Baie welkom hier by die 10de BLWK-Konferensie. Het is ook lekker om te sien dat baie van die boordboere hier so is. Ons het die saaiboere en die boordboere vanjaar hier so. Baie welkom en vir almal wat van ver af kom. We see that we've got a few delegates from KZN. Welcome. This is qualifies, I suppose, as an overseas trip for you guys. We've also got Hannes here from Mpumalanga. Welcome in the Cape. Ons sien ook ons het manne hier van Reits. Herman, welkom. So, baie welkom. Het is baie lekker om 'n vol saal te sien. Ons het nog 'n paar mense wat gaan kom. Ek hoop julle gaan 'n lekker dag met ons hê. Dat het insiggewend gaan wees. Johan het 'n fantastiese reeks sprekers georganiseer, so ek dink regtig dit gaan 'n besonderse dag wees. Maar voor ons die amptelike verrigtinge begin, wil ons net vir NG Lötter, die voorsitter van die BLWK, vra net om op gepaste wyse die verrigtinge te begin.
Goeiemôre, welkom hierso. En ek is dankbaar dat ek die verrigtinge kan open, soos jy sê. Ek moet net spyt, dis nie baie sein nie, so dit wat ek wou gedoen het, gaan ek nou so half bietjie moet downgrade. Ons maak ons oor toe. Vader, dankie dat ons volgende hier kan wees, almal veilig is. Jy ons deur die nag gedra het. Baie dankie vir die 10de konferensie. En dat U oor jare vir ons wysheid gegee het en kennis. En dat ons ook so vandag weer ons kennis kan verryk. Amen. Almal ken seker die storie van die mossies in Matteus 10. Net die goedjies kry. Ek sal net vandag weer lees vir die wat nie verstaan nie. Of kan onthou nie, Matteus 10 vers 29, is 2 mossies nie vir 1 sent te koop nie, en tog sal nie een van hulle op die grond val sonder die wil van julle Vader nie. Van julle is selfs die hare op julle kop almal getel. Hoekom ek dit lees, is, hier is soek jou. Waar het begin het, die mossie situasie. Ek gaan dit sommer gou lees vir julle. In die konsentrasiekamp meer as 100 jaar gelede sit Annette Maree op 'n stomp en skir die stof van haar verslete klere af. Rondom haar staan die groepie bekende gesigte van moe vrouens. Net 'n paar tree verder is die hoë draad van die konsentrasiekamp. Sy slaan haar Bybel oop en begin lees. Sy het in die donker ure van die nag geworstel met God en hom gesmeek vir 'n boodskap om hierdie vrouens te bemoedig. Want wie weet hoe lank nog. Annette lees die woorde van Matteus 10 vers 29 en terwyl sy besig is om hierdie woorde te lees, kom sit daar 'n val klein mossie op haar skouers. Die groepie vrouens staar in verbasing na wat voor hulle gebeur, en so word die mossie die teken van hoop in die onmoontlike omstandighede van die konsentrasiekamp in Botha. Het was fantasties om die maande wat volg te sien hoe die mossie van Botha 'n baken van geloof en hoop vir hierdie vrouens geraak het. Nog een paar goedjies wat mens kan lees. Maar in 1923 het hulle toe dit geprint of gedruk op die eerste, wat was die kwartpenny, ou mense sal weet. En dit was toe 'n ware verhaal en tikkie. En ja, wat hulle toe deurgesien het, om het wel iewers op 'n muntstuk te sit. En tot vandag toe nog, is dit vir ons, of definitief vir my, nog 'n baken van hoop om dit te kan sien. Ek weet net nie of ons kinders nog 'n sent gaan kry as hulle eendag groot is, en dan gaan die mossies weg wees. Maar ja, ons is nietig, ons is klein, as mens kyk na die aarde, ons is ook maar net 'n dot, ek en jy, en as jy kyk na die heelal, dan is ons minder as niks. En so, ons is eintlik spesiaal hier vanoggend. Ons kan waarde toevoeg tot ander se lewens. Die Here het vir ons gemaak spesiaal vir dit. So kom ons hoop ons kry daai doel wat die Here vir ons voor hier gesit het op aarde. En vryf maar daai tikkie blink. Ons as landbouers weet waaroor 'n blink munt gaan. So maak ons oop toe. Hemelse Vader, dankie dat U altyd 'n baken van hoop is vir ons as landbouers. Ongeag die omstandighede, U dra ons deur. En al voel dit baie keer asof dinge net te veel is, kan ons eintlik maar net by U voete gaan neerkniel, lê, dat U ons weer kan vashou, warm maak. En dat ons altyd sal weet dat U 'n plan het met ons lewens en dat ons altyd sal glo vir dit wat U instoor het vir ons. Sien asseblief U verrigtinge vir vandag en lei ons, elke spreker ook, dat hy sal sê, hy of sy sal sê wat hulle moet en laat ons dit sal verstaan. En dankie vir die natuur daar buite. Al lyk dit baie keer vir ons nie lekker nie, reënvalpatrone vir jaar, maar dat ons weer maar net aan U geloof sal klou. In Jesus naam, amen. Hier is 3 Australiërs. Nou, ek weet nie of hulle die woord verstaan van mossie nie, but the mossie is 'n Afrikaanse voeltjie. It's a bird. But it's not mossies. It's mossies. It's not mosquitoes.
Dankie Angela. That's sparrows in English. So, net weer eens baie welkom, baie dankie dat julle almal hier is, dankie dat julle die tyd afgevat het, ons hoop regtig dit gaan 'n insiggewende dag wees. Just a few announcements. I see our translator is here, so welcome to her too. So we have a translation service from Afrikaans to English. It is available, so anyone that really doesn't understand Afrikaans, please just put up your hand and we'll bring a headset. So just keep your hands up and Jacolet will bring the headset. Just keep your hand up until you get a headset. Ons wil ook net natuurlijk ons borge bedank. Dus altyd die ou storie sonder die borge sal het nie moontlik wees nie. En ook net dankie aan die borge dat hulle die waarde van bewaringslandbou raak sien en eintlik bereid is om betrokke te raak. Ek weet daar's groot druk altyd op julle bemarkingsbegroting, so dit word regtig waardeer dat julle vandag betrokke is. Agricol, Kaap Agri, Barenburg SA, Piket Implemente, die Proteïen Navorsingsstichting en die Olie en Proteïen Saad Ontwikkelingstrust. Dan die vennote, BLWK natuurlijk, baie dankie aan MG en sy span en natuurlijk Dr. Johan Straas wat ongelooflike werk doen en wat maar die dryfveer agter alles is. Ons by Landbouweekblad is natuurlijk baie geëerd om vir al 'n geruime paar jare betrokke te wees hierso. Soil Health Support Center en natuurlijk die Wes-Kaapse Departement van Landbou. Die programboekies, ons het 'n volledige programboekie reeds vooraf per e-pos aan almal gestuur. So as julle dit nie ontvang het nie, stuur asseblief 'n e-pos aan events@landbou.com. Indien julle dit nie ontvang het nie, julle kan ook 'n WhatsApp stuur aan 084 509 0548. Dis 084 509 0548 en dan sal ons die PDF aanstuur. Julle kan ook net vir Jacolet, sy is die dame met die bruin baadjie aan, net met haar gesels, sy sal ook die programboekie by julle kry. So just for the English, I see the headsets haven't been handed out yet. We've mailed the complete program booklet to everyone. If you haven't received it, please just mail events@landbou.com. or just WhatsApp 084 509 0548. That's 084 509 0548. Or just speak to Jacolette Klopper, she's a lady with a brown jacket on. Dan in teetyd kan julle ook asseblief maak moeite om 'n bietjie by Landbouweekblad se stalletjie draai te gaan maak. Ons het 'n spesiale aanbod op ons intekening op ons betaalmuur, so maak maar gerus daarvan ook gebruik. So net om alles af te skop, weer eens baie welkom. Ons eerste spreker is Stuart Grandy. Professor Stuart Grandy is a professor of soil fertility and biogeochemistry and the co-director of the UNH Center of Soil and Biogeochemistry and Microbial Ecology at the University of New Hampshire, America. His lab examines how agroecosystems management influences soil health, as well as the microbial processes driving soil organic matter formation and nutrient cycling. Professor Grandy, thank you so much for making all the effort, and to all our Australian speakers too, it's really appreciated, and Hannes natuurlijk vir jou al die pad van Mpumalanga. Professor Grandy, we're really looking forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
I can't live without your love.
Thank you. It's amazing to be here. What a turnout. I want to thank the Western Cape Conservation Agriculture Association for hosting me for this amazing week and for the opportunity to learn about the range of agriculture that's occurring in this region. I could not be more impressed by the diversity of systems I've seen, the genuine efforts to seek more sustainable solutions to difficult, thorny problems, the integration of animals, the integration of cover crops into systems, the integration of trees into row crop systems, all sorts of different types of agriculture. So thanks again to Western Cape, and also to the number of farmers that have hosted us for this trip and giving me the opportunity to learn so much about your systems and being so generous with your time. Thank you. So I am at the University of New Hampshire. It's just north of Boston on the coast. I'm a professor there, and I run the Center of Soil Microbial Ecology and Biogeochemistry, Soil Biome, and I'm a soil biogeochemist. What does that mean? So let's break the word apart. There's biology involved, there's geology involved, and there's chemistry. So what's relevant to this group is that I study microbes in plants and their interactions, and I study these interactions in one of the most complex habitats on our planet, and that is the soil-mineral interface. You're probably aware that a teaspoon of soil has the same amount of surface area as a football pitch. And there may be millions, if not billions, of microbes in that very small amount of soil. It's a vast landscape occurring in a very small area. The microbes are very small, and they're just one subset of the diversity of organisms in the soil. The soil food web is incredibly complex. And then we have the chemistry of the soil, the carbon and the nitrogen and the macronutrients and micronutrients that plants and microbes depend on. And when you bring together the plants and the microbes and the soil-mineral interface and all of these chemical transformations, you have an incredibly complex emergent system, one that is very hard to define based upon solely the breaking apart the separate components. It really is a system where the sum is greater than the parts, and that's what we try and understand. Today I'm going to be talking in particular about nitrogen and soil organic matter, and trying to bring together some of the emerging ideas in soil organic matter dynamics, how soil forms, how it's impacted by management, and bring that together to understand nitrogen. I know nitrogen is an issue that many growers here in the Western Cape are very interested in. It's something that on all of our growers' stops, was front and center in all of the discussions. And in the U.S., it's also a very major concern. And our solution in most of the U.S., in particular our U.S. Midwest, where we grow a lot of corn and soy, is just to add more nitrogen. If there's a problem, add more. And that, of course, is creating its own range of problems. And so I got to thinking about 5 years ago, 6 years ago, about alternatives to just applying 250 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And I began to look at some of our prairie ecosystems as an example. These are very productive ecosystems, and at any given time you can measure almost no nitrate in these systems and very little ammonium, and somehow they're sustaining this vast amount of productivity. And I began to look at all the scientific explanations for how the productivity is maintained in prairies and what pools of nitrogen plants and microbes are tapping into, and it just didn't add up. And so I began to explore in greater detail what are the pools and processes by which plants and microbes get nitrogen in soils. And that's the story I'm going to share with you today. And my hope is that at the end of this, that you have some ideas, some new ways to think about the processes in your own operations. So I'm going to talk about this nitrogen dilemma. We need nitrogen. Nitrogen supports productivity. Many ecosystems are nitrogen limited, in particular agroecosystems. Nitrogen is a requirement, but it also creates all sorts of environmental problems. And interestingly, and very relevant to the Cape, there is an intersection of nitrogen and water. The entire nitrogen cycle is extremely dependent on water. And one of the things that struck me touring the Cape is that you are sort of existing in this very fine balance with water. And there's often too little water, sometimes there's too much water, and it's right on this sort of threshold. And that's going to have a huge impact and interact very strongly with the nitrogen cycle. And I think that's something that I hope comes out in my talk today, and that I think is an important part of the nitrogen cycle story. And that when we're thinking about from where, when, how plants get nitrogen, we also have to be thinking about water. And what is the water status of our soils? How is it flowing? Is it available? Is it limiting? It has a huge impact on the forms of nitrogen that are available to plants. And I'm going to then transition into a discussion about a pool of nitrogen that I think has been underappreciated in soils. It's the mineral-associated organic matter pool. I'm sort of going to refer to this as MAOM, okay? Mineral-associated organic matter. And I'm going to describe what that is, so if you're wondering what is this MAOM, it sounds very jargony, it's very complicated, we're going to get to it. But it's a pool of nitrogen that I think has been largely overlooked and largely considered inert, but is a very large pool of potentially accessible nitrogen to plants and microbes that, if built up, can increase the system resilience. And then I'm going to talk in particular about MAOM and drought and how to build this pool using modern emerging thinking about soil organic matter dynamics. Nitrogen is essential to crop yield, but all of you know too much can harm drinking water, cause algal blooms, dead zones, contribute to climate change by producing nitrous oxide. In the U.S. Midwest, we have many municipalities that are spending millions of dollars to clean nitrates from water. And of course, that's an economic loss to growers when all that nitrogen washes out the bottom. In the U.S. Midwest, we have this problem of nitrogen that's exemplified in the Midwest. in the Mississippi River Basin, which drains about 50% of our agricultural land. And all that nitrogen that's poured into these soils ultimately ends up in various tributaries of the Mississippi and then goes out into the Gulf of Mexico through the Mississippi River. And a vast amount of nitrogen pours through that river, enters the Gulf of Mexico. And the interesting thing is that very often freshwater ecosystems are not limited by nitrogen, but estuarine systems are. And so that nitrogen hits the Gulf of Mexico, and the algae are waiting there. They consume it, they bloom, they die, it consumes oxygen. So we've had a very large-scale destruction of fisheries in this part of the Gulf of Mexico due to this influx of nitrogen. But this is, again, just one problem. Again, the economic loss, the drinking water, the gases that are produced, the inefficiency of the entire system. We're trying to figure out what to do about that, but if you look at the the fertilizer nitrogen recovery in crops, at this point, it's a grim story. This is a meta-analysis that came out recently showing two different approaches to measuring nitrogen use efficiency, one based on not using any nitrogen in a comparison, and another based on using a tag on the nitrogen, an isotope N15, that allows you to very precisely trace that nitrogen into the plant and soil pools, at least if done right. And you can see with maize, rice, and small grains that the nitrogen use efficiency is very rarely above 50%. We have somewhere around 40, 45, 50% nitrogen use efficiency, meaning that is what's taken up by the crop. The majority of nitrogen is not taken up by the crop and is vulnerable to loss. Some of it, sure, will get recycled for the following year, but that's a relatively small component. So these are very, very inefficient nitrogen systems. We swamp them with inorganic nitrogen, and just a fraction of that nitrogen is taken up. Maybe there's a different way to do things. The nitrogen problem is exacerbated by water deficit. When we apply inorganic nitrogen, that nitrogen is dependent on the mass flow of water. Inorganic N relies upon lots of rain, and it relies upon the pore spaces in your soil being filled with water. And that water picks up the nitrate, and as it flows, the nitrate flows with it. When your soil's dry, and I've seen a lot of drying soils in the Western Cape in the last week, that inorganic fertilizer is just going to sit there. The water begins to exit the large pores. It becomes more closely associated with the surfaces of your soil minerals, your clays. You get these water films around the clays. The clays are great because they're going to help you hold on to water in dry conditions. And around in those water films, you find the nitrate. It's not moving. It is static and unavailable to the plants. And so when you have a system dependent upon inorganic nitrogen entirely, it's also largely dependent on having those large pores in your soil filled with water and the water flowing. As soils dry, that water becomes less available. And as we move forward in the talk, I'm actually going to show you an example of a recent study where we were able to see that soils that were dependent on other forms of nitrogen and that had built up their soil health over time were better able to withstand drought than soils that were historically reliant upon inorganic nitrogen fertilizers. So how do we tighten the nitrogen cycle in agroecosystems? Historically, our approach has been to adapt advances in engineering and chemistry to specific sites. You've probably all heard of the 4 Rs, that we're going to optimize our nitrogen fertilizer management by applying it at the right time, the right rate, in the right location, not between rows, but in rows, for example, in the right form. And these types of engineering and approaches and management level approaches have served to increase efficiency a small amount. But the actual changes have been quite discouraging. And when you look at studies that have really tried to optimize fertilizer management using these types of approaches, you might see an increase in nitrogen fertilizer use efficiency to 60%. But it's still a large amount of nitrogen that is just not available to the plant, and much of it is being lost from the system. What struck me as I started to look into this a bit more was how little effort there's been to optimize the soil ecology of our systems, and to try and understand in this era of soil health, what is that intersection between soil health and the nitrogen cycle? And how can we build soil health in a way that it also is improving the nitrogen cycle in the system and making our plants more resilient? And the deeper I looked into this, the more I was struck by how so much of our work on nitrogen has focused on these very particular processes, like nitrification. There's been loads of work on nitrification over many decades. There's been lots of work on denitrification. There was surprisingly very little work on the basic processes of bioavailable nitrogen production and nitrogen mineralization and the breakdown of large proteins to amino acids, and then those amino acids to smaller monomers and ultimately ammonium. Because it's a messy, complicated process that's carried out by many, many organisms, we can't target a particular organism. It's a very community-dependent process. And so our work in this area largely stagnated as we set about trying to understand these much more specific transformations. And so one of the things we've been trying to do is revisit those basic processes that produce bioavailable nitrogen in soils, because our model of the agricultural nitrogen cycle today looks almost identical to what it looked like 50 years ago. And that, while that may be true, other forms of the nitrogen cycle have advanced our understanding of other forms has advanced greatly. Okay, so where do we look for nitrogen in soils? Historically, soil scientists love to break soils down into different pools of carbon and nitrogen. It makes it easier for us to understand them. It makes it easier for us to understand management effects. And one of the most common ways to separate soils is by size. We also use density. We use all sorts of different chemical fractionation techniques, but a very simple one is by size. And we'll use a 53 micron sieve that separates the sand from the silt and clay size fractions of soils. And it's a very simple process that separates out what we call POM, particulate organic matter, and MAOM, that mineral-associated organic matter that goes through the 53 micron sieve and is associated with silt and clay particles. You can just imagine taking this sieve, you disperse the soil, pour it through this sieve, and on the top you're going to have sand and this organic matter that looks almost like tobacco. It's partially decomposed plant residues. And then going through the sieve are the silt and clay particles and the more highly processed organic matter, a lot of it microbial derived, that's stuck on these silt and clay particles. So this produces the palm and the mayam. So which of these pools was historically thought to be the one that is turning over and providing plants and microbes nitrogen? The palm, the particulate organic matter. And it was thought that it's that pool that microbes would colonize, break it down, and provide nitrogen because it's not attached to a silt or a clay particle. So it should be more enzymatically accessible. And yet, let's look at the properties of these palm and mayam pools. Palm has a high carbon to nitrogen ratio, very high, can be 40 or 50 to 1. A microbe's carbon to nitrogen ratio is about 10 to 1. It's filled with litter fragments and lignin and things that are very difficult to enzymatically decompose. It's often in the laboratory associated with nitrogen immobilization. Well, of course it is, because it's got a very high carbon to nitrogen ratio. When the microbes decompose it, they need to meet their nitrogen needs somewhere, and so they look to the soil, and they pull nitrogen out of the soil into their cells to meet their stoichiometric needs or their carbon to nitrogen ratios to decompose that palm. So that it's not associated with mineralization or the production of plant nitrogen, but taking up plant nitrogen and, at least in the short term, making it unavailable. Mayam, on the other hand, has a carbon to nitrogen ratio that looks a lot like a microbe. It consists of a lot of amino acids, proteins, other types of nitrogen-bearing compounds, very nitrogen-rich. It's often in the lab associated with nitrogen mineralization, but there's another component to this. As you can see, the proportion of total nitrogen. The vast majority of nitrogen in soils is in this mayam pool, this mineral-associated organic matter pool. So when I started to think about prairies and where they were getting their nitrogen from, I did some math on the back of an envelope or maybe on a napkin or something on a plane, and it just did not add up that turnover of the particulate organic matter was sustaining that incredible productivity in our Midwestern US prairies. Just a fraction of it at best. And yet we had this massive pool of nitrogen that in our systems, and I don't think that there's as much in most of your systems here, but in our Midwestern prairies, we might have 10,000 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. And the majority of that is in soil organic matter in this mayam pool. And I just believed that plants and microbes were smarter than this. They had to have evolved a way to access these forms of nitrogen that are associated with mineral surfaces. And so that got us thinking about what are the types of plant microbe mineral interactions that could mobilize this pool of nitrogen. So a student of mine, Andrea Yilling, first laid out the conceptual theories for this, the ideas behind how plants and microbes could be accessing this pool of nitrogen. And she hypothesized two potential pathways. In one, root exudates mobilize metals in soils. And we know this occurs, and I'm going to show you data for this in just a minute. And this mobilization of metals results in the displacement of nitrogen-containing organic matter on the soil surfaces. It also stimulates the production of a certain kind of enzyme that is actually able to act upon surface-bound materials. There's lots of enzymes that cannot, you might remember, based on a lock and key type model, they're very spatially explicit. These oxidases, they basically produce free radicals that are popping around the soil and weakening any bond that they encounter. And one pathway, again, the plant roots produce oxalic acid that stimulates both the oxidase production and the mobilization of metals. Both can mobilize surface-bound MAM. There's another thing that happens, which is that plant roots produce lots of types of carbon that microbes find delicious. Glucose and lots of other simple carbon substrates. 50% of the carbon that plants fix may go below ground, and much of that is being released into the soil as exudates. Those plants are a carbon pump, taking CO2 out of the atmosphere, converting it to sugars, and pumping it into the soil. Why? To produce exudates that microbes want to eat, to get the microbes to do good things. And one of them is that those microbes are activated, they produce enzymes, they get hungry, they need nitrogen. Where do they look for it? They mine it off of MAM. So we started to put together this picture that nitrogen could be mobilized from this very large pool in soils via these sorts of plant microbe mineral interactions. So Andrea did some really nice, again, just experimental work to test some of these ideas. And let's start down with the oxidative enzyme bar chart, where you can see that this oxidative enzyme, phenol oxidase, in the presence of oxalic acid, remember one of her ideas is that oxalic acid stimulates these oxidases that produce free radicals that can mobilize MAM nitrogen, and you can see that there was a really sharp increase in the oxidative enzyme capacity in soils that had these oxalic acid additions. When we added glucose, we saw an increase in the carbon acquiring enzymes, those nitrogen miners that are going to be basically ramping up when nitrogen is limited to go and access it. We also saw that the oxalic acid did in fact increase the iron and aluminum that was mobile in soil. So one of the ideas again was that these additions would mobilize metals. These metals are very reactive and have the potential to knock the nitrogen off of the MAM sites. And so Andrea began to see evidence for this idea that plant root exudates, which were simulated here with glucose and oxalic in the lab, could kick into motion these processes that would release MAM nitrogen that was previously thought to be inert, and associated with this, she did see a mobilization of nitrogen in solution. She also did a separate meta-analysis where you go and scan all the literature that's available, looking for relationships between different soil organic matter pools and yield. And there's a lot going on in this graph. You don't have to worry about all the noise here, but look how closely yield and MAM nitrogen fall out on this graph. That means that they're very closely associated with each other. So yield across these many, many studies was very closely associated with the amount of MAM nitrogen in the soil, whereas you can see the particulate organic matter over there to the left is far, far away from yield, having very little influence upon it. So this type of thinking and these types of results got us to rethink the basics of the bioavailable nitrogen cycle. And if you look on the left side, that's the current view that we've been working on for many, many years, which is that litter decomposes and produces this particular organic matter pool that decomposes and produces dissolved nitrogen, and then ultimately microbes decompose it and an inorganic N is produced. Agroecosystems, of course, augment that inorganic nitrogen pool. Hello. And one of the things that's really striking about, I mean, this dog's welcome to come up. And one of the interesting things about this former model is that you can see the plants are passive players in it. They're recipients of the bioavailable nitrogen, but they are not actively involved in producing it. And another component that's quite interesting about the former model is that there is no mineral-associated organic matter at all. This whole model is based on the flow of litter and particulate organic matter driving the nitrogen cycle. So we presented this alternative model where we have the mineral-associated pool being a major sink for basically every organic nitrogen molecule that enters your soil, and a lot of the inorganic N2 is going to cycle through a microbial body, end up on that mineral-associated organic matter pool where plants and microbes are going to have to access it. So we have plants as active players in this model, and we have the mineral-associated organic matter pool being a major sink, as opposed to the old model where plants are passive and everything is dependent on particulate organic matter. So why does this MAM pool matter in the case of drought? What happens during drought is that your soil pores empty of water. So the large pores drain out, some of it flows down, some of it flows across, some of it goes into the plant, some of it goes up to the atmosphere, and the water films become tighter around the minerals. And as I talked about earlier, in your dry soils here, the inorganic N is just going to sit there for the most part. It requires water to move it around. Now let's think about a different type of system where MAM nitrogen is a significant source of nitrogen. You have this intimacy between the roots and the microbes and the mineral surfaces and the mycorrhizae, which are an extension of the roots. The generation of nitrogen is happening right along those mineral surfaces where these water films still exist, even in a dry soil. So we're moving from a system that's entirely dependent on mass flow of water through large pores to one that's capable of generating nitrogen right along those mineral surfaces, even in a drier soil. And so we're creating potentially a system that's more resilient to water variability when at least part of our nitrogen is coming not from inorganic N additions, but from the plant mineral microbe interactions that occur in the soil. So we tested this in a recent paper that's just come out. Let me give you some context for this study. We were working with soils from a long-term agroecosystem site in Michigan with different rotational diversities. Corn, soy, corn in a legume cover crop, and corn, soy, wheat with a rye clover cover. So in our Midwestern systems, these are extremely diverse. we took those soils and first analyzed how much organic matter is in them and where is that organic matter. And what I want to point out is that the complex cropping rotations increased carbon, but in contrast to what we typically think, not in the large fractions, but in the much smaller fractions that are basically less than 20 microns and 53 to 20 microns, so the silt and clay fraction. So diverse rotations increased mayam, carbon, and nitrogen, whereas there was very little increase in the palm. So that sets the stage for what we're about to see. So let me just sort of walk through this on the left. We'll start there. And these are the plant nitrogen concentrations across this rotation gradient. So what we did is we took these soils with variations in carbon and nitrogen content because of the different rotations, and we brought them into the greenhouse and planted corn in them. And we looked at the plant nitrogen concentrations in these different soils, and we did it under optimum water and drought. And we found that the complex rotation soils were able to produce more nitrogen, and they were able to do that particularly under drought. And then one of the quite interesting things is that in another subset of these soils, we added an isotopically labeled clover. The idea being to see, are these plants getting their nitrogen from a new nitrogen source, or are they relying upon the nitrogen that's already cycling in the soil? And again, you can see that the soils that are from complex rotations were providing plants nitrogen, and they were not dependent on the new clover inputs as much as the other simple rotation soils. Again, these processes were enhanced under drought, and we also saw similar differences in photosynthetic rates, which were increased, especially under drought, in complex rotations. So just to summarize this, we found that complex rotations increased mayam and microbial community size, increased uptake of nitrogen from soil organic matter nitrogen pools, reduced nitrogen uptake from new nitrogen inputs, and increased photosynthetic rates, stomatal conductance, and water use efficiency. So where we had a greater diversity of crops grown, we saw a complete transformation in the plant mineral microbe nitrogen cycle, especially under drought. So what do I think is going on here? This is a paper that I've just submitted for review. On the left, we have a low soil health fertilizer intensive system. This is a representation, and it's intentionally sort of sad. We have a few microbes in there. The roots are sort of small. Not much is happening. It's a wasteland of inorganic nitrogen fertilizer. It's a dramatization. On the right, we have a soil that's much healthier. There's so many different avenues in the soil by which plants can get nitrogen. So I'm not going to walk through all of these, but you have an extensive root system. You have mycorrhizae. They can access nitrogen inside aggregates. They can pull it off of occluded sites, off of clay minerals. You have a much more complex food web. So that one there is a protozoan C eating a microbe and releasing nitrogen. We know this actually happens. You have the production of plant growth promoting compounds in this healthy soil. You have the production of oxalic acid and reactive oxygen species mobilizing nitrogen in this healthy soil. All of these pathways are contributing to the resilience of the system. So this is a metaphor that I developed to try and depict the greater resilience of the healthier soil that's more reliant on internal nitrogen cycling. In that inorganic-based system, you have a very large pool of inorganic N that is plant available, very susceptible to leaching on the left, and the only pipe flowing into that pool is basically fertilizer. On the right, we have a system where there's many pipes flowing in, many flowing out. You shut off one of those pipes, and the others are going to keep flowing. On the left-hand side, you shut off that fertilizer pipe, as happens when your soil dries, and you're going to be really vulnerable. I want to point out something else today, too, that I'm not going to be talking a lot about, but our current measurements of nitrogen availability in soils are unable to capture this complexity that occurs across a soil health gradient. If you're just measuring something like simple nitrate availability, pre-side dress nitrogen, whatever, think about how those measurements might work on the left-hand side and the right-hand side. That right-hand side is really driven by microsite processes involving plants, minerals, and microbes. How do our techniques capture those? Very, very poorly. And so one of the things that we need to be doing is developing new methods that are going to be able to capture nitrogen dynamics and the full scope of them across these sorts of gradients, going from the left to the right. Otherwise, we're always going to be underestimating that potential for in situ nitrogen turnover based on our measurement techniques that are just capturing pool sizes. Okay, how to build this pool of organic matter. So this brings in a lot of the work that my lab has done over many, many years, which is the role of microbes and microbial cells in building soil organic matter. And we used to think that you build soil organic matter with a lot of residues filled with lignin that microbes don't want to decompose, whereas carbon-rich substances with lots of nitrogen would support microbial activity, but all that carbon would blow off. So the idea was that we want to suppress decomposition in order to build soil organic matter. And yet, when we look at what is organic matter, we find that it's mostly microbial cells, as this shows. It's not leftover bits of decomposing residue. Yes, there's some of that. That's what we see. That's what the particulate organic matter fraction is, that much smaller fraction. But that MAM fraction is not. Some of it is soluble plant-derived compounds, but most of that's gone through a microbe, and it's now a microbial cell or some other microbial product that contributes to this MAM pool. And so it forces us to rethink the type of microbial community we want in our soils, from one that's suppressed and unable to decompose residues to one that's very active and turning over quickly and very happily decomposing the things that we provide it. And this was a study that came out a few years ago where we wanted to demonstrate the power of microbes to produce organic matter. That was it. We just wanted to seek, is it possible to produce organic matter that looks like what we see in the field simply from microbial bodies? And so we took an artificial soil, no organic matter in it at all. We've inoculated it with microbes from a field soil in Michigan, and we fed those microbes nothing but glucose. And we used some advanced analytical techniques. I'm not sure why it just did that. There we go. To look at the chemistry after 15 months of microbial decomposition. So have a look here at the glucose bar, and you can see that we started out with a substance that was mostly polysaccharides, it was glucose. After microbial decomposition, we had all these different complex compounds, and the interesting thing is that the chemistry of that soil looked almost identical to the field soil from which those microbes came from. We also produced about the same amount of carbon that we find in that same field soil, and it had the same stability, meaning we tested it using various kinds of techniques. And so feeding this microbial community nothing but glucose, nothing else. It produced organic matter that looked identical to what we see in the field from which those microbes came, showing the potential, a proof of concept that in fact that field soil may well be derived mostly from microbial bodies and products. And we've seen similar types of dynamics in the field. When we measure microbial compounds, they're often very closely associated with the total soil organic carbon content. And so when we're thinking about building up that MAM nitrogen pool, our goal should be to use residues that decompose, that support an active, busy microbial community that's going to be turning over, that's going to be taking high carbon to nitrogen ratio substrates and converting them to lower carbon to nitrogen ratio and forming that MAM pool. And one of the best ways to do that is with roots. Anytime you can have any sort of cover on the ground, where I work, it's in the winter. Here I know you wrestle with heat in the summer and having anything growing. In the winter, most of our things die. But even if we have some sort of root in the soil, it may be, the above ground portion of our cover crop may only be a few inches tall. But those roots and just having those in the soil are really important to the formation of soil organic matter, because those roots disproportionately contribute to organic matter formation. The above ground portion often decomposes very quickly, is converted to CO2. The vast majority of root material, or the vast majority of soil organic matter that forms, as we saw in this study using isotopes, using C13 labeled CO2, where we fed the plants, was that the vast majority of carbon that forms in soils is coming from the roots. So anything we can do to increase root inputs, increase root biomass, not have bare soil, is going to support the formation of this MAM pool. Okay. Last slide, I think. So MAM provides a place to accumulate, retain, and recycle massive amounts of nitrogen. So I think to optimize sustainable productivity, we need to examine how to build this pool, how to provide plants and microbes access to it, and very importantly, how do we augment this pool with external fertilizers? Most systems are still going to require some external nitrogen inputs. How do we create a system somewhere between these two, where we have a low fertilizer system that's MAM reliant, microbial activity is optimized, leaching is low, versus this high fertilizer system where the root system's small, microbial activity is low, nitrogen loss is high. We want to find that balance between these two systems where we can add some fertilizer that augments this system on the left, where we still have loads of microbial activity, loads of MAM end formation, very little nitrogen fertilizer loss. We've begun to explore this in the field, and we are finding that modest amounts of nitrogen application do not seem to suppress those processes on the left. And so it's only when we get out into the very high levels of nitrogen application, really the overuse of nitrogen, that we're seeing a real strong suppression of those activities on the left. And so it does seem possible that we can be balancing the formation and use and cycling of this MEAM pool driven by the microbial activity with some external nitrogen fertilizers inputs to optimize the system and crop yields. So with that, I would just like to thank the amazing scientists, early career folks that have done this actual work. I'm here presenting it. They did the work. And all of these scientists are amazing, incredibly creative, incredibly inspiring, and they're off now doing great things and been replaced by a new cohort in my lab. But I just think it's really important to acknowledge that while I'm the one here, they have done most of this work and generated many of the ideas. And with that, I will open it up for a few minutes of questions. Thank you. What? Okay, we have a question. All right. I'll repeat the question because I'll probably be able to hear you. So.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Amazing talk. Very nice, good information. I think that we can take to the field and it makes a lot of sense for us in the field to have this sort of nitrogen. Is there at this stage we can deplete that source, the micro source, that organic source that nitrogen comes from?
Yeah, so I had a slide in there showing it in our systems, the depletion of that pool, where we will see often in a native prairie as much as 15,000 kilograms of N per hectare in that pool, and in a soil that's been farmed for a long time, it may be just 4. I removed that in part because I think your systems are very different here. You're not going to have that much nitrogen even in the native. I'm trying to restrain myself from saying the word fenbos. I think that's how it's pronounced somewhat. And so I know that those tend to be lower organic matter systems. But yes, when we are using really intensive practices that deplete the organic matter by 50%, we also are seeing massive amounts of nitrogen loss. And that's why we need to rebuild that if we're going to be optimizing these in situ internal nitrogen cycling processes. Yes?
Terrible question I've got, but we have to ask this question, is if we use fire to burn stubble, what effect is that not on your farm and your biome and your soil health?
I realize that farmers are always needing to adapt to their own farms and their own situations. And, you know, they're often presented with challenges that, you know, require different sorts of practices and things that, you know, I can't account for in all of my work. I mean, we do know that fire is going to be removing a lot of the residues from soils that microbes depend upon. it's going to be having a very large impact on that microbial community, taking away a lot of their food and converting it to a form that's less available. It can produce a short-term mobilization of nitrogen, but a long-term loss of nitrogen. I understand, and having toured around, why fire is being used. My recommendation would be, if you can move away from that practice, you should. But again, I'm not up here to provide recommendations to your farm or another farm, but to stimulate ideas and to help you figure out what's best practice for your farm. But I will say that in general, I don't think it's a long-term sustainable practice. Yep.
What is the prairie pH levels of the soil?
What are the pH levels of the types of soils? I mean, they vary, but we tend to trend a little more acidic, but we often lime those soils, so we're in the range of 6, sometimes a little higher, sometimes a little lower. Mm-hmm. Yes?
What is your most recommended method for determining nitrogen in soil? Firstly, and secondly, are you really moving on to phosphorus, microbial activity and phosphorus?
Can I answer the second question and skip the first? I think that the short answer is that for right now, we don't have great methods. And so we're all doing our best. And the degree to which we can use multiple methods at the same time, it'll help us get a more complete characterization. So we see a lot of growers that are interested in soil health now using like what we call in the US a CO2 burst test. How much carbon dioxide is produced by the microbes in a 24-hour period of time. And it's actually a fairly integrative snapshot of the microbial activity and potential nutrient turnover. So you couple something like that with a nitrogen mineralization measurement or a standing pool of inorganic nitrogen, and you can get a reasonable picture. I am hopeful that moving forward, we're going to have new sensors and new microbial genomic techniques and lots of other methods available for better capturing that full suite of processes that are occurring in a healthy soil. But we don't really have those methods right now. So that's evolving. As we better understand this complexity of the nitrogen cycle, our methods are going to have to adapt, and they haven't yet. We're just at the front end of that occurring. And they also have to be farmer-friendly and usable at a field scale. All right, yes? So I just want to qualify that that's not, I mean, the way I think about a microbiome is the entire community and its complexity and diversity and who's there. So you're getting a sort of a high level estimate of the fungi and the bacteria and the activity. I think that those could be great ways of assessing how your various management practices are influencing your microbial community. I would caution you from making simple interpretations of those fungal bacterial ratios. There's a tendency to believe that they are indicative of soil health or a healthy microbiome, I don't think it's that simple, so you're going to have to see how your nutrient cycles and your crop yields are responding to those variations, because they might not follow typical thinking about fungal bacterial ratios. And certainly any measurement of microbial activity is going to be good. So I think those are great steps forward. All right, I have 1 minute before I'm going to be run off this stage. One last question. Yes. I have not tested various inoculants. I think they can be valuable in particular when you're seeking a particular function, a microbial inoculant, a nitrogen fixer. I tend to be skeptical of inoculants. To me, it's like adding a drop of water to a reservoir. There's so many microbes. How do we expect this inoculant to have an impact? And yet, I know growers find benefits under some circumstances, and that's what's important. And there's a lot that we don't know yet about those inoculants and the function of the microbial community and how we might be able to augment that with those inoculants. But I do think that a certain amount of caution with those is wise. Okay. Great, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Grandy, for that really eye-opening talk. Ons volgende sprekers is Pa en Seun, Pieter en Pieter Janse Gildenhuys van Heidelberg. They farm grain and merino sheep and have been following a system of 5 years of grain followed by 5 years of lucerne. Hulle boer al van 1989 volgens bewaringslandbou riglyne, geïnspireerd deur die legendariese meneer Jack Heeman. Pieter was in 2000 benoem as die graanboer van die jaar en Pieter Janse was in 2017 jammer, was hy een van die finaliste in die nasionale skaapboer van die jaar. En hulle gaan met ons deel hulle reis van meer as 30 jaar met bewaringslandbou. Dankie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a special word of welcome to our international guests. I hope you are enjoying this beautiful country that we call home. I'm totally out of my comfort zone, firstly for being here, not to mention addressing you among such educated speakers. I apologize that I'm not going to address you in English today. Therefore, I'm going to leave you in the safe hands of our able translators. We are looking forward to your presentations. Eerstens wil ek om verskoning vra vir my seun Pieter Janse, wat nie vandag hier kan wees nie. Hy het voorgestel dat terwyl van die tydfaktor net een van ons moet praat en het 'n ewige rieflik onthou dat hy 'n rampveiling het wat hy vandag moet bywoon. So nou sit julle met my. Laat ons maar begin. Ek het verseker nie gevra om vandag hier op te tree nie. Ek is ook nie gevra nie. Maar ek is bloot deur Pieter Greef daaraan geboelie en gesê om julle kom deel my pad met bewaringsbehoordery oor 30 jaar. En wat my beweeg het om teen die stroom op van konvensionele bewerking na bewaringsbewerking te beweeg. Dit laat my met die dilemma dat ek julle niks van bewaringsbehoordery kan vertel wat meeste van julle nie in elk geval weet nie. By nadenken oor wat ek moet sê, het ek egter besef dat bewaringsbewerking nogal ooreenkoms het met die politiek van die dag. In die sin dat jy 'n groep jong boere sit wat net so min weet van apartheid as van konvensionele bewerking. Aangesien julle die manne is wat hierdie praktyk van ons moet verder vat en verbeter, is dit miskien goed dat ons vir 'n oomblik kyk waar ons vandaan kom. Want hoe kan 'n mens weet waar jy moet gaan as jy nie weet waar jy vandaan kom nie? Nou, waar kom ons vandaan? My eerste gewaarwording met bewerking begin met myself as 'n seentjie van 6 jaar oud, besig om te saai met 'n reuse handemagtrekker van 50 perdekrag met 'n 12 skorrel konnersy saaikas. Want dit was standaard praktyk by ons om met die eerste reën na oestyd al die stoppels af te brand en alles om te ploeg. Ek was nog te klein om die koplaar te trap, so my pa het besorgings in die gang gesit en dan het hy in die ry afgespring, en moes ek nou maar aangaan. So ek echter moes stop uit 'n madame gewys om die lange rad net vir net so 'n tikkie te gee. En as voor jou trek hy rad uit en dan staan ek nou maar daar dat iemand tot my redding kan kom. Al wat jy nou heel dag moes doen, as om daai regtervoerwiel in die ploeg voor te hou. En ek het gou geleer om die wiel net so effens teen die ploegwal te draai. Want dan was die auto stil aan en kon jy dan so 'n bietjie rondkyk. Agter my, soos jy daar ook kan sien, was die grond donker en nat. En al wat te voel is daar neergedaal om die worms en insekte op te pik. Die reuk van vars geploegde grond het die hele dag om my gehang. En het moet toe oortuig dat net iets wat werklik lewe so kan ruik. Hier langs my egter wat net nou geploeg of gesplant het, was die grond reeds vaal en uitgedroog. En was daar geen teken van enige lewende organisme nie. Dit het my toe laat wonder of daar nie 'n beter stelsel is nie. En het ek my pa verskeie kere gevra. Pa, klaar altyd is droog. Hoekom ploeg ons nie nat grond onderuit, dat die son en wind dit kan uitdroog? Die beste antwoord waarmee hy voor 'n dag kon kom, was om te sê, nee wat my kind, ek weet nie. Ploeg maar net, almal ploeg. Dis miskien net die antwoord wat ek nodig gehad het. Want dit dryf teen my wese en om dinge te doen, net omdat ander mense dit doen. En nie die moed van 'n oortuiging nie. Hoekom wil 'n mens nou wees, as jy nie so 'n bietjie beter of 'n bietjie anders kan wees, of ten minste kan poog om dinge 'n bietjie beter te doen nie. Nou, weer mag ek Stellenbosch toe, met groot verwagting dat ek die antwoord op my soeke na 'n beter stelsel daar sal vind. Groot was met 'n leerstelling toe die professor feitelik ons hele akkerbousemester module aan die koring-braakstelsel wy. En nog groter toe 'n volgende professor ons vertel dat grond eintlik 'n dooie medium is met die enigste doel om plante regop te hou. Verseker nie professor Grandy nie. Hy demonstreer dit nogal deur sy proeflaas te vat en te wys hoe hy groente kweek in plastiek sakkies gevul met saagsels. Een ding van 3 jaar se studie wat daarom die moeite werd was professor CAWC in die ekonomieklas. Nie 'n baie gewilde persoon in landboukringe nie, maar hy het daarin geslaag om ons denke te prikkel. Die verskeie scenario's in ons voor te hou en het ons geleer om oplossings vir verskeie probleme uit te dink deur jou gesonde verstand te gebruik. Dit, tesame met die feit dat mens moet leer om jou gut te vertrou beskou ek nog steeds as belangrike hulpmiddels in besluitneming. Nou waarheen het ons gegaan? Terug op die plaas, na Stellenbosch, het ek steeds meer vrae as antwoorde. Want ek besef het konvensionele bewerking is in 'n doodloopstraat as gevolg van erosie, lae organiese materiaal in dit, en gevolglike lae watervermoë van grond, swak grondstruktuur, as gevolg van bewerking, en al hoe meer insette. Op die grondbewaringskomitee kruis my paai met 'n legendariese man, met die naam van Jack Iman. En toevallig verjaar Jack vandag. Jack was 'n denker, 'n redenaar, 'n man met visie en baie moed. Hy was diep bekommerd oor die grondverliese as gevolg van watererosie op heuwelagtige geploegde lande met somerreën. En ek vind dadelik aanklank by sy denke. Jack het op daardie stadium reeds oorgehou om sy stoppels te brand, opgehou om sy stoppels te brand en het na tandbewerkings oorgeskakel. Wanneer hy egter by die boerevereniging of 'n boeredag praat oor die voordele ten opsigte van die erosie, die nie te ploeg nie en stoppels as bedekking te hou, kyk sy medeboere om met skraap oor aan. Na vele gesprekke en dinkskans met Jack is ek sy eerste bekeerling as gevolg van winderosie op as fyngewerkte lande in die somer. In 1989 pak ek die pad na bewaringsbewerking koelbloedig en eensklaps aan. Na die eerste somerreën vra my pa, nou wanneer brand jy? Nee pa, ons brand nie meer. O nee? 'n dag of wat later vra hy, nou wanneer gaan jy nog in ploeg? Nee pa, ons ploeg ook nie meer nie. Jy gaan jou gat sien. En dan nou mooi, ons kon by niemand gaan kyk of vra nie. Er was geen rekenaars, internet, selfone of Google nie. Dit was alleen pad. Maar ons tot die slotsom gekom, dat ons ongeag implemente wat glad nie daarvoor geskik was nie, direk gaan saai en soveel moontlik stoppel bo op die grond gaan hou, ten einde erosie te beperk. Die ander legio voordele van die stelsel het bloot in ons skoot geval, en dit is ons later ontdek. Ons redding echter was die glyfosaat 10, wat op die markt gekom het, waarmee ons someronkruide kon beheer, in plaas van 'n bewerking, wat nog 'n totale nuwe konsep was vir daai tyd. Die beginjare was maar tandeknars. Behalwe dat die fresh food span waarmee het moes plant nie eens behoorlik in die grond kon ingaan nie, het ons stroopers die kerwers gehad nie, en kon ook nie die strooi behoorlik opslaan nie. Al die arbeiders op die plaas het met 2 tandvarke op die raam gestaan om die strooi uit te krap terwyl hulle geplant het, want dit is vreeslik gebolling. En die lande het maar goeie gelyk. My pa se kommentaar was, dis die grootste gemors wat ek in my lewe gesien het. My moed was maar laag, maar Jack het hy stomp van die so geswaai en sê, "Ou Piet, nou was net aan." Die derde jaar op die stelsel in die 91 was een van die typiese droë jare op die vlakte. Groot is my verbasing toe ek sien, ons graan kom op, en die geploegde lande om my bly rooi. Al hoe meer bakkies jaag aan die pad op af. En enkeles het so waar, die moet om in te ry en te vra, om te begin vra. Die kommentaar was gewoonlik, ek kan sien die besigheid gaan dalk by jou en Jack werk, maar by my is dit nie werk nie, want ek kan na julle graan sien, dit ren by julle meer. In 1995 koop ek 'n skerre seder soos Jack reeds gehad het, en daarmee kry ons 'n reis na Australië. Ons praat ek met die manne om saam te gaan, want ons verneem daarom dat hulle ons voor is op die pad van bewaringsbewerking. Die eerste boer wat ons besoek, het 'n ospleil, en die hemel gaan voor ons oop, Want met hierdie implement met sy wye reisversiering, hoë werkwyk, hydrauliese tande en tungsten skare kan 'n mens die wêreld versit. Die boer heel vir ons 'n besoek by die fabriek waar die implement gebou word, waar ons die ontwerper daarvan 'n ene John Reiner moet. Hy het die implement spesifiek ontwerp om bewaringsbewerking te kan doen. En verduidelik die stelsel breedvoerig aan ons. Vir die eerste keer verstaan ons dat die hele stelsel op 3 bene berus, naamlik minimum bewerking, goeie bedekking en 'n gesonde rotasie. Hy reël vir ons besoek by hulle canola navorsingsstasie en hulle stel ons bekend aan die gewas waarvan ons vir die eerste keer hoor. En verduidelik die voordele van grasbeheer en siektebreek deur dit in rotasie in te sluit. Ek smokkel 'n bietjie saad in my bagasie terug en plant in 1995 die eerste 2 hektaar canola onder groot geheimhouding. Toe die geelstreepie blomme egter later verskyn, was my geheim verklap. Nou, waar staan ons nou? 30 jaar later verstaan ons so 'n klein bietjie beter dat gesonde grond 'n komplekse, diverse en selfvoorsienende stelsel is. Dit weerspieël 'n eindelose, volhoubare wisselwerking tussen grondorganismes, plante en diere. Plante en veral plantwortels is gereedskap om die grond gesond te hou en plantwortels lê voedingsstowwe vas wat organies wanneer dit afsterf en belig en ondersteun die struktuur van grond. Gesonde grond bied meer lewe, koolstof, water, beskikbare plantvoedingsstowwe en stabiele produksie van voedingsryke produkte. Om dit te bied, vra dit egter die minimum versteuring, goeie bedekking en 'n goeie rotasie. Grond vind ook baat by die veekomponent as dit reg bestuur word. Ons boets die natuur na deur vee te integreer in ons gewasverbouingsstelsel om te help met stoppelbestuur en onkruidbeheer. En benut die organiese kunsmis in die vorm van mis en urine wat hulle terugsit. Die twee vertakkings is symbioties. Aangesien skape waarde gee aan die byprodukte van die graanvertakking soos stoppels en voergraan en kan 'n waardevolle bydrae lewer deur moeilik beheerbare onkruide soos byvoorbeeld skraalaans te benut. Daar word maklik gesê dat met bewaringsboerdery praktyke soos minimum bewerking en behoud van oesreste skape nie 'n plek het nie. Verskeie navorsingsprojekte in Australië is spesifiek daaroor gedoen. En dit bewys dat in die eerste plek stoppels wat lig bewy word nie opbrengs benadeel nie. Op voorwaarde dat opslag en someronkruide steeds beheer word en voldoende stoppelbedekking gelos word. Tweede plek afname en waterinfiltrasie en opbrengs is slegs gevind waar te veel stoppel verwyder is en nie deur kompaksie nie. Skape se bekke, eerder as hulle voete of hoewe, maak die skade. Daar is wel 'n matige kompaksie as gevolg van bewyding gevind, maar dit was so vlak dat die natuurlike krimp en swel van die grond en die plantaksie met mespuntskare dit volledig opgehef het. In die vierde plek, op die bewyde persele was daar meetbare verskil in beskikbare stikstof gevind. Deels as gevolg van die natuurlike hoefaksie van stoppel op die stoppel en die uitskeiding van organiese kunsmis in die vorm van mis en urine. Verder, by die peulgewasweiding wat deur skape benut word, 'n waardevolle bydrae deur dat lande van gewasproduksie onttrek word, grondstikstof gebou word, onkruide beheer kan word met onkruiddoders uit ander groepe en 'n breek van gewassiektes plaasvind. Lucernwortels is van onderskatbare waarde deur tonnels vir plantwortels na dieper lae te maak en sodoende gewaswortels toegang tot dieper vog te gee. voedingsstowwe diep te myn met verrotting beskikbaar te maak vir kontantgewasse, grond in die lug en grondstruktuur te verbeter. Hoe lyk ons stelsel huidiglik? Ons boer op die Heidelbergvlakte. Een gebied met 'n baie onstabiele reënval. Ons gemiddelde reënval is so 365 mm in 'n jaar. Dit was 1 mm per dag van die jaar. Jy kan sien die hoë pieke is gewoonlik meer as dubbel die lae reënvalle. En dan die moeilikes kom altyd in die jaar met die ene. 1991, 2001, 2011 het ons 2 maatjies saamgevat. En 2021 is met 2 jaar vroeger gekom en vir 2 maatjies saamgebring. Interessant is die gemiddelde reënval van die eerste 10 jaar daar presies dieselfde as van die laaste 10 jaar. Die gemiddelde maandelikse reënval dui daarop dat ons ongeveer 200 mm in die groeiseisoen kry. Dit wil sê vanaf April tot September. En alhoewel Mei maand gewoonlik weer so baie droë maand is, word daar 'n bietjie skief getrek omdat ons laas jaar 'n vraatsreën van 130 mm in Mei maand gehad het. Ons boer op vlakgronde wat hoogs varierend is in terme van diepte en oorsprong. Jy sal sien daar is net so 'n deel van my plaas om die aanduiding te gee. 40% ongeveer Glen Rosas en 30% Oak Leaves en als beskikbaar tussenin is ook daar. Ons het redelike hoë pears en Professor Kobus, of Dr. Kobus Burgess, wat die grondklassifikasie verslag vir my, of die grondklassifikasie gedoen het die grafiekie vir my bygesit by sy opsomming. En dis reënvaldata en data van 'n nabygeleë reënvalstasie. En sy kommentaar op die verslag was, hy sê grondvariasie is baie en domineer die rede vir opbrengsvariasie. Vanaf April tot Augustus kan gewasse redelik sterk ontwikkel, omdat daar 'n goeie kans bestaan dat dit meer reën of genoeg reën om het gewasbehoeftes te voorsien. Die belangrike deel van koring se groeisiklus, naamlik Augustus tot Oktober, reën het egter heelwat minder as wat die gewas benodig. In die tweede helfte van die seisoen is dit dus nodig om vocht uit grond benut word en gevolglik beskikbaar moet wees. Die afleiding wat ons daarvan gemaak is, vocht is in ons gebied altyd die mees beperkende factor raak aan die opbrengs. Nou ons boer met die kontantgewasse, koring, gars en canola, op 'n 5-jaar rotasiebasis met die Lucerne weidingsfase wat in mariene skape benut word. Ons sien onsself eerder as weidingsboere, met die voordeel dat aangesien ons weiding het, ons ook kontantgewasse kan produseer. Ons boer in 'n mooi wêreld, maar dit kan soms ook baie droog word. Maar wanneer die buurman het so mooi sê, altyd gehad en gesê, dis 'n wêreld van volop of skoonop. Ek wil eintlik die foto nou wegvat. Ek het al baie gekyk hoe lyk dit. Baie daaraan vasgekyk, so julle kan ook maar so 'n bietjie daaraan vaskyk. Die weidingsfase. Ons begin die weidingsfase deur grondmonsters op bereid grondslag te neem en te bekalk met seesand of dolomitiese kalk soos nodig. Ons lê baie klem op fosfaat en vul dit aan tot op 'n vlak van 35 dele per miljoen op brei 1. Hoe beter jou lucerne is, hoe meer stikstof sal dit bind. Daarom moet fosfaatvlakke goed wees en die lucerne so bestuur word dat daar genoeg biomassa is, aangezien daar 'n direkte verband is met die hoeveelheid stikstof gebind. Gedurende die weidingsfase word breë blare en veral grasse met passie beheer vanaf die eerste jaar. Ek sê julle red. Om druk op weiding te verlig, laat ons in klein kampies op nie produktiewe grond en dit is ook groter kampe op swak vlak gronde wat van produksie onttrek is, waar skape gevoer word as weiding skaars is. Dit maak net geen sin om skape te laat loop op weidingskampe waar nie weiding is nie. Fosfaat word in die grond geberg, eerder as vasgelê, sê ek, in verskillende poele. En die grondlewe geleidelik vrygestel oor jare. Lucerne met sy diep penwortel en hange vir fosfaat is 'n uitstekende meganisme om fosfaat te myn en weer plantbeskikbaar te maak. Deur sy verrottende wortels. Maar 'n bevinding oor jare is dat hoe langer ek op die stelsel was, hoe minder fosfaat hoef ek te gee om by die 35 dele per miljoen te bly. Omdat die grondlewe herstel het en al hoe meer van die gebergte fosfaat beskikbaar maak. Daar is nou 'n tipiese grondleding van 'n kamp wat toevallig vir jaar uit weiding uit moet kom. En na die 5 jaar weidingfase, waarin geen fosfaat toegedien is nie, lyk die fosfaatstatus nog altyd so. Jare terug was dit beslis nie so nie. Na die 5 jaar weidingsfase, laat ons met 'n grond wat 'n klomp organiese stikstof bevat, plantbeskikbare fosfaat bevat, so onkruidvry moontlik is, poreus is en belig is met die tonnels van lucernwortels en 'n enkele tandbewerking gehad het om die kompaksie van die weidingsfase op te hef. Kontantfase. Ons kontantfase van 5 jaar volg op 'n weidingsfase van 5 jaar. Verskeie aanpassings is oor jare daaraan gemaak, soos byvoorbeeld 'n langer of 'n korter kontant of weidingsfase, of 'n kombinasie met 'n kort rotasie met medics op sekere lande. Ons keer egter elke slag terug na die 5 jaar stelsel. Die relatiewe belang van omgewings- en bestuursfaktore op graanopbrengs, maar veral wins, bly van kardinale belang. En dit dikteer oor jare watter kombinasie van watter kontantgewasse en 'n watter persentasie met weiding, indien enige, optimaal is op jou plaas. Ons almal maak jare al die som van hoeveel kilogram graan ons produseer per millimeter reën in die groeiseisoen. Want dit sê hoe effektief jou vogbestuur is. En dit is baie beïndruk dat ons van die 10 plus minus 10 kilogram, in die tyd ook begin met die stelsel tot plus minus 20 kilogram per millimeter reën kon verbeter dankzij bewaringsboerdery. Maar kyk ons ooit die wat 'n koste dit is. Ga nog 'n bietjie verder en kyk hoeveel graan geproduseer word per kilogram stikstof toegedien. Wins per hektaar per millimeter reën, dat eerder aan hoe effectief bestuur en rotasiekeuse inpas by die potensiaal van die plaas en die omgewingstoestande en dikteer ons stelsel. Ons kontantfase bestaan uit koring in jaar 1 tot jaar 3, gevolg deur gras in jaar 4 en canola ondergesaai met lucerne in jaar 5. Die ideaal is verseker om nooit dieselfde gewas opeenvolgens te plant nie. Maar as jy net 3 kontantgewasse het en jy moet 5 jaar plant, of wil 5 jaar plant, het jy nie veel van 'n keuse nie. Ons het oor jare gevind dat koringopbrengs nie veel varieer oor die 3 jaar nie, op voorwaarde dat jy nie probleme met grasonkruide het nie. Dit kan egter net bereik word as jou kontantfase sonder gras begin word, deur dit in die weidingsfase goed te bestuur. Die vraag sal onmiddellik wees, hoekom net 1 jaar gras en canola? Gras is 'n wonderlike gewas met 'n hoë opbrengs en winsgewendheid, gee 'n goeie deklaag, maar het net so 'n hoë risiko in terme van gradering en of die koper dit hoegenaamd wil hê. Ons stelsel dikteer egter dat ons nie gras vroeër in die rotasie kan plant nie. Aangesien ons by 4de drag met net MAP beplant, sonder enige kopmesting, net onder die maksimum pitstukstof kom, wat die graderingsregulasies toelaat. Canola se opbrengs en prys het die afgelope paar jaar dramaties verander en sal in ag genome die swartstand risiko weer oorgedink word. Die lekker van die stelsel is dat niks rigied is nie en aanpassings maklik gemaak kan word soos winsgewendheid en toestande varieer. Nou, hoe bestuur ons die kontantfase? Eerste plek saad. Ons hou sover moontlik ons eie saad, behalwe canola. Al verg dit 'n bietjie meer moeite. Dit verseker genetiese suiwer saad en toetse vir ontkieming en groeikragtigheid kan gedoen word as enige twyfel bestaan. Met die tabel kan jy sien dat is 'n 72 uur venster, met ander woorde 3 dae wat ons wil hê dat van die saad opkom tot die laaste saad op is. Met plaasvind sodat dit so egalig as moontlik wees. Dis die enigste manier om te weet wat jy plant en om te verhoed dat jou plaas besmet word met onkruid. Stikstof. Dan wys my op die galige opbrengs of opkoms wat is graag wil hê. Stikstof, peerplante en rotasie is 'n oplossing vir baie komplekse probleme. In die stelsel is organiese materiaal die belangrikste bron van stikstof vir gewasse. En die vrystelling van stikstof deur mineralisasie is dinamies en word gedryf deur grondvog en temperatuur. Hoeveel en wanneer om addisionele in te gee, bly 'n vraagstuk. En die kuns lê daarin om die beskikbare stikstof te balanseer met die opbrengsbeperkende grondvog, veral in ons gebied met sy varierende reënval. Aangesien ons gewoonlik te min vog het tydens graanval, het ons geleer om nie plante aanvanklik met te veel addisionele stikstof te jaag nie. Aangesien te welige graan vroeg in die seisoen baie vog gebruik, wat liewer gespaar moet word vir later in die seisoen. Blaarontleding, spuitlesings en NVDA-beelde deur die seisoen gee betyds 'n aanduiding of daar voldoende stikstof is om die betrokke jaar sy potensiële opbrengspyl te bereik volgens die vogstatus. Ons stikstofbemestingsprogram lyk as volg. MAP vorm die basis van ons bemestingsprogram en word variërend toegedien volgens die vorige jare se gemiddelde opbrengs van die betrokke kamp volgens opbrengsdata. Sodat ons 5 kg fosfaat gee per ton graan geoes. Wat ons basies doen, ons vat 5 jaar se gemiddelde opbrengs van 'n kamp volgens strooperdata en dan gee ons 5 kg fosfaat vir elke ton graan wat ons geoes het. Dit bring neer dat in die eerste jaar of in die eerste 2 jaar wat koring is, Totale stikstofgee wat varieer van 9 tot 15 kg per hektaar, soos die toegediende fosfaat varieer. In jaar 3, wat ook koring is, dien as addisionele nitraatstikstof toe, saam met die MAP, maar dit word ook gevarieer om die totale en toegedien te balanceer tot 20 kg per hektaar. Kopmesting op koring word net as uitsondering in uitskietjare gegee, waar spuitlesings aandui dat daar 'n moontlike tekort aan stikstof kan wees wat proteïen kan benadeel. Jaar 4, wat 'n gaasjaar is, word weer net met MAP geplant. Dis met gemiddeld 12 kg stikstof per hektaar. Jaar 5 is canola, word ook net met MAP geplant, teen gemiddeld 12 kg stikstof per hektaar, maar kry dan 'n kopmesting teen 'n stamverlenging van 50 kg stikstof in nitraatvorm, wat ook voldoende swaar voorsien. Die vraag wat gedurig met my opkom is, moet ons hoegenaamd stikstof gee op die stelsel? Het dit die effek, is dit nodig? My goeie vriend sien die Toit, wat ek uitstekende bewaringsboere sê altyd, hoe meer stikstof jy gee, hoe luier maak jy jou grondlewe. Ek kom met hom saamstem. Daardie is opbrengsdata van verlede jaar, dat was 'n baie uitsonderlike jaar gehad, met 300 mm reën in die groeiseisoen. Die twee kampe, regsbo, gaan hom moeilik veel wys saam met ek dink die twee kampe regsbo was gaasjare, was gaaskampe, wat met 12 kg stikstof 7 ton graan gegee het. Dit wys net hoeveel stikstof deur die grond gelewer word. Die donkerkamp links en die twee links onder donkerkampe was eerste draag koringkampe, ook net 12 kg stikstof gehad, 6 ton opbrengs. En dan in die middel die twee sulke lang groen kampe, dit was tweede draag koringkampe, wat met 12 kg stikstof 6 ton gegee het. En so kan ek aangaan. Nou my vraag is, hoekom moet ons addisionele stikstof gee? As ons met net reën daarby sulke opbrengste kan afhaal. Fosfaat, enige fosfaatbemestingsprogram begin by deeglike grondontledings wat plantbeskikbare en nie plantbeskikbare fosfaatstatus sal aandui aan die begin van beide die kontant en weidingsfase. Reggestel tot 35 dele per miljoen by 1 en fosfaat dan toegedien volgens stroopdata teen 5 kg per ton graan varierend met plant. Ons vind dat het genoeg is om opbrengste te handhaaf en selfs die utilisering weiding van fosfaat te voorsien. En dat die fosfaat benodig vir regstelling oor jare dramaties afgeneem het, soos microbiese aktiwiteit toegeneem het en fosfaat het gebergtepoele beskikbaar word. Fosfaat toegedien tydens planttyd is die fondasie van vroeë groeikragtigheid en wortelontwikkeling. En tekorte hier kan nie later reggestel word nie. Navorsing oor jare het bewys dat die regte tyd en plek vir fosfaat is by die saad waar dit ontkiem. En aangesien grondvog vroeë wortelontwikkeling bepaal, is ontkiemende saad veral wanneer dit droog is afhanklik van fosfaat in die band. Navorsing dui daarop dat MAP as gevolg van sy lae soutindeks selfs by canola saad geplaas kan word sonder enige nadelige gevolge. Dis bandplaas as alle kunsmis, met die helfte van die fosfaat by die saad en die res onder in die band, saam met stikstof wanneer dit wel toegedien word. Dit dwing wortels af in die band om voedingsstowwe en vog optimaal te benut. Ons glo in fosfaat. En wanneer plante sukkel om na 'n droogtetydperk aan die gang te kom, of leweloos vertoon wanneer dit baie koud en nat is, sal ons eerder 'n fosfaat blaarbespuiting doen as om 'n klomp stikstof uit te strooi. Wat is die effek van ons bemestingsprogram oor jare? Die 2016 Omnizones is 'n gemiddelde opbrengs van die voorafgaande 5 jare. Jy sal sien hoe bond dit lyk en hoe baie die opbrengste gevarieer het. Die 2021 Omnizones is nou die 5 jaar voor dit. Jy sal sien dat die opbrengste baie meer gelyk getrek het. Op die 2016 Omnizone was slegs 35% by 'n gemiddelde opbrengs, maar by die 2021 Omnizone is 80% by 'n gemiddelde opbrengs. Chemie. Ongelukkig is chemie steeds deel van ons stelsel. En aangesien ons nie regtig weet hoe sleg dit vir grondlewe is nie, dat dit met groot omsigtigheid gebruik. Aangesien ons varierende grondtypes dele met redelike hoë pH's is, gebruik ons geen sulfonilureas vir onkruidbeheer nie. Maar maak 'n staat op skroeimiddels vir breë blaarbeheer. Op ons eie plaas gebruik ons ook geen vooropkoms of naopkoms grasdoders in die kontantfase nie, behalwe by canola. Want dit is eenvoudig net nie nodig nie. Ons boer egter ook 'n huurplaas met 'n ander geskiedenis, wat ons om verskeie redes anders moet boer, waar ons beide vooropkoms en naopkoms grasdoders moet gebruik. En dit lyk net nie of ons die stryd teen grasse ooit gaan wen nie. Ons voel net veiliger as ons die moontlike impak van chemie op grondlewe so klein as moontlik maak. Bewerking. Die enigste bewerking, behalwe om te plant wat ons in 10 jaar doen, is 'n tandbewerking na die weidingsfase. Nadat die bekalking gedoen is soos benodig, word 'n enkele buiteplofbewerking van plus minus 30 cm diep gedoen. Afhangende van hoeveel reën ons gehad het voor die bewerking en hoe diep die eerste bewerking was, sal ons dalk 'n tweede bewerking dwars oorweeg, maar dit is meer die uitsondering as die reël. Ons plant met 'n tandplanter op 300 mm spasiering en gewoonlik tussen die stoppelrye van die vorige jaar. Dit laat jy met 'n netjiese saadbed waar staande stoppel die opkomende plante beskerm en min stoppel vermeng met die grond. Die stelsel maak dit was moontlik om met baie min reën te plant. Maar wanneer die vog kritiek min is, sal ons eerder in die vorige jaar se voorplant en so die beter vog daar benut vir ontkieming. Wanneer dit laat raak en ons droog moet plant, sal ons eerder wag tot dit heeltemal droog is en dan vlak plant, aangesien onevenredige ontkieming aan 'n halfdroë grond te veel probleme skep. Om dieper te plant al te vog aan is baie gevaarlik in ons gebied en ons grondtypes in terme van toeslaan. Nou die groeikragtigheid van saad speel egter 'n groot rol in moeilike omstandighede om gelyke opkomste te verseker. Hoe lyk die pad vorentoe? Op elkeen van ons wat so bevoorreg is om met grond te werk, is die groot verantwoordelikheid van die rentmeesterskap. Toe ek my pa gevra het, hoe met ploeg, was die antwoord, ek weet nie, my kan ploeg maar net, allemaal ploeg. As my seun my nou vra hoe die pad vorentoe lyk, sal ek ook maar antwoord, ek weet nie, my kind, pas maar net bewaringsboerdery toe. Almal doen dit. veel beter antwoord nie. In 2000, toe ek Graan Suid-Afrika se eerste graanprodusent van die jaar was, moes ons vir die paneelbeoordelaars 'n enkele sin gee wat ons boerderypraktyk die beste beskryf. Myne was grond is die basis van enige boerdery, onderneming of praktyk. En verdien bestuurspraktyke dat het sal onderhou. Ek het gedink ek klink vreeslik slim. Maar 20 jaar later besef ek hoe verskriklik verkeerd ek was. Want sal ons net dit doen, het ons maar min bereik. Jack het by geleentheid gesê, bewaringsboerdery is 'n proses oor 'n tydperk wat vooruit beplanning verg. Met deeglike beplanning en deur 'n aanvoeling met die natuur te boer, sal ons nie grond net in stand hou nie, maar opbou en verbeter vir die nageslag en terselfdertyd 'n veel beter lewe daaruit maak. Hoe lyk die toekoms dus? Hier sit 'n dinamiese klomp jong boere met nuwe visie en idees. Bou verder by die wonderlike praktyk van Jack, die mekaar te inspireer en te ondersteun. Julle lewe in moeilike tye waar oorlog, hemelhoë insette, klimaatsverandering en politiek groot uitdagings aan julle gaan bied. Maar ek wil julle troos. Eintlik het niks verander nie. Opwindende praktyke soos spoorverkeer, organiese boerdery, dekgewasse, skottelplanters lê op die horison. Wees honger vir kennis. En al is nuwe inligting oor die stelsel by ons feitelik beperk tot hierdie besonderse dag waarvoor ons Johan Strauss en sy hele span opreg wil bedank en groot erkenning wil gee. Wees gerus, julle het daar nou Google. Wanneer ons twyfel, kan ons altyd in die woord gaan kyk. Job 12 sê, vra tog vir die diere, dat hulle jou leer. En vir die voëls van die hemel, dat hulle jou te kenne gee. Of spreek die aarde aan, dat het jou leer. Wie van julle weet nie dat die hand van die Here alles gemaak het nie? Wysheid kom in die gryse ouderdom en insig na baie jare. Myns insiens is grond nooit joune nie. Al koop of erf of selfs vat jy dit. Maar altyd iemand verder in die geslagslyn afsin, wat jy net leen vir so plus minus 40 somers. Ek is toevallig vir jou aan my 40ste somer. Deel so daarmee dat jy met trots kan afgee. My pa ten spyte van sy aanvanklike teenkanting gou die voordele en verbetering van bewaringsboerdery teweeggebring, wat het teweegbring aangesien. En sy laaste woorde aan my was, my kind, hoe aankyk aan jou grond. Baie dankie. Ek hoop jy het vrae nie.
Ek wil vra, jy gebruik sesam. Wat is die CAWC daarvan? Waar kry jy dit? Wat hoeveelheid gee jy dit?
Ons gee so 20% meer seesand as wat ons kalk sou gee. Dit is vir ons baie voordelig, aangesien baie naby ons beskikbaar is. Ons ry sommer af van Witsand af. En die bonus daarop is dat daar nogal 'n reeks spoorelemente ook in is wat baie voordelig is.
Het jy dit al ontleed?
Ja, het was ontdeel elke jaar, ja. Ek weet nie presies, dit is 60%. Ek sê vanaf dan. Ons gee normale 20% meer as wat ons sou gee met normale kalk. Dit varieer geweldig, van ton tot 2-3 ton. 4 ton maximum. Afhangende mos maar van wat jou calcium status is. Ons probeer by 80% bly. Amelia. Ons het vir jou baie moeilike jaar, ons kry geweldig min reën. Soos ek gesê het, ons reënval is gewoonlik 1 mm per dag van die jaar, nou kry ons 1 mm per week, lyk dit my. Op hierdie stadium lyk dit eintlik nog baie goed, maar ons is bekommerd oor Augustus en September, want die reserve grondval, dink ek, is hierdie tyd redelik uitgeput. So ons hoop maar op 'n goeie reën binnekort. Dankie.
Dankie oom Pieter en dankie ook vir die voorbeeld wat jy al vir die afgelope 30 jaar gestel het vir die jonger geslag en vir die jonger boere. Ons gaan nou breek vir tee. Ons gaan probeer terugwees 10:10. As julle maar so net na 11 julle sitplekke kan inkry, dis nogal daar's nogal baie mense. Ek sien daar is so van enkele stoele wat nog oop is en daar's baie mense wat agter sit. Ek sien ja, so as ons maar net mooi die rye kan volmaak dat ons kan almal inkry. Geniet die tee en dan sien ons julle weer net na 11. Dankie.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we just take in our seats? There at the coffee station, if everyone can just start moving in and taking your seats, please. Ek het 'n baadjie Dames en heren, kan ons net ons plekke inneem asseblief? Ons gaan nou maar voortgaan, want ons is ons volgende spreker bekendstel. Our next speaker is Dr. Chloe MacLaren. She's a plant ecologist investigating how the interaction between plants and environments could be used to decide cropping systems. And Dr. MacLaren is going to give us feedback on the 30-year trials that have been done in the UK and what that means for the for Western Cape, specifically for Western Cape agriculture. Dr. MacLaren, welcome.
Thank you. Morning everyone. I'll just start with a small correction. Maybe it's a reference to the Australian speakers. I'm from New Zealand. The easiest way to annoy a New Zealander is to put us in a box with the Aussies. I work in the UK now. I work for Rothamsted Research, and today I'm going to be talking to you about a study that I have been involved in with lots of other people, but highlighted in green there, you should recognise a few Western Cape names. It's a real pleasure to be here. A few of you will know me. I did part of my PhD at Stellenbosch University. I've attended this conference twice before, and it's amazing to be back and to be on stage and able to share something with you that I hope you will all find helpful. Hopefully I know how to use the technology. All right. So the title of this study was Long-Term Evidence for Ecological Intensification as a Pathway to Sustainable Agriculture. And I guess that the first question is, what on earth is ecological intensification, and why have I chosen to use this phrase? We already have lots of phrases for different sort of approaches to sustainable agriculture. And I don't want to say that one is better than others. They all tend to have slightly different priorities, and that's fine. Ecological intensification just has this really nice specific definition, which is about using ecological functioning to sustain yields for the same amount of inputs, or to sustain yields where you reduce inputs, or to increase yields from the same amount of inputs. So it's about increasing input use efficiency through ecological functioning. When I talk about inputs, I'm talking about things that come from outside agriculture and get put onto farms, so things like fertilizers, pesticides, and we can also think of the energy that's used for operations such as tillage. These things tend to cost farmers lots of money, and they also have environmental costs. As you heard in the first talk, things like fertilizers can get into the waterways and mess with the ecosystems there, and a lot of these things also have quite large carbon footprints. So the less of them we can use, the better. What I mean by ecological functioning, instead, is using things that already exist on the farm, in particular the interactions, relationships, and resource flows between different organisms. So they can include the things that you farm, the crops and the livestock, but it can also include the wild biodiversity around those things, definitely including the soil microbes that Stuart talked to us about earlier. The nice thing, I think, about the term ecological intensification is it can fit into any of the other approaches we want to take to sustainable agriculture. So if we think about conservation agriculture, which is what we're all here to talk about today, it has these three pillars: reduced or no tillage, crop residues, and crop diversity. The idea behind the reduced tillage and the residues is to enhance that microbial functioning, to make those relationships between the microbes and your crops work for you. And the idea of crop diversity is to use those relationships between different crops that can help contribute to the productivity of the whole system. So just a little bit to summarize what I've already said. Why do we want to do this? It's all about minimizing the inputs that we are using to achieve a certain yield. We don't really want yields to go down too much most of the time, right, when we reduce inputs, because we don't want to have to farm more land to produce the same amount of food. So one of our targets here is to keep yields at least roughly the same while reducing the environmental impacts of that yield through reducing the inputs that we're applying to it. So overall, we want to still leave space for nature, we want to reduce pollution, but we want productive and profitable systems that work for farmers and the environment that we all live in, which is our home. So what does ecological intensification look like? It can really be any way that you can think of integrating natural elements in farmland to optimize those relationships that minimize the need for inputs. You can do it at the landscape or the farm scale. That might look like something like incorporating perennial vegetation to manage water flows through the landscape so that perhaps you better keep water in a dry year and you reduce flooding in a wet year. You can also do it at the field scale. At that scale, it's more about the interactions between individual organisms, so thinking about how different crops interact with each other or with livestock in order to have those beneficial processes such as nutrient cycling happening, and to suppress problematic organisms like weeds, pests and diseases, or to increase beneficial biodiversity such as predators that eat pests. In this study, we wanted to use long-term experiments to investigate ecological intensification. Long-term experiments, we define them to be experiments that test agronomic practices over decadal timescales. So we had a minimum age of the experiments that we included in this study as 10 years. We did let 2 9-year-old experiments sneak in because they were looking at smallholder farming a little further north in Africa, and we thought that was something very interesting to include, so we let them nip in. But why do we want these long-term timescales? What's better about a 10-year or an older experiment than a 3-year experiment? First, you'll all know that you can't study crop rotation in a short-term experiment. If you have a 5-year rotation, which is really not at all unusual here, it takes 10 years to test that rotation twice. So you can't get a good idea of the effects of a crop rotation in a short-term experiment. I think you'll all also know that a lot of soil processes take a long time to build up. So something that you do in the first few years, you're investing in those processes operating in the long term, and so we don't see those effects until much later on. We also know that it's not unusual to have, 3 particularly dry years or 3 quite wet years in a row, and if that happens to overlap with your short-term experiment, then your results can be biased by the interaction between what you were trialing and the weather conditions in those years. So with the long-term experiments, you really get a good idea of, do these systems definitely work better or not across that background variability, which can be quite high. So we used data from some experiments as far back as 1970, so that was 50 years of data from some of them. The oldest long-term experiment in the study is Broadbulk at Rothamsted, and that's actually 179 years old this year. It's been running since 1843. However, we didn't use all the data back to 1843 because what they were doing in the 1840s is pretty different to what we do now, so it didn't make that much sense. After 1970, though, everyone is using short-strawed varieties and modern sort of crop practices and protection. Hopefully my microphone's not going to leap off my ear any moment now. Right, so the 30 long-term experiments that we used were from around Europe and Africa. There are other long-term experiments in other parts of the world, but you could, go on collecting data for years and never write a publication about it, so we wanted to limit our scope a little bit. But that's already a huge amount of data. So we had more than 25,000 data points in this study. So that's a harvest from a plot in a year. And we were able to look at what we've termed the test crops. So these were any crops that were in all of the treatments across an experiment. So we could get a good idea of the differences between treatments. These tend to be your staples that most farmers focus on in these different parts of the world. So things like wheat, maize, barley, oats, potatoes, or had a couple in Europe looking at sugar beet. And obviously these experiments, they're all in really different contexts, right? Different climates, different soils, different farming systems. And so what we were interested in is whether we could see any consistent trends in the way that ecological intensification works, despite these diverse contexts. And so because we were using long-term experiments to look at ecological intensification, we were limited to looking at those field-scale ecological intensification practices, not landscape scale or anything, because experimental plots are much more representative of a field than a landscape. And we were able to look at 3 ecological intensification practices that occurred commonly enough within our range of long-term experiments to get a good idea of their effects. So we looked at crop diversification in terms of rotations and intercrops. We looked at fertility crops, which is just our term for something that's a little bit more diverse than your standard crop rotation. So if we're talking normally about like an arable cereal cropping rotation, maybe a legume or two, but then the difference if you put in a grazed forage crop or a hay crop or something that's managed quite differently. And then we were also interested in organic matter management in terms of manure, compost, and crop residues. Some people might consider manure an input if it's used on a cropping farm and it's come from somewhere else, but we were thinking about it as within the agricultural system, we would like to be cycling these products that already contain a lot of nitrogen rather than fixing more nitrogen through the Haber-Bosch process at a high carbon emission cost. So we're thinking about cycling within systems. It can be on farm or it can be in a wider area. If you don't farm livestock but your neighbour has loads of spare manure, that's a good way to recycle those nutrients. We were then able to compare these ecological intensification practices to 2 types of input. One was nitrogen fertilizer, and the other one was tillage intensity. So tillage itself isn't a thing you put into the land, but you are putting energy in terms of the disturbance into those systems. And obviously the fuel use has pollution impacts, and then as we all know here, tillage itself can lead to erosion. So we considered it an input because it's this sort of external thing we bring in that can have harmful impacts. There were other things that you could look at, but we didn't have enough data for, such as other inputs like pesticides and herbicides, or other fertilizers like phosphorus. And then some people have kind of, perhaps more complex forms of ecological intensification, such as agroforestry or wildflower strips and margins to try and bring beneficial insects back in, but these aren't really tested yet in long-term experiments, so we couldn't include them. So as I go through the results, I'm going to be talking about increasing ecological practices against the background of reducing inputs. Because that's really the idea of ecological intensification, is to use that ecological functioning to replace the need for inputs. So just keep that in mind as we go through. So we took all this data from our 30 long-term experiments. We did some slightly complicated statistics that I will not bore you with now, because I'm sure you'd all be asleep within minutes. I would be if someone else tried to explain it to me. But the key thing is that we did something that allowed us to synthesize these results across all of these different experiments, which can be a little challenging to do. And it meant that we could gain that generalized understanding of how different ecological practices interact with one another and with the inputs that are used. So the first practice that we looked at was crop diversification, and we were asking what happens to crop yields when you diversify from a monoculture. Does the amount of diversification matter, and does the type of diversification matter? We then also wanted to know whether that diversification had a different impact in a different context, and the context we're talking about here is the context of the other practices that are used, either the ecological ones or the inputs. So just before I move to the results, I just want to emphasize that I'm only going to show practices that had significant effects. So if you don't see something in the figures for the results, it's because we looked at it and we couldn't see an effect. And the other thing is some of the figures are a little complex. I'm going to highlight the key points. If you see something on there that looks interesting that I don't talk about, please come and talk to me later, but we can't go through all the details on this talk, or Dr. Strauss may have to tackle me off the stage at some point. Right, so crop diversification, what did we find? I will talk you through this plot here. The first thing to notice, okay, so the solid lines are mean estimates of the yield increase for different categories of crop diversification there, and the ribbons around them are confidence intervals. So the first thing to notice is that most of those solid lines, so most of the estimates of the effect of crop diversification on yield, they are above 1, which means a yield increase. A yield ratio of 1.2 means around a 20% yield increase, which is quite good. So generally, diversification is great. We probably already knew that, but always nice to have more evidence for these things. What we didn't find was a particularly strong, with a sort of no trend as you increase the amount of diversity. And that's also not really surprising. We do know that from other research. If you go from 1 crop to 2 crops, that's great. But then say they're both cereals and you keep just adding cereals to the system, you won't see much benefit of diversifying with lots of the same type of crops. So perhaps that wasn't surprising. What we did see was a difference between whether the diversification was done without legumes or was done including legumes. And that interacted with the level of nitrogen fertilizer that was used in the experiments. So in systems, if we look at the left-hand panel, in systems that received less than 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, that's the green line there, and the left-hand panel is the panel with no legumes. We see that diversifying without legumes, right, is less beneficial in the systems with lower levels of fertilizer. The dark blue line is systems with more fertilizer, so diversifying without legumes was possibly more beneficial there. I do want to make the point at the moment that this 100 kilograms is slightly arbitrary because it was a nice group to put. We had about half of our experiments were under that and half of them were over that. It's probably not a threshold of, it suddenly flips at 100. It's probably a gradient. The other thing about the 100 is it's an average across our experiments. In South Africa, it's probably lower because the wheat yields here, I think, are around 4 or 5 tons per hectare. So you're taking much less nitrogen out of the system with each harvest. In the UK and some of the Swedish experiments, they'll be yielding around 10 tons. So the nitrogen that you would need to replace in those systems is going to be more. So I don't want you all to leave this thinking, right, 100 kilograms is the magic number. It's not. It's just really to say there's a difference between low and high nitrogen systems, and that what is low and what is high will be somewhat specific to the context. But I was halfway through talking about whether we diversified with legumes or without legumes. So without legumes, they had more benefits in systems with high nitrogen fertilizer. However, if you diversified with legumes, we only saw a benefit, and quite a good benefit, in systems with low fertilizer. And you see that dark blue line there, it's not different from the 1 line. So diversifying with legumes in high nitrogen situations did not increase yields. So moving on to fertility crops, this is really working with that idea that if you diversify with different types of crops rather than lots of the same types of crops, then maybe we're going to see more of a yield benefit. So we wanted to know, if you've already got a rotation, what happens if you add something a bit different? We wanted to know the type of fertility crop, was important, and whether the system that you already had, did it have legumes or not? Was that also important? And then again, we wanted to know about the context of the other practices. So what we found here is, generally, again, that every time we added a fertility crop to a system, we saw a yield increase. So most of those points are above that one line. The light colours are no fertiliser, the medium green colour is less than 100, and the blue colour is over 100. So again, we are seeing that there's that interaction with fertiliser. These things are much more beneficial in low nitrogen fertiliser systems than in high systems. We even saw in this one case where, so this was going from a rotation with no legumes to a rotation with just annual grain legumes, so adding something like a faba bean to a wheat and canola rotation. We actually saw that in some cases this may have led to a yield decrease. So, I mean, I'm not going to say that that would happen all of the time, but there's a suggestion there that legumes in high fertilizer contexts are not very happy. And what we're not measuring here is the yield of the legume, right? We're measuring the yield of the test crops, like the wheat or the maize that follows those legumes. So there's something about that fertilizer-legume combination that might be upsetting the system. Then to move on to organic matter management. So I think I explained before, this is about trying to reconnect those resource flows within farm systems so that we're not always bringing in nutrients from the outside and letting them leach out of the system. We're trying to capture them and cycle them using things like manures, composts and crop residues. So again, we wanted to know about the type of organic matter, whether that was important to its effects on yields, and we wanted to know about the context. And surprise, surprise, again you'll see that most of those points are above the one line. And again, particularly in the lower nitrogen contexts. The one thing that is missing from that plot is residues, because we didn't find a significant effect of residues. Probably a lot of you sitting in here will think, oh, that's funny, I'm sure I do see effects here. And what we didn't account for in our study were things like soils and climates. Other research has shown that things like residues tend to be more important in drier areas with soils that have less carbon, less organic matter and things in them, and that's probably more the case here than was true on average across the experiments that we included in this study. So when the residues weren't significant, what we're saying is that on average across Europe and Africa, it may not have made a difference, but we didn't test the specific contexts in which they might have been more important rather than less. So don't stop retaining residues just because I didn't find an effect in the study, please. Right, so the other thing though to notice about this figure in terms of the additions of organic matter is even under high nitrogen, some of those points are positive. So some of those blue points are above that one line, particularly in monocultures. And what that's suggesting then is that, okay, so if you're in a high nitrogen fertilizer situation and you're applying manure, the manure might be less effective because both of them provide this nitrogen, right? Manure is very high in nitrogen, but your crops can only use so much. So by adding manure as well as fertilizer, they can't, there's no benefit to that additional nitrogen, but because we do still see a yield benefit, that's suggesting some additional function there. And obviously things like manure and compost are full of organic matter as well, so we think perhaps they're contributing to soil structure or soil quality. There you go, they're above the one line. Way. So just to summarize those three ecological practices, we found they all increased yields under low fertilizer, but often did not increase yields or only increase yields a little bit under high fertilizer. We had this interesting interaction between crop diversification with or without legumes and fertilizer levels. We were a little surprised by that. So normally you would expect a benefit from diversification in terms of break crop functions to interrupt weed, pest and disease cycles. And you would think that even if you weren't gaining the fertilizer benefit from legumes, you would still gain that break crop function. And so we did see that when you diversified with non-legumes, that you had benefits. But when we diversified with legumes under high fertilizer, we didn't even see those break crop benefits. So that's suggesting that the legumes are not doing very well in those situations. Perhaps they're more vulnerable to weeds and diseases getting established in the legume phase that then translates to the test crop. So overall, it looks like the nitrogen provision function of these practices is really important, but some of them, in some contexts, have additional functions. So then when we come to look at the effects of reducing inputs, we'll start with nitrogen fertilizer, and again we wanted to know about the context in which we did this. So this is a wonderfully horrendous, complicated plot to try and explain to an audience, but let me walk you through it. Along the top here, we have different starting rates of fertilizer. So on the top left, it's 80 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, running across to 220 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. Along the bottom, it's probably a bit small to see, but we have these proportional reductions. So if you start with 100 kilograms of nitrogen and you remove 0.5 of that fertilizer, we're reducing that to 50 kilograms of nitrogen. If we start with 200 and we reduce that by 0.5, we get to 100. And then the rows here, we're showing what happens in different systems, whether this is done in a monoculture, a diverse system with legumes, or a diverse system without legumes. And what I want you to notice on this graph, first is that wherever we take one of these panels and we reduce the nitrogen so that it hits about 100 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare, so 140 with a third of that fertilizer removed is about 100. And this is where we start to see those lines dip significantly, so the confidence intervals as well, they dip below that one line. So we start to see consistently only a yield decrease where we're removing more nitrogen, we're going below 100 kilograms of nitrogen in the system. I was slightly surprised by this because I think on average most of our experiments would have applied more, particularly a lot of the ones in the UK and Sweden. And so maybe there's something going on here that even though 120 or 140 could be optimal in some years, when you do this over the long term, there's enough years where there's been a drought or a pest or something that's meant that the crop can't use as much nitrogen as you might expect it to. And so perhaps we're generally too optimistic about how much nitrogen things need over the long run. Okay, the second thing to notice is that there were differences in the different coloured lines here, and these colours this time represent systems that also received organic matter inputs. So those dark blue lines are systems that already had manure, and what we see there is that, so I must say that some of the experiments that add manure in our study here, they put quite a lot of manure on. So perhaps it's not surprising that you could remove all of the nitrogen fertilizer and not see a significant yield decrease. In some of the other categories, we did start to see a small decrease, which makes sense. And it would be worth doing a bit more research on the relationship between the amount of manure and the amount of fertilizer. Ours is very broad brush. But obviously the manure, therefore, does have a very strong capacity to prop up those yields in the absence of synthetic inputs. Right, the last thing to notice on this slide is the effect of legumes. So if we look at the bottom of those curves and we look at them in the different systems, so that's monoculture and then diverse systems without legumes in the top two rows, we see that when you remove all of the fertilizer, those yields drop below half of whatever they were before you remove the fertilizer. In contrast, systems with legumes, those lines don't drop below half. So what that's showing is the effect of legumes at sustaining yields under low nitrogen fertilizer inputs. So the legumes are providing resilience to, for example, a year when fertilizer gets really expensive and one can't afford as much as normal. If you have legumes in the system, the impact of reducing the fertilizer will be less. We don't see legumes kind of sustaining high productivity at sort of small fertilizer reductions. So we still see that you will get a small yield decrease as soon as you go below 100 kilograms. But that's probably, again, that interaction between if you have that much fertilizer and legumes in the system, the legumes still aren't happy. So the legumes really come into their own in combination with more moderate inputs of fertilizer. Right, finally, tillage. We're looking at the effect of reducing tillage on yield, and again, whether this was influenced by the context. And perhaps rather surprisingly, we didn't really find much at all. We found maybe across all of the experiments, it didn't matter what context you were in or what type of tillage reduction you were doing, maybe there was a small negative impact of around a 4% yield loss. When we did break it down and look at to see if whether the different types of tillage reduction, so here I'm talking about, did you, for example, go from deep inversion tillage to infrequent tillage, or did you go from shallow non-inversion tillage to zero till? You would think those things should have quite big impacts. We didn't find any impact of those differences. And so again, I'm going to say here that we think it's because tillage is more related to soil type and climate. It's not that related to the other ecological practices or inputs that you're doing. And again, we had this huge range of experiments. in all these different soil types and climates. And other research has shown the same thing, that actually when you look globally, the effect of reducing tillage on yield is possibly slightly negative and generally minimal. When you come to conditions like the Western Cape, though, where soils are more fragile, there's less rainfall, then you do tend to see positive yield impacts and positive soil carbon effects of reduced tillage. So again, we think we saw no effect because we were looking at tillage from the wrong angle. However, it's, I think, important to note that because we didn't observe these interactions with the other practices, in a way that gives farmers more freedom to think about, okay, I'm tailoring my tillage, to the soil type and the climate, and I'm going to tailor the inputs and the ecological intensification separately, depending on your needs and all that sort of thing. So just to summarize those inputs, generally we could reduce nitrogen fertilizer to this average level of around 100 kilograms, probably much less in South Africa. More reductions were possible where organic matter was also applied to the system, and if you had legumes in the system, then the impacts of reducing the fertilizer were minimized. And then we found that reduced tillage had very minimal impacts, if any, and we were expecting them to be more influenced by the biophysical conditions rather than the farming practices. So what we learn from all of this information together is that to design sustainable farms, we really need to think about the functions of the ecological practices and the inputs and how they interact with one another. So there's no point if you have a really high input system thinking, I want to be more environmentally friendly, I'm going to start a crop rotation, or I'm going to add some manure, because you'll go to great expense and effort to do that, and then you'll find that the functions of those things overlap. And so you may still have the environmental impacts and you're not seeing a yield benefit. So I would say that rather than thinking about, okay, we have inputs, what do we do to reduce them, let's flip that around and let's say, how far can we go with ecological practices, and then what do we need in terms of inputs to top it up? I think this links really well to what Stuart was talking about in the first talk this morning. He was saying that, when you have these high amounts of fertilizer, you see the microbial community function is diminished. So the inputs and the function, the ecological function, right, they cancel each other out at high levels. They have negative impacts on each other. So if we think about it the other way, of like, let's build up that function, let's get those microbes doing their thing, let's get the crop diversity doing its thing, and then if we're still not yielding quite enough, what's the smallest amount we can get away with adding to optimize those systems? So this diagram kind of summarizes that. So in a system with low or no nitrogen fertilizer, you'll see most of the arrows in the top box there are green. These arrows represent what happens if you add a new practice. The green arrow means you'll see a yield increase. A yellow arrow means you'll see no change in yield. So under those low or no nitrogen conditions, you see that most of the arrows are green. Most things add a yield benefit. In contrast, if you go to the high nitrogen system, you see that most things have no effect, and there's one orange arrow in the middle that says beware, you may see a yield decrease if you go putting legumes in with lots of fertilizer. So to bring this back to the kind of purpose of ecological intensification, which is to sustain yields on lower inputs or increase yields for the same amount of inputs, what our conclusions are really showing here is that high input farms can reduce their inputs and replace that functioning with ecological intensification, so we can continue to feed the world while reducing the environmental impacts. So at the moment with the war in Ukraine, a lot of farmers in the UK have been saying, no, we must get rid of all the sort of ecological stuff and produce as much as possible because there's going to be less food this year. And I completely agree with the sentiment, but it doesn't, we can still produce that much food and not sacrifice the environment by being a little smarter about the practices and the inputs that we combine. In contrast, a lot of small farmers in Africa, they can't afford much fertilizer or they can't access it because it's, they're too far away from the nearest market. And so what we're saying here is that if those farmers, what they can get, if they combine that with ecological practices, they'll see strong yield increases, and that should help increase food security and resilience in those areas. Right, so just this was a big global study, right? And a European and African study, and we were able to identify these overarching relationships between different ecological practices and different inputs. But one thing I can't tell you is how much nitrogen fertilizer should you put on in South Africa. And another thing that I can't tell you is, what are the outcomes for things in this system that aren't just the yield of those test crops? So what I want to emphasize here is the role of using the world-class South African long-term experiments that are in this region to kind of understand how we localize these global results. So this is the long-term experiments, here they're in the conditions here. So you're getting a really good estimate for what happens in the same conditions that you farm in over the long term. Also, from the scientific perspective, South African long-term experiments really are world-class. You generally have much bigger plot sizes than we do in the UK. A lot of our plots are really quite little, and that's more representative of what really happens at the field scale, which is cool. Livestock, when they're used, are really, they're integrated. Instead of we just kind of cut hay, feed them to animals, bring the manure back. Here, where they're used, they're actually on the fields, grazing the crops. And perhaps surprisingly, also generally a wider range of data is collected. So we are taking advantage of that at the moment. I'm working on a study with Johan Strauss and Nicole Wagner at the Western Cape Government Department. And we're looking at the Landbouweekblad long-term rotation trial, which I guess most of you will be familiar with. This has 4 crop-only systems, systems A to D, getting more diverse as we go down the letters. And it has 4 systems where livestock are integrated, grazing annual forages. This experiment is now 25 years old, and they've measured lots of different things. So we can start by having a little quick look at yields. So this is kind of the same as the results I've presented for the global study before, where we see that those simple systems, the A is the monoculture, B has 1 year of canola and 3 years of wheat. Those yields are much lower than wheat yields in either the diverse cropping systems, that's systems C and D, or the systems with integrated livestock, which is that little bunch of yellow lines at the top. But we already know that. So maybe I'll just mention as well, I've averaged all this and predicted the wheat yields for 310 millimetres of winter rainfall, which is the average for Landbouweekblad for the last 25 years. So you don't see lots of up and downs. It's an estimated average. But we already know about yields. So what else do we want to know? Maybe we want to know about the gross margin. So this is how much you earn after having spent money on inputs. And we see a little bit of overlap here. I want to say we don't see huge differences, but actually if you look at the y-axis there, we are seeing the monoculture A. We're estimating that gross margin at about 4,000 rand per hectare, whereas the really diverse cropping systems at the top, C and D, look like they're about twice that. But within each system, it's quite variable. So we do see those confidence intervals overlapping. However, the trend here is that the monoculture is not doing well, the really diverse cropping systems are pulling away, and the livestock systems are falling in the middle of that. All of the gross margins seem to have increased a lot over time here. I'm not quite sure if this is an effect of no-till stabilizing the soil, or if whether Dr. Strauss and his team have just increasingly become master farmers. We can also look at things like nitrogen fertilizer use efficiency. This is for wheat. So perhaps one of the reasons behind that gross margin is that in those diverse cropping systems, you're achieving a lot more wheat yield from much lower nitrogen fertilizer inputs. And I know that the guys have been reducing the fertilizer over time in those systems with legumes, so both the diverse cropping systems and the livestock systems, and we can see those increases there away from the monoculture and the other simple system. Lastly, we can also look at things like the soil carbon content. I think this is just in the top 5 or 10 centimetres. Dr. Strauss can confirm later. And again, what we're seeing here, although we're not 100% certain that these systems are separating yet, it does look like all of the other more diverse systems are pulling away from that monoculture. Again, that we're seeing those diverse cropping systems near the top and the livestock systems around there too, maybe slightly lower. Again, it's increased over time, perhaps an effect that all of these systems have been no-till since the start of the experiment. Right, so just to summarize those results, we're seeing from the Landbouweekblad's long-term rotation trial that wheat yields and resource use efficiency are higher in diverse systems, and we're seeing that soil carbon and gross margins have increased over time in all the systems, but they seem, I think I've written that wrong, they've done it more so in diverse systems. So the diversity here is really having good benefits for many different things about those systems. It's not just yield, it is overall system performance. We're still working on this study. There's a few other measures we want to throw in there, such as yield stability, water use efficiency, and herbicide use, but we haven't quite got the data wrangled to share with you yet. So coming to the end of my talk, I think what we can take away from both the global study and the Landbouweekblad study is that these ecological practices really have huge potential to form the foundation of the productivity and farming systems, and the way they achieve that productivity is sustainable, so they have much fewer impacts on either on the long-term farm ecosystem in terms of soil quality and things, and also fewer impacts on in terms of like off-farm pollution. So it's about using that ecology as the foundation for productivity, and then where we need to achieve higher yields, if we need to top up with inputs, we should work out how to minimize that and how to do that strategically. Long-term experiments are really critical resource infrastructure to achieve this. They let us look at long, diverse crop rotations, they let us average out effects over background weather variability, and they let us watch things like soil processes develop and stabilize before we measure the results. So you guys do have great long-term experiments. Please support them, please hang on to them. And thank you very much for that. I hope it was useful. And it looks like I have 8 minutes for questions, if anyone has any burning questions. No questions? Maybe I can escape. I'll run away.
Thank you for that insightful talk, Chloe. Really appreciate it. Ons volgende spreker, our next speaker is Dr. Angela Van de Wouw. She's from the School for Bioscience, University of Melbourne, Australia, and she's going to talk about the latest Blackleg research. Thank you.
So I'd like to start by thanking Johan in particular for organising our trip out here. I'll reiterate what Stuart said and Aussie Chloe. That it's been an amazing experience. We've learned a lot scientifically. We've also laughed a lot. As you would say in Australia, we take the piss out of each other regularly. We've definitely done that. I think the biggest thing I've learned though is how much everyone loves canola. Isn't that right, MJ? So he has been dying for this talk. You have no idea. So we'll jump straight in. So, oh, that's right, it's down here. So I thought I'd start by just giving a bit of an overview on canola production in Australia, because it is a little bit different to here. So in the last 5 years, canola production has gone through the roof in Australia, and that has been really driven mostly by canola prices, but also we've had some exceptionally good years. So rainfall is obviously the biggest thing when growing canola, as you all know, especially this year. So in 2021, we had our record yield, 6.2 million tonnes. Which was around 1.5 million tonnes more than our previous record. This is sort of a map to show where that's come from. So half the production has come from WA, and the other thing I've learnt while being here is that you all have a relative living in Perth, so I don't need to explain where WA is, but the other half of the production has come from the eastern states. So myself, I'm down in Victoria, around 3.5 to 4 hours away from Melbourne, so sort of in between Melbourne and Adelaide, right in the middle of the sort of the wheat growing area of that region, which makes for field work very convenient. The map here just sort of shows where the wheat belt is across Australia. So it's a really large area. The yields vary dramatically. So the colours on the map there are showing the different yield rates. So we've got particular regions which we do regularly get sort of 3.5 tonnes per hectare, and then we have other massive regions which are much closer to 1 or even half a tonne. This particular map is based from 2010 to 2014, which did include 3 years of drought, but long-term averages, so our last 10 years yield average is 1.7, but in 2021 we did get just over 2. So that's just to give you a bit of an idea of sort of what we're looking at. Visually, this is very typical for our low rainfall regions, and unfortunately over the last couple of days when we've been out and about, I've seen lots of crops that look like this. In our low rainfall regions, this is not uncommon, simply because we just have such big drought issues in Australia. But we also have plenty of regions that look like this. So this is one of our high rainfall regions, and as you can see, that looks absolutely beautiful. Last year, Australia got the world record for canola yields. So there were some growers in New South Wales that produced 7.2 tonnes per hectare, which is just batshit crazy. So I'm pretty sure that that farmer has retired and moved wherever he wants. It would be quite nice this year at $1,000 a tonne, wouldn't it? But anyway. The clicker doesn't want to work. There we go. So, just to sort of put things into perspective, very similar to here, we sow in autumn, we grow our crop over the winter months and harvest in spring. We also grow our spring-type varieties, which you guys are pretty much growing all Australian varieties. We do have a few exceptions. We have in our high rainfall regions, we do grow winter varieties for grain and graze. So this is where the varieties require a vernalisation period before they'll go to flower. So what they do is in those regions, they sow in March, the crops come up, but they stay vegetative, so they can then graze them with their sheep up until about May, then they take the sheep off and then they take the crop through to maturity and harvest the crop. And they don't actually get any yield penalties by doing that if they do it right. But obviously they get the benefits then of fattening up the lambs during that time. So it's really very profitable in these high rainfall regions to do that. Our crop rotation dramatically differs depending on the region. So originally when canola was introduced in Australia, it was really as a break crop for wheat. So it was to bump up those yields following a canola crop. But in the last 10 years, canola really has become a standalone cash crop. And so a lot of growers are simply growing it for their profit margin. So in those high rainfall regions, we've got canola, wheat canola. They would like to say wheat canola when it wheat, but, you know, obviously it's the other way around. In our lower rainfall regions, we do look more at a 1 to 4 year rotation, so rotating with those cereals and the legumes. We have 7 private breeding companies, which are all multinational. Their main focus obviously is yield and grain quality, but after that, really their number one issue in Australia is blackleg disease. The main reason for that is blackleg disease is driven by canola intensity. So the more canola you grow, the bigger the problem you're going to have for blackleg. So this picture here is on the Eyre Peninsula, so that's down in South Australia. As you can see, bumper to bumper canola. The 2 green paddocks there are also actually canola. It was just later flowering. So as you can imagine, where we have that sort of canola intensity, we're going to have massive issues for blackleg. And the reason for that is because blackleg is a stubble-borne disease. So you can see the picture on the right there, assuming I know my rights and left. Is it right? I don't know. Anyway, on the stubble, each one of those black dots is a fruiting body. So each one of those little dots produces thousands and thousands of spores. And so as you can appreciate, when you've got a paddock full of canola stubble, you've got millions and millions of spores ready to infect your canola crop at the start of the growing season. So in 2021, when we had 3 million hectares of canola, we now have, at the start of 2022, 3 million hectares of stubble ready to release spores to infect our crop. So from day dot, this disease is a problem and it needs to be managed. This differs dramatically from things like rusts, where they have to build up over time during the season. So for canola, blackleg is an issue from the minute you decide to put canola in that paddock. And that's the issues that the farmers are facing in Australia. So if we don't manage blackleg, then you won't have a canola crop. And in fact, when canola was introduced into Australia in the 1970s, blackleg wiped out the entire crops within 3 years of production. And so no one grew canola until about the 1990s, when Australia started doing some breeding through their state governments, and we started to get some resistance to blackleg and they could start growing it again. But as I said, we grew 6.2 million tonnes worth of canola last year. So obviously, if we do things right and we manage blackleg appropriately, you can then avoid yield loss, or not too much yield loss from this disease. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through what we're doing in Australia to really minimise the impact of blackleg. So just to sort of, before I do that, is really explain how the disease works. So as I said, blackleg is a stubble-borne disease. So the spores are released every time it rains from the stubble. Okay, those spores then land on the seedlings. So this is what's traditionally known as the crown canker or stage of blackleg, and this is what in the past we've always just focused on. So the spores would land on the seedlings, they'd land on the cotyledons or the leaves, go down the peduncle into the petiole into the stem of the plant, and then it sort of goes dormant and doesn't really do much damage until later in the growing season. And so then at maturity, all of a sudden, the fungus starts to colonise the stem, causes this blackening that you can see in the picture there, and it's just like blocking a tube. So if you've got a pipe in your kitchen and it gets blocked, then you've got obviously problems with nutrients or water movement up and down the pipe, and that's essentially what Blackleg's doing. So the more it's blocked, then obviously less water can get up the plant, and then it has big impacts on your yield because it's got no nutrients and can't set its pods, and in severe situations the plants will actually lodge and die. The plants can tolerate up to around 50% blockage or blackening before you'll start to see yield loss. And that's really important when we start to talk about managing the disease. So traditionally, we've always just talked about crown canker. But what we've seen in Australia, and what obviously we saw over the last couple of days here in South Africa as well, is that we're now sowing a lot earlier. So back in 20 years ago, in Australia, we used to sow sort of mid-May into June. So what would happen is the seedlings would come up out of the ground, and then it'd be wet and cold, and so they'd stay small for a significant period of time over the winter, and that's when all those spores are then landing on those plants. The fungus then has lots of time to grow down in a little plant into the bottom, get into the crown, and then when it grows up to maturity, it can cause those massive crown cankers. But in the more recently now, because we're getting these really dry springs, as you guys are also experiencing, our sowing time has moved much further earlier. So we're now sowing in sort of the start of April into mid-May. And as a consequence, the plants are now germinating in warmer soils so that we get those seedlings up and they're past the real vulnerable stage before the spores are now starting to come. And so now what's happening is we're now flowering 20 to 30 days earlier than we used to. And so all of a sudden, it's those flowers and the branches and all that reproductive part of the plant that's now being exposed to the spores. And so this has actually changed the landscape of blackleg in Australia. So we now spend a lot of time talking to our growers about what's called upper canopy infection. So this is the infection of the flowers, which you can see there, and the fungus then gets into those flowers, grows down the peduncle, gets into the branches, and starts to cause lesions in there. What can happen is that essentially every flower that's infected no longer produces a pod, so that has impact on yield. If you get severe infection, it'll actually break off the entire top of the plant, and so you'll lose any pods that would have been growing in that upper section of the plant. So we've measured up to 30% yield loss across many of the regions of Australia through this upper canopy infection. On top of that, we also now get pod infection. So if we're now podding in August and September, any rainfall event we get, those spores are now landing on the pods. And so they're directly causing lesions on the pods, which you can see down the bottom. And that leads to infection of any seed that's underneath it. In those situations, we see premature shattering of the pods, and any infected pods seed actually shrivels up and is actually lost during harvest. So this actually has been measured to cause an extra 20% yield loss on top of that. So pod infection is a really big problem for us. It also has massive implications for us with export into China, because China don't have blackleg disease. They're the only country in the world that don't. And so as a consequence, they've actually banned Australian and Canada, canola from Australia and Canada due to this pod infection. So it is a really big issue, and it's something that, unfortunately, we have very limited options to control, and I'll touch on that a little bit later on. So we take what's called a three-pronged approach to controlling blackleg. We have our cultural practices, we have our genetic resistance, and that is then broken down into management as well as breeding for resistance, and then we have fungicides. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly touch on each of these and how we're using them in our systems. For cultural practices, the biggest thing is crop rotation. In Australia, there is no chance in hell you could grow canola on canola. You do that and you're not going to get a yield. So our canola wheat canola is obviously high risk, high disease pressure, but if you push that out to a 1 in 4 year rotation, that significantly reduces your risk of blackleg. So that has big implications for controlling the disease. The other one is our management of our stubble. So what we know is the best way to reduce disease is isolating our current crop from last year's stubble. So in these pictures here, the first one is if you grow canola on canola. So these pots was put on canola stubble from last year, and you can see that pretty much every plant is dead. When we move these pots further and further away from last year's stubble, you can see that the amount of disease significantly reduces. And what we find is that anything from around 500 metres onwards is actually enough reduction that you won't see any yield loss. So if you can isolate your this year's crop from last year's crop, you can really just manage the disease pretty much that way. But obviously, in situations like this, those cultural practices have gone out the window. They just simply can't isolate from last year's canola stubble. On top of that, you might be able to isolate on your farm, but obviously if your paddock is right beside your neighbour's paddock and your neighbour had canola in there last year, you can't control that either. So these cultural practices, whilst we know they're extremely effective, they're getting harder and harder to use. So that's where our genetic resistance comes in. So genetic resistance is actually the best way to control blackleg, but it comes with its flaws, and I'll touch on them as we go along. So there's two types of resistance when we talk about resistance to blackleg, major gene resistance and quantitative resistance. So major gene resistance is extremely well understood. It's an all or nothing type of situation. So what happens is if you've got no resistance, the fungus can get into the plant, get down into the stem, and you get lots of disease. If you have an effective major gene, it literally stops the fungus, and so you get no disease. So what happens is, in the plant, you have what's called a resistance gene, and in the fungus, you have a corresponding avirulence gene. So it's a gene-for-gene interaction is what it's referred to as. So what happens is when this avirulent isolate or type of fungus gets onto the plant, the resistance gene recognises this avirulence gene and it can switch on its defence mechanisms and it stops the fungus from being able to grow. So you get resistance. But unfortunately, out in the field, by chance, you're going to have isolates that are virulent towards these resistance genes. So no longer the plant can no longer recognise these isolates when it lands on the plant and you get disease. So what happens is when we grow these cultivars with major gene resistance, it is selecting for any isolates in the population that are going to be virulent. And what that means is over time, these virulent isolates can increase in frequency and resistance can be overcome. And I'll talk more about that because that is a very big problem in Australia. But what it does mean is we now have a really good understanding of major gene resistance. And so we've developed a range of tools which include isolates and molecular markers, and we can now characterise the resistance in all of our Australian commercial cultivars, and we can provide this information to growers. So what we have is a classification system called resistance groups, where each cultivar is released to industry with these letter system so that they know what resistance genes are in their cultivars. So for example, quartz, which I know you guys grow here, it's an ABD variety, so that means it's got resistance gene RLM1, RLM4 and LEPR1 in it. So it means that the growers have a good understanding of what resistance genes are present in their varieties, and we then give further information, which again I'll go into in a minute, about how they can then use that to minimise disease in the field. The other type of resistance is our quantitative resistance. Now, quantitative resistance is a fantastic thing, but it's very poorly understood and it's extremely hard to screen for and tricky to breed for. The way quantitative resistance works is the fungus can then, if it gets into the plant, quantitative resistance reduces the damage that it can do. So whilst the fungus is still there, instead of it completely colonising the plant and causing a complete blockage of that stem, it just reduces what it can do. So you might go from the 100% down the bottom there up to 40% internal infection instead. So the the plant then isn't getting any yield loss from the disease. So the way we sort of talk about major gene and quantitative resistance, it's like if you've got your house and you lock the door, that's your major gene resistance. So obviously no one can get in. But if they break that lock, they can then get into the house. If you then hide your valuables throughout your house, then that's essentially your quantitative resistance. They might still get a few things, but they can't steal everything. If you leave all your valuables on the kitchen table, well then once they get in with because they've broken the lock, well then they can steal everything, which doesn't help. So you really want, as an ideal situation, the combination of this major gene and this quantitative resistance out in the field. And so that's what the Australian breeders are really aiming for, and they are getting very good at it. The problem with quantitative resistance is, if you've got effective major gene, you can no longer tell what's happening in the stem. because you've stopped the fungus from getting in there. So it just means that it makes it very complicated for breeders in particular to know what's going on. So we're currently doing lots of research around trying to develop strategies for the breeders to understand quantitative resistance in more detail and be more selective about their breeding. But in the meantime, the way they get about this is by growing all of our cultivars in what's called a disease nursery. So our disease nurseries are literally canola on canola, so high disease pressure situations. So all of our commercial cultivars are screened like this every year, and what we do is we count our emergence at the start of the year, and then we come back at the end and look at what survives. So you can see there are quite stark differences between a resistant and a susceptible cultivar. So your susceptible cultivar maybe has a couple of plants left, whilst your resistant variety has quite a lot. So all of the cultivars are ranked by survival, and then they're given a rating. So an R being resistant, right down to S being susceptible. This type of screening doesn't discriminate between the different types of resistance. It just gives an overall picture of what's going on, and then the growers can use that information to select their varieties. And the way this is used is that the resistance that you need in your cultivar is going to completely depend on your environment. So if you're in a high disease situation where you grow wheat, canola, wheat, you've got your canola next to last year's stubble, for example, and you've got high rainfall, then really, if you want to avoid yield loss, you have to select an R, MR, or an R variety. If you move down to a moderate disease situation, all of a sudden you can sort of drop down to an MR, MS variety before you're going to start seeing any yield loss. And then low disease pressure, lower again. So really, this is the information that the growers use when they're selecting their varieties. And so all this information is presented to industry in the Blackleg Management Guide. So essentially all the varieties are listed. It has their Blackleg ratings there, so they can go through and work out which ones that are appropriate for their region. Some of the breeding companies do pay for extra screening where we do put a fungicide on their seed, because as you'll know, a lot of the varieties now you can only buy with a fungicide on the seed, so they provide that rating in the presence of the fungicide as well. So that information is also given to growers. And then as you can see there, we also provide the resistance groups for the growers. Now, the reason why we produce the resistance groups is because, like I said, the resistance is not always stable. It can be overcome. So this is an example back in the early 2000s of what can go wrong with Blackleg in Australia. So in the early 2000s, these varieties called Sylvestris varieties were released, and they at the time were considered completely immune to Blackleg. So we still actually have brochures at home that says canola beaten, Blackleg beaten. You know, grow this variety, you're never going to have Blackleg again. And indeed, for the first couple of years, it did look to be the case. So we had 2 years on the Eyre Peninsula where there was not any reports of disease. Everyone thought this was the bee's knees, and everyone on the Eyre Peninsula pretty much grew this variety. But in 2003, my colleague Steve Marcroft came back, and you can see there on the, whatever side it is, left, these crops were completely destroyed by Blackleg. So they had 95% yield loss in that area. So that was going from having a crop that they thought was completely immune to Blackleg to being completely wiped out. But whilst this wasn't great for the growers in that region, fortunately there were a few farmers that hadn't been growing this variety, and as you can see there on the other picture, these other varieties all of a sudden looked completely clean and didn't have any Blackleg. At the time, we didn't know what the resistance was. We just knew it was a different source of resistance. We now know that it was RLM4 resistance gene. And so this kind of gave us an indication that maybe if you grow different resistance genes, you could manipulate the fungus and sort of potentially reduce your disease pressure in the field. So the reason for this thinking is sort of summarised in this slide. So what you've got pre-2000, down the bottom, was the non-Sylvestris resistance. So this was the varieties that were generally being grown. And in that first picture, you can see there's quite a few dead plants, so they were getting significant losses from Blackleg, but that was the only resistance source they had. They then had the release of the Sylvestris, which up the top, you can see looked beautiful. So everyone switched to it. What happened then? You had 3 years later, the Sylvestris resistance was overcome. But if you then look directly under it, we had field trials established where we had both of these resistance genes side by side, and you can see down the bottom, all of a sudden, this non-Sylvestris variety looked really clean again and had no disease. When Sylvestris was broken down, all seed was withdrawn from sale, so you could no longer get those varieties. So they were no longer grown anywhere in Australia. But we did manage to keep some, and we could then keep growing them in our field trials. And so 2 years later, are the photos on the furthest side there, and you can see that all of a sudden the Sylvestris varieties are now looking like they don't have any disease, but our non-Sylvestris are starting to see high levels of disease again. So what this suggested to us is that you could potentially rotate between your resistance genes and manipulate the fungus so that it becomes virulent towards this resistance gene, but then you switch back to this one and you come back here again and you get this boom and bust cycle. And so we did some work in the lab to show that this indeed does work for minimising disease. So these are some experiments where we took stubble from the field, from different cultivars, and we inoculated our plants with them. So you can see at the very top there, you've got some seedlings that are underneath the stubble, and the spores can then rain down onto those plants. When you grow an RLM1 plant with an RLM1 stubble, you can see you can't do it. You've got complete mortality of all the plants there. But when you inoculate those same plants with stubble from a different resistance group, all of a sudden you're not getting any disease. And when we look at this in terms of what's happening in the actual pathogen population, you can see there's two bars. One is from the RLM4 stubble and one is from the RLM1 stubble. And what we can see is the percentage of isolates that can attack RLM1 is almost 100% in the RLM1 stubble, but it's less than 30% in the RLM4 stubble. So you're really getting dramatic differences in the population by changing those resistance genes. So we then proposed to industry that we start rotating these resistance genes, and surprisingly this took off way better than we thought it would. Initially growers were then changing their varieties every year, but we've since sort of pulled that back and said, no, what we want people to be doing is grow a variety for a couple of years so that you're really skewing your population over here, then change to a different resistance group, and so then you've got to skew it back over this way. So you don't want to be rotating every year, but you want to be moving every couple of years, 2 to 3 years. The way we give information to growers is still in this management guide, and you can see there that you've got your green, yellow and your red sort of traffic light system. So the grower can say, okay, I've been growing this variety which is an AD. I can now then go across and pick any of the varieties that have the green resistance groups because they've got no resistance genes in common. The yellow have 1 or maybe 2 resistance genes in common, but the red have all the genes in common, so you want to stay away from those. And so this is what growers are now doing out in the field, and I'll talk a bit more about what other additional information we give to growers in terms of how we make this work. The other thing is that all this information now has been put together as an app called the Blackleg CM app, which is now can be downloaded, unfortunately only onto iPads and tablets at the moment. It's meant to be getting converted to phones. But essentially what growers can then do is put in all of their paddock information, what varieties they're using, how close their canola is to last year's stubble, etc., and compare scenarios to work out what their likely risk yield loss is from blackleg and what they can then do to change that. Just for interest's sake, these are your cultivars. It would be really nice to only have to work on 20 cultivars, I must admit. We have almost 100 now coming out available every year. These are the resistance groups you can see there. So you have got a little bit of diversity throughout your cultivars. And then I've just put for interest's sake the blackleg ratings that are based on the Australian system. So all of the cultivars that you've got in Australia would be rated as an R or an RMR, which is very good. So they're not giving you the dud shit. So that's good. That's a win. So the other part of the puzzle is that we actually then monitor the effectiveness of these resistance genes across Australia. So we have 36 monitoring sites across Western Australia and the eastern states. And what we do is we grow cultivars that represent each of the resistance groups in those sites, and we assess them for the amount of disease. So you can see here we've got each of the cultivars. We assess them early in the growing season, and then we come back and grow them, assess them for maturity. what we do is we use this information in two ways. The first way is we can give seasonal advice to, across the country. So if we are seeing high levels of blackleg disease because we're having a high rainfall year, for example, we can then be telling growers that they might need to be out there looking at their crops and considering a fungicide, depending on what they're seeing. Alternatively, if we're not seeing any disease, we do the opposite. We tell growers that they don't need to be out there putting any fungicides on. There's no disease pressure this year because we haven't had the rainfall, etc., etc. The other thing we do is we use this information to release warnings to growers when things are going to go wrong. So again, this is an example from the Eyre Peninsula. The Eyre Peninsula is really an exceptional place when it comes to blackleg disease, and the main reason for that is that all the farmers do pretty much the same practice. So everyone is growing the same cultivar, which is quite unique. That's not what happens everywhere else in the country. But this is an example of what we use this data for. So here what we had is in 2011, we saw that our Group D cultivar, which previously we'd never seen any disease in, all of a sudden we saw some crown canker happening in those plants. Going back to what we learnt in the 2000s, this was alarm bells for us. We thought, hang on, this resistance gene looks like it's being overcome. And so we released a warning to these growers and said, okay, you need to switch away from this resistance group and grow something else. And so thankfully, because these growers had been burnt before, pretty much we had 100% uptake on this advice. And so all the growers ditched their Group D cultivars and switched to a different resistance group. We then kept all of our resistance groups in our sites, and indeed what happened when we came back in 2012, we pretty much had 100% yield loss in those Group D cultivars yet again. So we had 50% mortality, and you can see there from the picture that says Group D that things would have gone very wrong for those growers if they had kept growing it. We've estimated that this warning probably saved around $13 million just in that region alone, which I keep telling our funding body we've already paid for the next 10 years of our research, so they can keep giving us money, but they don't necessarily agree, but we'll work on it. You can see there the Group F, which these two pictures here, the Group D and the Group F that's on the Eyre Peninsula, are side by side in a field trial. So really, that difference in genetic resistance when you get a virulent population is massive. The other advantage of this monitoring data is that because we have these sites across the country, we can specifically say that that warning was only for the Eyre Peninsula. And what it means is that all the breeding companies are on our side as well, because we're not telling growers to not grow these cultivars everywhere. We're saying just in this region, avoid these cultivars. And so the breeding companies love that, because we're not destroying their cultivars, we're not doing them any damage, and so we have support from across the industry to give out these warnings. And so we've done this, we've had 3 different warnings where we've done these sort of things over the past. The biggest thing we can recommend is that every farmer goes out and monitors their own crop, because it's still going to, while we can give general recommendations from our sites, it's still going to be completely dependent on what cultivars you're growing on your farm. And so we really encourage growers to be looking for leaf lesions during the season, but in particular your crown canker at the end of the year. And just for interest's sake, you guys do have plenty of blackleg, even if people didn't necessarily like growing canola. I've heard on the grapevine. The canola crops we did see, I did see plenty of blackleg. So this is something that should be on everyone's radar, okay? And another thing on that, with the cover crops, if you're putting your brassicas in your cover crops, then all of a sudden that's not necessarily a break crop for the canola either, because you're going to have stubble from your brassicas in your cover crop that can be carrying over the blackleg, because blackleg can infect any brassica. Okay, so just something to keep in mind in your system. So the other big part in Australia now is the use of fungicides. So as I said, we really have ditched our cultural practices, and so we're really reliant on just the genetics and our fungicides. So pretty much 95% of growers are putting on at least one fungicide. Partly that's driven by the fact that you can't get seed without fungicides anymore, but growers are also very aware that if they don't protect those seedlings, then you'll have an issue with crown canker. We have fungicides that are available pre-sowing, so our seed dressing and our amended fertiliser. So obviously growers can't make in-season decisions about that. They've got to make that decision at sowing. And that's for the control of crown canker. We then can come back in with a foliar fungicide at the 4 to 6 leaf stage, which again is for controlling crown canker. And then we have our 30% bloom stage, and that's for upper canopy infection. The 30% bloom stage is also used for controlling sclerotinia in Australia. So sclerotinia is a problem there as well, but it is very region specific. So there are regions that will spray for sclerotinia every year and others who will never see sclerotinia. So that 30% bloom spray will be controlling both blackleg and sclerotinia. The thing about fungicides is that 100% of the time we see a reduction in disease. So you put out a fungicide and you will always see that crop looking beautiful and clean. The trick is that we don't always get a yield return. So our yield returns vary from 0 to 30%. This is in our field trials as well as out in farmer paddocks. So we have lots of farmers who are willing to leave untreated strips for us and then send us in their header data so that we have an idea of what sort of yield returns we're seeing in the field as well. And so these yield returns are extremely variable, and this is an area that we are still really looking into in a lot more detail. We think the main factors driving that is this quantitative resistance. So if you've got a variety that's got good quantitative resistance, you might still see lots of leaf lesions, but if it's reducing the colonisation of the stem so that it's now lower than that 50% internal infection, then all of a sudden the fungus isn't actually having any yield impact anyway, so then you put on your fungicide and it's not going to do anything. So we think that's probably the main driver, and then the other one, of course, is environmental factors, which automatically drive yield anyway. So we're continually learning more about that, and that's something that we're doing and giving updated advice to growers all the time. So the main thing now when we're talking about fungicides for Australian growers is that really is which form of the disease are you now controlling. So if you're sowing early, the reality is you're probably going to escape crown canker. So you're not going to need to put on a fungicide at the 4 to 6 leaf stage, because you're not going to get any crown canker anyway. However, if you sow early, you're going to be flowering early, so you need to be considering that 30% bloom fungicide spray. So really, we're encouraging growers to then save their fungicides and only use them at 30% bloom if they need to. Alternatively, if growers have sown late, then they need to be looking at the 4 to 6 leaf stage to control crown canker. And they're not going to get any upper canopy infection because they're flowering later. So then use your fungicide up at the 4 to 6 leaf and then don't worry about a 30% bloom. So we're really trying to push that growers are making these decisions based on the form of blackleg that they're going to be seeing out in the field. And the reality is that it's very, well, we don't think it's going to be possible to have both these forms of the disease in the 1 year. And so they can then make those choices and not be using fungicides unnecessarily. Of course, the risk with fungicides is that you are potentially selecting for fungicide resistance, and of course in Australia, because we like to do everything with blackleg, we have been able to detect fungicide resistance. So in our DMI fungicides, we've been screening populations over the last 3 years, and pretty much the bright red bars there are the percentage of populations that we're seeing high levels of fungicide resistance for our DMIs. So this is also something that we're now looking into more detail and trying to figure out what practices lead to fungicide resistance, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to finish up by touching on upper canopy infection in a bit more detail. So here are a range of symptoms that you can see out in the field. So you've got your flower infection there, the black dots are your fruiting bodies. You can see that the whole tops of plants, like I said, can be infected because the fungus gets in and stops and pretty much breaks off the top of the plant, and so then you get no yield above it. You can see that you've got whole branches there that have gone black and then broken off, so then obviously you lose all that yield. So it really is, when it's severe, it is causing massive yield losses in Australia. When we walked into the trial the other day, the first thing I saw was flower infection. So you guys definitely do have the risk of upper canopy infection here, because like Australia, you're flowering in that July window. And so again, I think this is something that guys should be really conscious of and be looking for. And keep in mind, if you're spraying for sclerotinia at the 30% bloom stage, then you'll be controlling upper canopy infection as well. And so while you might not think you got your upper canopy infection, you probably do. So, get out there and have a look and see what you're seeing in your paddocks, because I do think this will be a risk here. We don't really know that much about upper canopy infection yet. This is something that really has become on our radar in the last sort of 5 to 7 years, and with each year we find out something new and we're constantly evolving. But what we do know is, like I said, we can record up to 30% yield losses. As I said before, pod infection can contribute up to 20 to 30% on top of that. We know that effective major gene controls upper canopy infection. So if you've got good major gene resistance, you won't get it, and you won't get pod infection either. But if you don't, then it completely depends on a range of things. So the first thing is we know that you have to have enough time for the disease to develop. So if you get that infection in July, the fungus has got plenty of time to get down into the plant and start colonising the vascular tissue and then cause those yield loss. If you don't flower until September, whilst at the flower stage that all the symptoms look the same, the fungus just doesn't have enough time. So it can get in there, but it's not really having any damage yet, so you don't see any yield loss. And in August, it's somewhere in the middle, and we're still trying to tease that apart in our work that we're doing. So what we're saying to growers, if you're flowering up until mid-August, then you need to be considering upper canopy infection. If you're sort of mid-August onwards, then you're probably not going to have any yield loss from upper canopy infection. So really understanding your flowering time is going to have a big impact on working out whether you're going to have yield loss or not. The other big thing is we now think that the quantitative resistance that we talk about with crown canker is probably also having some control on upper canopy infection. So this graph here, last year, we inoculated plants with resistant, moderately resistant or susceptible for crown canker to see what that did for upper canopy infection, and pretty much we saw that it was correlated. If you're susceptible to crown canker, you're susceptible to upper canopy infection, and the reverse for resistant varieties. And so we're now looking at this on a much bigger scale and screening all of the commercial cultivars this year to see whether that correlation stands up. We also know that higher yield loss occurs under higher stress. So in drought years, we actually see a higher yield return from fungicides than in a wetter year. And essentially we think that's simply because when there's less moisture around, if you have any blockage, all of a sudden that causes issues, and so you get bigger yield penalties in a drought situation. And so it raises the question as, like, if you're going to have a lower yielding crop, you're less likely to put a fungicide on, but the reality is you might actually get a bigger yield return in those years than if you had a wet year. And so we're really looking at that in more detail to try and give better advice to growers about when those economic returns can come around. And like I said, the 30% bloom spray definitely reliably reduces the disease, but we're still working on when those yield returns are reliable. So to wrap up, essentially, like I said, those cultural practices really are the best way to minimise disease, but are going out the window in Australia. Our genetic resistance is fantastic whilst it's working, and so we are constantly looking for new sources of resistance in our varieties, and we are always working on this rotation of resistance genes to try and increase the longevity of these resistance genes in the field. And like I said, we really do push that everyone be monitoring their crops, and I really do recommend that for you guys as well. Our fungicides, whilst they're extremely reliable at controlling disease, those yield losses are really variable, and we're doing a lot of work around that. And I know that there's some trials, and I believe there's trials at the site tomorrow where some fungicides work is being done here to look at when these fungicides might be effective in the South African landscape. So I'm keen as to see those tomorrow. But like I said, the biggest thing about fungicides is also constantly remembering about fungicide resistance. And like I said, if you're out there putting on a sclerotinia spray, those same fungicides work on blackleg, and so you are automatically selecting for fungicide resistance even if you're not putting the fungicide out for blackleg necessarily. So keep in mind that any fungicide use has the ability to select for this resistance. And then lastly, the upper canopy infection and pod infection is still causing us significant yield loss in Australia, and we are constantly working on that, so that's a watch this space. So I'll just finish up by saying that the work is led by myself and Steve Marcroft out of Horsham in Victoria, but all the work we've done is done across the country. So it's one of the big strengths of our project is that we have all these field sites representing all the different growing conditions, and so we can really give very specific recommendations to every region, and it's one of the reasons why we have such a great uptake of our research over in Australia. So we're very fortunate for that, and so obviously I thank everyone who's involved in the work. And I'll leave it at that. Gonna grow canola? Any questions? Yeah. Yep, so farmer retained seed, look, it's a challenge because obviously it's a hell of a lot cheaper than buying hybrid seed every year, and the seed availability is an issue. But the reality is, if you grow a hybrid and you retain the seed, then your genetic resistance is segregating in that next population. So depending on the way that hybrid has been generated, all of a sudden it is possible that only a quarter of your seed will have that resistance gene anymore. So in Australia, retained seed is a big problem because we're so reliant on our genetic resistance. And so you do have to be very careful of what you're doing because for blackleg, it will have big implications. The other obvious thing with retained seed is that you lose that hybrid vigour, which is the point of the hybrid varieties. And so in situations where you really want to get those lines up and out of the ground quickly, before it gets too cold, then losing that hybrid vigour by retaining seed can potentially be a problem as well. Anyone else? Oh no. How much must your neighbours pay you to not grow canola? Yes. The translator, but I'm already speaking in English. Is she translating it into English from Australian? Yeah, because it needs it. I think your farmers should pay you extra money to grow canola because it's such an amazing crop. And it's so pretty. We've had many discussions about the use of canola, and I don't think I'm going to convince them to grow it, so I give up. Anyone else? Yeah, I've got 58 seconds.
Okay. So we know with some other plant diseases that the condition of the soil matters for the persistence of soil-borne diseases. Who else is there besides the disease-causing organism, and how much of it? And do we know anything about that with your disease?
Yep.
How soil conditions and the status of the overall microbial community and decomposition and things like that are impacting the persistence of this disease-causing organisms in the soil?
So in Australia, unfortunately, blackleg is the problem disease. So really, there are other diseases that are an issue, but they're just, or are they an issue? We don't even really know. We don't even look at necessarily whether they're having an impact on yield, with the exception of sclerotinia. We definitely have other diseases, so we've got plenty of damping off diseases and things like that. But the reality is, because pretty much all the seed is sold with the fungicide on it, it's controlling a lot of those other diseases just by chance. So your damping offs and all of that. In terms of the microbes for breaking down stubble and things like that, I don't think there's that much work done around that. In Australia, because simply the amount of stubble, I don't know how much impact that would have. And so I don't know if it's really something that's really investigated that well. But there definitely is, like, blackleg does release a lot of toxins to kill off other pathogens within the stubble, so that it then can take over the stubble. So doing it in the other way, causing more disease, but I'm not sure about the other way. Yeah. My time is up. It's very violent, this thing, isn't it? Thank you all, and I hope you all grow lots of canola.
Thank you, Angela. Net voor ons breek vir middagete wil ek net vir Lötter en Dr. Straas vorentoe roep om BLWK afkondiging te maak. Straas is hier so? Also.
Thank you, Chris. I'm just going to tell the overseas visitors that we're going to switch to Afrikaans now. So I don't know if Amelia is going to translate. Ek wil net graag dankie sê vir almal van julle wat gekom het. Ons is 'n week terug nog redelik bekommerd en stoutste verwagtinge oortref. Nou in 2019 het ons begin om eerbewyse uit te gee aan boere wat probeer om die regte dinge te doen in terme van bewaringslandbou. En ons het nou 2 jaar van COVID gehad wat ons alles online gedoen het, so ons het so 'n bietjie om op te vang. So ons het 'n paar sertifikate oorhandig. As julle net saam met ons dit sal vasbyt en dan kan ons lekker hier aan Ja, kolleg, kom op. Okay, die eerste ene, ek sal die naam uitroep en dan sal MG het oorhandig. Ons eerste ene is Junior Harold. Staan nou af vir 'n foto van Amelia. Volgende ene is 'n man uit die Suid-Kaap uit Sidi de Toit. Kom ons weer terug Swartland toe. En dis 'n dubbeldoor. Kobus en JP Wester. En dan die laaste van ons boere, maar daar's nog 2 na die boere wat nou nie noodwendig boer nie. Maar die laaste boer vir hierdie jaar is Abri Richter. Wat gaan die sal nie foto doen? Hierdie volgende ene gaan vir 'n kollega van my wat baie lank saam met ons gewerk het en nou net nie afgetree is vir sy werk in terme van bemesting en bewaringslandbou, Dr. Labeskagni, Johan Labeskagni. Die laaste ene vir die dag gaan aan iemand wat actually nie net bewaringslandbou in terme van grane ondersteun nie, maar in 'n groter wyer landboubedryf oor bewaring en sustainability, en is Pieter Greef. Chris, jy kan hom maar weer vat.
Net voor ons breek vir middagete wil ek net gou weer die borge bedank. Ja, net weer eens net beklemtoon dat dit is nogal baie spesiaal, die borge van hulle loop al redelike jare saam met ons en ook hulle bereidwilligheid om iets soos die Landbouweekblad-Konferensie te ondersteun. Agricol, Kaap Agri, Barenburg SA, Piket Implemente, die Proteïen Navorsingsstichting en die Olie en Proteïene Saad Ontwikkelingstrust en dan ook IB InBev. Dan wil ek ook net vir almal sê, daar gaan kos aan die linkerkant en in die voorportaal bedien word. En dan asseblief maak ook 'n draai en maak gebruik van ons spesiale intekenare aanbod op landbouweek.com. Dis natuurlik agter ons betaalmuur waar julle al ons boeke en TV-reekse en alles gaan kry. So ons het 'n spesiale aanbod vir die kongres, so gaan maak 'n draai daar so tussen die kos en die koffie. Baie dankie, ons sien julle dan almal weer terug 1:45 in die saal. Dankie. Dames en here, ons gaan ons middagsessie nou afskop met ons laaste oorseese spreker van al die pad van Mpumalanga af. Hannes Botha wat daar in Carolina se wêreld in Mpumalanga met lewende hawe en mielies boer en hy gaan vir ons kom vertel oor sy pad met verminderde insette. Hannes, baie dankie vir al die moeite om af te kom. Dankie.
Nou sê, hallo almal, goeiemôre. Ja, ek wil ook maar net soos al die ander sprekers daarom net dankie sê vir julle gasvryheid hier in die Kaap. Ek dink ons daarbo is so 'n bietjie kultureel gestrem. As hy hier draai gemaak het, dan besef hy net weer en ag nie net dit nie. Daai Kaapse gasvryheid is toe nou nie 'n roemer nie, dis waar. En ek het dit regtig baie geniet en baie geleer. En natuurlik splinter nuwe respek gekry vir julle uitdagings hierso. Ons almal het ons unieke uitdagings in elke streek. Jy sal my dalk nie glo nie, maar my uitdaging is te veel water. En nou kan almal ek kry altyd hierdie ding van maar jy weet eerder te veel as te min. Nou my opvolg op dit is gewoonlik hoe lank gaan jy uithou sonder water en hoe lank gaan jy uithou as ek jou verwrig? Want te veel water in 'n grondprofiel is net eenvoudig versmoor 'n plant en daar's net omtrent niks wat jy daaraan kan doen nie, behalwe herlewingspraktyke. So ek's baie opgewonde om met julle te deel wat ons reg gekry het daarbo. Is verseker manne hierso wat hier sit wat baie meer ervaring het van bewaringspraktyke as ek. Maar ek voel waar ek inslot is, ek is nou eers 3 jaar besig. En ek is hier om jou te bemoedig, want daar's altyd hierdie siening van dis 'n 5 na 7 jaar oorgangsperiode. Dit hoef nie so te wees nie. Dit was waar, verseker, dit is nie meer waar met al die hulpmiddels en al die kennis daar buite en alles wat jy kan aanpak om daai baie vinniger om te swaai. So ja, ek wil nie daarmee sê ek het 'n wenresep nie, maar wat ek doen sover werk baie goed. So daai is my middelste laaitjie wat daar tussen die dekgewasse wat sonder kunsmis geplant is. Nou lê en ag, weet jy, ek sit daai foto daar want soos hy daar lyk is soos ek nou voel as ek gaan boer in die dag. Daar's net een reuse verskil tussen jy weet sit en wonder en bepeins oor hoe gaan jy iets bestry versus hoe gaan jy meer lewe op jou plaas skep en hoe gaan jy meer lewe in jou grond kry. En dit doen iets aan 'n ou. Glo vir my, ek is bitter dankbaar. Ek het ook nie lus gekry vir boerdery en dit voel vir my regtig asof ek amper in die begin van 'n loopbaan staan. So ja, ek het op in ons praat en begin praat oor hoekom ek hier is. Ja, ek gaan net so vinnig agtergrond gee oor waar het begin en hoekom ons besluit het om te verander. Ons het al hoe meer en meer spandeer vir dieselfde of selfs minder wins. Ons besef hoër opbrengste beteken definitief nie, daar staan nie beter wins nie, ek wil vir u sê definitief nie, in my geval, meer wins beteken nie. Ons het hier in 2013 het ek enorme klomp geld spandeer om presies die regstellings te doen en jy weet, al die toerusting gekoop en so aan. Ek sê nie vir jou moet dit nie doen nie, ek weer as ouens met reuse suksesse, ek is nie een van hulle gewees nie. Ja, ek het nie die veranderinge gesien nie, ek het dit ook nie in my oes gesien nie, en ek het net daarom dan besluit, ek koop eerder beeste as al die smart goede. So, ek het toe begin navors om net te sien eintlik in die begin, hoe gaan ek die veefaktor wat ons het, wat meestal beeste is, in die saaier incorporeer, om die saaier net soveel meer winsgewend te maak. My navorsing het obviously 'n nuwe wêreld vir my oopgemaak. Met die navorsing besef vir ou, en ek het nooit notisie reg geneem van hier, in ons area het ons 'n lekker teiken, en dis die mynwese, waar ons al die boere wysvinger na hierdie wrakke myne, en dit en dat, en die en daai, en dis hoekom die visse in die strome nie meer daar is nie, die vars mossels is nie meer daar nie, vars watermossels is nie meer daar nie, hy goede, tot jy begin monsters neem van daai strome, en jy sien, daar is nie veel versiering nie, maar meer stikstof, en al die mooi goede wat daar in die strome is. So, ek het net besef, dat ons impak as konvensionele landboubedryf is enorm, op natuur, mens se gesondheid, diere se gesondheid, die hele pakket. Ek wil so ver gaan as boer om te erken, of ten minste net daai gedagte daar buite te sit, dat as ons impak nie net so sleg soos mynwese nie, is dit erger, want daar is 'n direkte impak op mense se gesondheid. En ek sê dit nie om vinger te wys nie, ek het vir 40 jaar wat my paal daar is, ek is die laaste 20 jaar betrokke, wat ons konvensioneel vol chemies vol alles geboer het, so ek wys nie vinger nie, ek is nog steeds nie totaal van chemie af nie, net so vinnig, ek het ook nie regtig 'n reuse behoefte om organies te gaan nie. Ek voel maar net, weet, as 'n bees gaan vrek, gaan ek hom iets gee. As my oes daarmee heen is oor 'n siekte wat daar is, dan sal ek hom iets gee, as ek bepaal dat dit werklik waar my oes sal uitwis, of 'n noemenswaardige verskil in my opbrengs sal maak. Maar tot op hede het ek regtig nog bitter min daarvan nodig gehad om te gebruik, maar ek voel partykeer, moet ons net so 'n bietjie balans kry, maar dit daar gelaat. Hierdie wil ek net so vinnig, want is deel van die rede oor hoekom ek so passievol is om insette en insette van buite af, van plaas af insette, as ek dit so direk kan vertaal, drasties te verminder. Hierdie grafiek is van Canada. Dus die blou is die totale landbousektor inkomste, die groen deel van die grafiek is die persentasie van daai inkomste wat op die plaas eindig. As jy kyk hier van 46 af, van 59 af, dan begin die twee hulle eie paadjie loop. En die rede daarvoor is, dis na die Tweede Wêreldoorlog en dis waar ons kunsmis begin gebruik het. Nou net so side note, terwyl ons van kunsmis praat, het verstom my so 'n bietjie dat ons voel, maar ons kan nie hier sonder nie, en is deel daarvan. Ek sê nie vir jou wat jy moet doen nie, dit verstom my net. As jy kyk, akkerbou, landbou is omtrent so oud as wat die mens is. En ons gebruik nog nie eens vir 100 jaar kunsmis nie, maar ons het self oortuig, ons kan nie daar sonder nie. So, iewers daar is daar 'n probleem. En die probleem is nie dat ons systeem het nie kan hanteer nie, die probleem is ons het ons systeem vir alle praktiese redes gaan steriliseer. Daarbo, hier by julle is dit verseker nie so erg soos by ons, die hoeveelhede chemie en kunsmis wat gebruik word nie. My grond het ek ontleed en besef, daar is net eenvoudig niks behalwe 'n paar bakterieë oor gewees, en is ook nie almal voordelige bakterieë gewees nie. So ek het besef, daar is 'n groot probleem, maar dit het alles uit te waai met chemiese insette. Nou, die laaste ding oor hierdie grafiek is, langs die kort, hier van die 80s af tot nou toe, gemiddeld eindig 2% van die totale landbousektor op die plaas in Canada. Dit is belaglik. En dit is dieselfde wat hier, ons hoor oralster om, veral na COVID, is die enigste sektor wat gegroei het. Die sektor kan groei, maar nie vir my vertel jou plaasinkomste het gegroei nie, of jou wins op die plaas het gegroei nie. Dis die totale sektor het gegroei, want ons gebruik al meer insette van buite af. So, ja, Big Ag is die Engelse naam wat hulle gebruik. Ek, weer eens, wys die vinger nie, is 'n tool wat jy kan gebruik, maar ek is op 'n missie om onafhanklik te word van dit. Ek wil nie onafhanklik staan, geïsoleerd is wat ek sê nie, ek praat van insette van buite af. Ek wil kyk hoeveel van wat ek gebruik en ek op die plaas produseer. So nou moet ek regtig begin aangaan. Ek gaan nie vreeslik hierby stil staan nie, dis maar die mense wat my aanvanklik geïnspireer het, en ek het hulle kursusse gedoen, Aaron Syvery, Lyn Ingham, na deze het ou tot baie ander insigte ook gekom, maar dis waar het vir my begin het. Nou ja, soos enige wyse besluit is, gebruik eerder wat jy het, nie 'n klomp geld gaan spandeer, om sekere goed aan die gang te sit op jou plaas nie. Ons het 'n redelike veerfaktor, so dis waar ek begin het. Dit was in elk geval nog nie saaityd by ons nie, toe ek besluit het om te begin nie. Ek het begin met wyningspraktyke, ultra-hoë druk, beweiding toe te gaan van konvensioneel af soontoe. Ek wil net daarby sit, ek sal voor ultra-hoë druk, sal ek net sê, aanpasbare ultra-hoë druk beweiding. Grootste fout wat jy kan maak is om 'n resep te gaan volg, as dit by weiding kom. En jy gaan ultra-hoog, jy moet jou voete op die grond hê. Ek skuif daai beeste elke 2 ure, en ek pas daai kampgrootte aan, die stukkie wat ek hulle gee, aan by hoe my weiding verskil deur die kamp. So, daar is nie 'n one size fits all nie, dit's verseker. Nou ja, ek noem maar net, dit is verseker die maklikste en die goedkoopste besluit wat ek kon maak, wat baie groot impakte gehad het vir my. Hier is maar net 'n voorbeeld van hoe dit gelyk het, die heel eerste breek wat ek gemaak het, daai dag het ek sommer 'n fotootjie geneem, daar is weer eens net 'n gemiddeld. Ek dink nie as jy daarna te kyk, die beheer is dit heel anderster, en daar is nie baie natuurlike weiding by julle ware ou die tipe goed kan toepas nie. Ek wys dit maar net vir interessantheid, en dis hoe het lyk as ek daar deur is, daar's goeie vertapping, daar's baie mis. Ja, daar is nou absoluut net 'n skatting. Ek sit ongeveer 15 ton mis neer per hektaar op hierdie manier. Sit min of meer 10.000 liter mineraalryke urine neer op hierdie manier. So, dis goud werd. As jy die twee praktyke vergelyk, waar konvensioneel bewei het, nou hoe ons dit doen, ons maak sommer vierkante meter rame, en jy maak 'n klomp van hulle en jy loop in die veld en jy gooi die rame uit, en dan gaan sny jy die gras in daai raam, daai vierkante meter, en jy gaan verdroog hom en jy weeg hom, want mens is 'n mens, jy gaan, mense is mooi, dis maar net hoe dit is, die mooi goed trek 'n ou. So, dis wat ek gedoen het, en konvensioneel bewei het ek 2.5 ton biomassa produseer per hektaar. Na die eerste jaar van ultra-hoë druk beweiding, ek wil bysê, het was 'n baie goeie jaar, genoeg sonskyn, genoeg reën, genoeg alles. So ek sê nie daarmee dat dit elke keer die geval gaan wees nie, maar ek dubbeld 5 ton biomassa geproduseer net as gevolg van die praktyk. Nou ja, dis die gevolg daarvan is dis verdubbel jou draagkrag, is so goed soos om 'n nuwe plaas of nog 'n plaas by te gaan koop. En ons almal weet wat se kostes dit sou beloop. Ag, hierdie gaan ek nie vir julle wys hier, ons het hele ander praktyke. Waarop dit neerkom is, in ons omgewing hardloop ons op 3 hektaar per grootvee eenheid. Ek is op hierdie stadium op 1.25 hektaar per grootvee eenheid. Ja. Weereens, ek het nie noodwendige kapitaal om daai hoeveelheid vee aan te koop om al my hektare so te kan doen nie, maar dis wat moontlik is. Met ander woorde, ja, in hierdie praktyk is daar verseker 'n skerp daling in kalfpersentasie. Ek is van 83 toe, ons het nooit baie intensief met die beeste gewerk, van 83 toe na 65% kalfpersentasie. So ek gaan nie vir jou daaroor hier mooi broodjies bak nie, maar die hoeveelheid vee wat jy kan aanhou. As ek op kapasiteit kan kom, wat ek regtig waarvoor sien gaan gebeur, dan moet ek in 'n konvensionele praktyk begin tweelinge en drielinge gooi met dieselfde hoeveelheid kalvers uit te kom. Met daai kalfpersentasie ingereken. So dis sommer net so 'n side note. So ja, saaiery aanbetref, dit was nou die saaiery soos ek gesê het, 40 jaar konvensionele praktyke, wisselbou tussen soja, mielies en aardappels. Ek het vir 'n paar oortuig dat ons die aardappels los, want dit is net te frustrerend en vir my praktyke wat ons probeer nou vestig op die plaas. Dis net, sit jy elke keer 'n hense tree terug, so ons het dit uitgesny. Vanaf 1990 was net tandbewerking, nie meer ploeg nie, niks van daai aard nie. En ook net waar aardappels en mielies verbou sou word, as jy ons sojas geplant het ons nie bewerk voor dit nie. 2012 tot 2019 het ons begin strookbewerking doen. Ek is wel interessant dat strookbewerking nou ewe skielik nou-tou is, maar okay. Ek noem dit nog strookbewerking, maar dit is wat dit is. Ja, en toe, ja, tot en met 2018 het ons konvensionele bemesting en chemieprogramme saam met daai strookbewerking gevolg, en soos julle daar sien, toe gaan die liggie aan. Nou ja, die eerste ding wat ek toe doen, is om te begin kompos maak. Ek het besluit op die Janse bioreactor, net vir eenvoudige rede, dis 'n fungi-dominante kompos wat jy daar uitkry. Dis die enigste rede. Jy kan net so goeie kompos op enige ander manier, daar is soveel maniere van kompos maak. Groot ding is, jy moet weet, jou kompos is deur die hitteproses, en jou kompos is deur lig en suurstofryk deur die hele proses. Dan gaan jy goeie kompos hê, dis maar die rule of thumb, maar ek het hierdie gekies. Weer eens, ek het my grond onder 'n mikroskoop gehad en vir biologie geanalyseer, en daar was eenvoudig niks anders behalwe bakterieë. So ek het geweet, van wie moet inkom verseker. Daar is mense soos Christine Jones en ander wat beweer dat dit die belangrikste ding in jou grond is. Nie net oor die prosesse wat fungi, goed gunstige fungi vir jou funksioneer in die grond nie, maar ook ander prosesse wat absoluut afhanklik is van die energie wat goeie fungi vir jou in die grond inbring. Hulle noem dit the fungal energy pathway. So, dit is kardinaal belangrik, en dan is daar baie wat daarmee saam wil sê dat die mees skadelike ding wat jy in jou grond kan doen is om 'n swamdoder te spuit. En ek dink jy moet net so 'n bietjie stilstaan en daaroor gaan dink, want dis rarig, oor en oor begin dit nou goeie bewyse kry met navorsing dat dit rarig so is. So, ek sien die Ozzy lag vir my, maar dis redelik deel van my week gewees, so dis so reg. So ja, dis hoe die bioreactor lyk. Hoekom ek hierdie foto vir jou wys is net, dis super eenvoudig. Ek het altyd die woorde gebruik, dis foolproof tot 'n paar fools my verkeerd bewys het. Dis verseker die foolproof nie, as ouens wat simpel goed aanvang en dan werk die ding nie. Maar dis bitter eenvoudig, bitter goedkoop, jy kan dit amper nie opneek nie, maar ek het dit al gesien. Hier is my teeaanleg wat ek sommer self gebou het. Hier is ouens in julle omgewing, eco-soil goed wat regtig waar super goeie aanleg te bou, en as jy wil gaan kers opsteken by hulle verstaan ek hierdie goed, maar ek het so goedkoop gegaan as wat ek kon, want ek het nog nie geweet of hierdie goed werk nie. So, ja, wat die tee aanbetref, wees versigtig, as jy besluit om suurstofryke tee te maak, aerobiese tee te maak, dan is daar risiko verbonde. So, dis nie net 'n kwessie van jy gaan maak die tee en jy spuit dit uit nie. Ek het ouens by my gehad wat 'n dag of 2 wil respondeer, dan maak ek hulle tou wys, maar ek het 'n mikroskoop wat ek alles mee toets. Ek het vir 2 maande net tee en ekstrakte en goed gemaak, voordat ek iets van daai gaan gebruik het op my lande. Want jy kan patogene kweek. En dis gevaarlik, jy wil nie fusariumryke tee op jou lande gaan uitspuit nie, en ek het dit al gesien gebeur. En die ander ding is, daar's ook ouens wat dit gedoen het, en dan sê maar, hulle kry nie resultate nie, dan sê ek, jong, ek kan maar net vir jou, ek het jou kompos ontleed, jou kompos is goed, so daar's iets anders fout. Ek sê, bring nou maar vir my dan 'n sampel van jou tee wat jy gemaak het, en ongelukkig het daai man vir 'n jaar lank vuil water op sy lande uitgespuit. Want dit lyk dieselfde, jy kan dit met jou oë sien, jy moet dit onder 'n mikroskoop kry. So ek noem dit maar net, dis nie net so eenvoudig soos maak tee en gaan aan nie. Daar is sommer 'n bietjie vir die ouens wat nog nie so iets gesien het nie. Die regterkantsteen is protozoa, die middelsteen is styfmeel, links is nou 'n baie goeie voorbeeld van 'n goed geïnsigte fungi. Lyk soos 'n takkie, as jy wil. Hier is my standaardprogram wat ek volg met alle aanplantings, of probeer volg, sal 'n beter woord wees, of dit nou kontant gewas en of dit dekgewasse is, dis wat ek doen. Ek en saad, alle saad, met 'n slurry wat ek maak van die kompos. Ons plant met 'n kompos ekstrak invoer, dis nie 'n tee nie, is net 'n ekstrak. En dan op hierdie gehoor, whisky bottel grootte soos hulle daar bo in die noorde van praat, wanneer jy topbemesting doen, dan sal ek 5 kg urium spuit. Al hierdie bespuitings wat ek nou noem, is blaarbespuitings wat saam met 'n komposteer gaan. Voorblom spuit ons 5 kg magnesiumsulfaat en nablom komposteer kaliumsulfaat 5 kg, afhangende van watter gewas dit is, 1 tot 2 liter melasse, 1 liter vloeibare kalk en daai na oes, as dit moontlik is, sal ek ammoniumsulfaat en MAP ook spuit. Dit is 'n hele ander doel. Ek gaan nie nou te veel daarop op lê nie, maar dit het te doen met voedselbron wat jy skep vir jou organismes wat help dat hulle nie al jou organiese materiaal opgebruik. As jy nog in die proses is om organiese materiaal te bou. Nou, ja, ek het met 'n verdigtingslaag gesit van so 6 duim breed, hier van tussen 25 en net oor die 30 cm in die grond in. Reg deur al my lande, het ek daai probleem gehad, ek is nie, dis 'n kombinasie van 'n chemiese en 'n meganiese verdigtingslaag. Ek sal nie so ver gaan om met 'n ploegsool te noem, want ons het nie meer daai bewerking gedoen nie, maar hy was verseker daar. Ek het dit self gesien met my penetrometer, honderde gate gedruk, dis deur die bank so gewees. Nou ja, my eerste seisoen wat ek het so gedoen het, eerste seisoen het ek nie op nie, het ons 40% gesny, wat ons kunsmisbestuding aanbetref. Bemesting, 40% gesny, geen opbrengsverlies gehad nie. Dus sê vir my Paul, kom ons trek nou maar die sneller, ons gaan cold turkey, as ons niks verlies het op 40 nie, is die kans so goed dat ons nog steeds so raai sal doen as ons alles sny, en ek het alles gesny. Nou ja, saad geënt met 'n kompos slurry. Dit is my pa se een van sy voorwaardes gewees. Is luister, ons plant Roundup ready en ons gebruik nog glyfosaat vir as dinge skeefloop en. Ek dink dit is billik gewees as 'n versoek van sy kant af. Ek is baie dankbaar vir daai versoek, want ek het op my eie grond ander goed aangevang wat net eenvoudig 'n disaster was. So ja, ek is baie dankbaar daarvoor en ek is dankbaar vir die leiersels wat my pa nog op my het. Ja, soos julle kan sien daar, ons plante 42.000 stand, die gemiddeld in die areas hier tussen 48 en 50.000 wat die ouens plant. Ek het in die eerste seisoen 10 liter ortofosfaat gespuit. Ek doen dit nie meer nie, dit het nie vreeslike impak gehad nie. En dan interkrop ons, interseed is eintlik 'n beter woord, die krop klink soos nog 'n kontant gewas en dit is nie. Dis net 'n klomp dekgewasse wat ek tussen die mielies en die sojas inplant, maar op die mielies doen ons dit hier op 'n V4, V8, ek is nou vroeër, ek begin al op 'n V2, ek het net gesien dit het geen impak op die mielie nie, hoegenaamd nie. Mielie groei net eenvoudig te vinnig, ek sal nou nog vir julle 'n foto wys vir dekgewasse op enige vlakte kompeteer daarmee. Nou ja, die standaardprogram het ek vir julle gewys in die vorige slide. Nou as ek al hierdie goed doen met my standaard bespuitprogram en hierdie 10 liter ortofosfaat wat ek in elk geval ook nie meer doen nie, dan het ek op 'n 3.7 N uitgekom op die mielies. Die area gemiddeld is 120 N per hektaar. So daar's 'n effense verskilletjie. En ja, dit het tot gevolg, dis verseker nie meer daai bedrag as ek vandag se syfers moet gaan bepaal vir die seisoen wat voor lê nie, maar my insette was R2.900 'n hektaar. So as sou ek 'n ton mieliestroop is my insette gedek. Ek praat van direkte insette. Praat nie van overheads nie. Elke ou se overheads lyk anderster, dus kom ek as ek oor hierdie goed praat, dan stiek ek maar by direkte insette. Ons reënval vir daai seisoen was 780 mm wat 'n gemiddelde jaar vir ons is. Nou ja, hierdie foto is vir my baie bevredigend. Ek kan nie af en toe sê ek is trots op nie, want ek het nie veel aan my uit te waai nie. Ek het net minder gedoen. Maar ja, as jy goed so lyk sonder enige kunsmis, ouens kom aan en sê hulle vir my ek lieg. Sê ek wel, enigste manier wat jy my kan toets is om by my te kom bly. Kom trek maar in, ek weet nie om anders te ou te oortuig nie, ek kan jou maar net sê wat ek doen. Daarso kan jy nou sien tussen die mielies, is daar 'n mengsel van, dis nie altyd dieselfde nie, maar het wissel van so 8 tot 10 verskillende gewasse wat ek tussen die mielies aanplant, as 'n metgesel gewas. Nou ja, dan staan uit die aard van die saak altyd 10 plus spesies op die land. So ek is nie so afhanklik van wisselbou nie, alhoewel ek dit 100% toepas. En nou is ek nie meer so vreeslik geworried oor spasiering nie. Dit is belangrik, maar dit is vir my minder belangrik. Nou het ek 'n klomp plante waar daar tussenin staan. Hierdie plante werk saam, hulle ruil goed uit. En dit is 'n simbiotiese samewerking. Daar's geen kompetisie nie. Daar is net 'n voordeel vir hierdie tipe van simbiotiese samewerking. So diversifiseer sover as wat jy kan. Ek weet daar is beperkings op wat 'n ou kan doen, maar doen soveel as wat jy kan. En doen dinge wat ouens vir jou sê jy kan nie doen nie. En doen dinge wat jy vir jouself sê jy kan nie doen nie. Toets dit. Want jy gaan verbaas wees wat kan gedoen word. Nou ja, hier is weer eens direkte insette. Ek het op daai land, soos ek jou gesê het, 6.3 ton gestroop met 2.900 rand direkte insette. Bruto wins was 16.000 rand per hektaar. Ek weet nie of ek dit al ooit gehad het. Miskien om het nog eenvoudiger te vat is om te sê, wel, dis oor die 5 ton wins. Nou, ek weet nie hoeveel moet jy stroop by ons in ons area in 'n konvensionele stelsel wat jou hierdie jaar, praat die ouens van 20.000 rand per hektaar kos om te vestig. Hoeveel moet jy stroop om 5 ton wins te maak? Dit gebeur nie in ons area nie. Dis my buurman, ek sê buurman, ek het gelukkig omtrent 6 buurmanne, so hulle weet nie wie se goed ek gebruik het nie. Ja, hulle het verseker meer as ek gestroop 7,5 ton, maar daar kan jy sien wat die insette was en wat is die bruto wins, wat ek wel ook sal sê, ek het een helse halby gehad het hulle nie gehad het nie. Strook halby wat oor my gegaan het, was op 'n vroeë stadium, dit het nie veel aan die mielie gedoen nie, maar dit het my groeityd ingeperk, wat 'n definitiewe. Ons groeityd is baie kort vir die mielie groeityd. Daar is ander gewasse wat verlang kan groei, maar ons het baie, my beperkende faktor is hitte. So as ek 3 weke se groeityd verloor, dan het dit 'n groot impak. Omdat ons net daai bietjie hitte het. Ons bly in die misbelt. Ek het byvoorbeeld hierdie afgelope Desember vir 3 weke lank geen son gesien nie. In die middel van my somer. So dit gebeur en dit het verseker 'n impak op die oes. Ja, hier by julle is hierdie algemene prentjie of verskynsel. Dat ek daai gedaan ons area trek. Toe lok ek sommer 'n paar manne wat kom kyk, wat se goed trek jy nou hier rond en goed, so dis 'n nuwe ding in ons area, maar hier by julle is die manne van baie bekend. Ek gaan julle nie hiermee opsaal nie, dis maar net my mengsel. Ek wil vir jou sê, moenie net vashak by wat kan by jou groei nie, dit is verseker die beginpunt, maar nie daarby bly staan nie. Jou behoefte moet jou mengsel bepaal. Wat is jou behoefte? Is daar kompaksie laag, soek jy meer dreinering, soek jy dekking, soek jy weiding, soek jy all of the above, dan is dit wat jou mengsel bepaal. Dis kom ek haat 'n mengsel wat vir jou so op die tafel gegee word en as 'n mengsel bemark word. Ek hou net nie daarvan nie. Ek sê nie, is verkeerd nie, maar dit sal nooit by my gebeur nie. Nou ja, hierdie wil ek net gou vir julle wys. Dis nou die interseeding, ek noem dit maar intercropping, want dis so ek het geleer het, maar noem dit maar eerder interseeding, want dis nie nog 'n kontant gewas nie. So dis geplant, daar is 'n foto 4 weke na plant, aan die linkerkant regs is 4 maande na plant. So hy het eers regtig begin groei toe die mielie begin droog word en die blare begin afgaan. Dan wil ek vir jou sê, my stand, hoekom ek dit noem, want is belangrik. Ons plant net 42, hy realiseer hier rondom 38.000 en ons is op 76 cm rye. Dit maak dat daar genoeg son deurkom vir my dekgewas. Die ouens wat 60.000 plus plant sukkel met son op die dekgewas en goeie ontkieming te kry. En selfs na die mielie begin afdruk, hulle staan so ryg dat daar baie skade weer is. En ek weet nie, by julle area is daar nie sulke wye rye nie, maar ek wil voorstel dat gaan speel met dit op 'n proef, op jou plaas. Kyk, wat is jou opbrengsverlies as jy 3 rye koringplant en 3 rye dekgewas of 2 rye dekgewas of wat ook al. Is maar net 'n voorstel. Hierdie foto het ek net om vir jou te wys, wat is die, of dat die dekgewas glad nie kompeteer met die mielie nie. Dis dieselfde plek geneem, die foto, maar as jy sien, dis die 27 Januarie geneem, die een aan die linkerkant, een regs, is 'n maand later geneem. Kyk hoe lyk daai dekgewas buitekant die mielies. En ek kan nou nie baie mooi sien, maar jy kan sien, binne in die rye is hulle baie klein, raak omtrent niks gebeur nie. Hy raak so ou verpiepte, rankerige plantjie, want hy kry nie son nie. So daar is net geen kompetisie nie, en verseker nie, kompeteer hulle nie vervolg as jy op die regte tyd inkom met 'n dekgewas nie. En dis hoe het lyk hier teen 'n maand of wat voor strooptyd. Dan die goed nou afgegaan en dan begin die dekgewas baie lekker groei. As jy baie mooi foto nie maak, het hom maar ingesit, want ons kry baie keer snywurmskade en goed. Nou daar waar jy daai wieke so ryg sien groei, daar was nie mielies nie. Weer die snywurms het 'n kol opgevreet daar, en daar groei hierdie wieke, en dit gee vir my dek, en my grond is nie oop nie, die roofvee is nie afgetrek nie. Maar dis eintlik al wat onkruid is, nie al nie, maar dis een van die goed wat onkruid is. Ons krap die vel stikkend, en die onkruid wil die roofvee, die seerplek toemaak, en ons gaan krap hom elke keer af met gif. So jy het 'n roofvee, jou vel is stikkend, en jy krap die roofvee af, en nie net krap jy die roofvee af nie, jy sit sommer nog 'n bietjie gif, wat die wond nog seerder maak by. So hoekom ek daar net insit is, weer eens die dekgewas, het baie gate wat hulle toestop. Ek sê altyd vir die ouens wat by my kom, 'n bietjie 'n dag spandeer of so, ja maar vog dit en vog dat, kom ek stel dit vir jou so, as jy te min vog het en as jy te veel vog het, is dekgewas jou antwoord. Dis eenvoudig net die waarheid. Ek sien dit op al my lande, ek sien dit in die paar seisoene wat ek besig is, te veel water help het met die vog, te min water bewaar het vog. Maar daar is nie skade weer nie. Ag, daar is skade weer, dit bedek en daar is nie verdamping en sovoorts nie. Nou dis hoe het lyk as ek die landlaag gestroop het. Wat dan gebeur is, dan kom ek in met my beeste, weer eens hoë drukbeweiding. Hierdie jaar het ons baie reën gehad, so het lyk nog beter as hierdie, wat biomassa aan betref. Ons wys so 350 beeste per hektaar per dag. So, ek sit hulle in, dis 350 beeste in 'n 40x40 afskorting, en ek skuif hulle elke uur en 'n half, 2 ure. So daar's een man wat by die beeste is, wat dit die hele dag doen. Nou, dis alles goed wat jy in ag moet neem, maar ek het nou vir jou verduidelik of genoem van die verdigtingslaag wat ek gehad het. Ek koop toe vir my 'n subsoiler wat ek toerus om weer eens ekstrak en organismes met die subsoiler ook te kan insit en vir 'n laaste keer my grond net te breek, daai verdigtingslaag te breek, sodat ek weet, ek begin ten minste reg. Nou ek kon so 100 hektaar van my lande doen, die eerste seisoen met die subsoiler, en toe het ek hom nou gereed vir die volgende seisoen, en hy staan reg, en ek sê, maak die ekstrak vol en ry land toe, ek sal jou gaan wys waarom te begin vir die drywer, en ek is land toe, en toe hy daar aankom, sê ek wil wag iets 'n bietjie, en ek begin met my penetrometer gate steek, dis 8 uur die oggend, 11 uur toe sit hy nog in die trekker, toe steek ek nog gate en soek 'n verdigtingslaag. Ek het 600 gate daai oggend gedruk, ek kon nie 'n verdigtingslaag kry. Net biologie, dekgewasse, beeste. Verdigtingslaag is daarmee een. Nou, Hannes, hoe kan jy CV helpende verdigtingslaag al? Die teorie is, jy het 'n koei, 'n melkkoei wat sommer op die erf loop, wat jy melk vir jou huis, die koei loop elke dag water toe, dieselfde paadjie, 365 dae, daai paadjie wat sy loop is gekompakteer en is dood. Maar vat 365 beeste en jaag hulle een keer dam toe en terug, dan sien jy wat gebeur met daai grond. So dit gaan absoluut oor hoe jy die weiding beheer en die vertrapping beheer. So al wat jy wil hê, jy moet goed moet skuif, hulle moet nie vir 'n lang tyd op een plek wees nie en begin paaie trap en daai tipe goed nie. Dis ek weet nie 12 minute nie, maar okay. Hier is sommer net 'n foto van 3 jaar terug, daai 20 seisoen. Die soja is baie sleg gelyk, maar dis maar die plantertjie wat ek gebruik om tussen te saai. Ja, dis nou regtig baie slegte sojas, maar selfs daai sojas, dit was my wins, want my insette was belaglik min, want ek hou my eie saad ook maar terug. Ja, dis hoe dit lyk 30 dae na plant, en dis hoe dit gelyk het 3 maande na plant. Ja, 3 maande omtrent na plant. Daai het my nou in staat gestel om my sojareste met my beeste te kan benut. Waar ek aanvanklik net skape op sojas kon sit, want daar was niks nie. Bees kan tog nie sojapitte optel nie. So, nou het ek lewendige wortels in die grond, omtrent vir die hele jaar. Daai kon ek 2 keer wy met die beeste. So, hierdie praktyke begin op mekaar stek. En die impak wat jy kan hê op 'n kort termyn is enorm. En die impak wat dit gaan hê op jou bankrekening vergelyk ook daarmee. Hierdie is maar 'n voorbeeld van herfsmengsels wat ek gebruik as ek besluit 'n land is nou regtig nie goed genoeg nie, haal ek hom uit kontant gewas rotasie uit en probeer om rehabiliteer op hierdie manier. Weereens geen kunsmis in daai mengsel nie. Maar wat ek vir jou sal sê is met hierdie wat ek soveel dekgewasse of gewasse tussen my mielies en sojas inplant, het ek regtig nie baie nodig om dit meer te doen nie. Ek sal dit wel met sandlande doen. Ons het erg sand, maar ek het so 15% van my lande is goeie kleilande, maar die meeste kan jy bou mee. So dis nie, ek het nie hierdie hoë opbrengs potensiaal gronde nie. Dit is nie baie diep nie. Ons gronde is 300, 400, partyplekke 500 diep. Daar is dele wat nou 1,5 meter plus is, maar dit is 'n baie klein persentasie. Maar net nog 'n foto van daai dekgewasse. Ons vestig ook meerjarige mengsels op lande wat regtig marginaal is. Ek met my praktyk het ek nie eintlik meer marginale lande nie, want elke land gee vir my wins. So ek gaan daai bes moontlik terugvat na 'n jaar of 2 weer na kontant gewas en dalk weer later 'n meerjarige gewas daar vestig. Nou ja, nou die voordele van hierdie metgeselgewasse wat vir my 'n beter naam is, want dis absoluut metgeselgewasse, hulle dien mekaar. Goeie grondbedekking, die help verseker met onkruidbeheer, is nie 'n totale beheer nie, hoegenaamd nie. Dit help met grondtemperatuur, vochtbewaring, daar is symbiotiese uitruilaksie, want een plant kan ander elemente losmaak en beskikbaar stel vir 'n ander plant. Dit is net, elke plant het sy eie microbial in sy rhizosfeer, sy wortelstelsel, wat verskillende goed beskikbaar kan stel. So, daar is, dis van onskatbare waarde. Nou ja, die verskillende gevormde blare vang meer sonlig op, verskillende solar panels, as jy wil, wat verskillende hoeke van sonlig opvang, so jy het 'n baie beter fotosintese wat daar aangaan. Nou, plante wat aktief en goed fotosinteer, ek het nou daar gesê humus, maar dis eintlik humus nie, dis koolstof. Dit bou koolstof van 5 tot 30 keer vinniger as boogrondse organiese materiaal wat afgebreek moet word en in die grond ingaan. En dis nie my syfers nie, dit is studies wat gedoen is. Ja, ek het nou gesê van elke plantspesie wat uniek is, dit stimuleer dan obviously grondlewe, die organismes. Al hierdie lewendige wortels is huisves hier nie net die organismes nie, maar gee ook vir hulle wat hulle nodig het. Lokbestuivers en ander voordelige insekte, die potentiële tweede oes, wat ek daarmee bedoel, sal ek nou vir jou wys. En dan, ja, ek het dit gesê, dit voer die grondorganismes. Daar is maar net 'n foto van 'n tillerradys of 'n ripperradys in Afrikaans. En wat kan gebeur? En dis deel van wat ek gedoen het om die kompaksiteit te werk. Ons almal ken daai ding, vir elke nadelige spesie insekte is daar 1700 voordeliges. En nou gaan ons in ons spuit die lot van hulle dood. Ek het binne die eerste jaar het ek my predatore teruggehaal van hulle. Dit parasitiese wespes, ek het video's daarvan onder 'n mikroskoop wat hulle eiers in die luise gelê het en dan daai larwe wat teer op die luis en hoe hy uitgebroei het. Man, is 'n nuwe wêreld en dis verniet. So ja, ek het een keer wel 15 hektaar totaal op my plaas wat ek 'n insekdoder moes gebruik vir snywerms. 'n radius van 500, 'n radius van 'n halwe meter, 50, 60 snywerms. So nou sou my totaal uitgewis het, maar ek het net op daai 15 hektaar gespuit. Ek doen dit nie as 'n reël soos in die verlede nie. So die herinfestasie van die voordelige spesies is blitsig. As jy net 'n stukkie doen en nie net eenvoudig voorkomend gaan spuit nie. daai tweede oes wat ek van gepraat het, ek het 'n proef gedoen. Groep 1, daar staan nou 150 kalvers per hektaar, is nie per hektaar nie, dis in totaal, ek weet nie hoe ek daai drukfout gemaak het, was ek laat in die aand en my boerebrein wou nie meer lekker werk nie. Ons 150 kalvers in totaal, en op mieliereste sonder dekgewasse. Ek het vir hulle 'n baie bekende en 'n goeie backgrounding pil gegee as byvoeding. Daai R10 per kalf is ook vir my na die tyd gesê, dis nie reg nie, dis heel wat meer, maar kom ons maak R10 per kalf. Die toename was 1,5 kg per dag op daai kalvers. Die ander groep was 250 kalvers in totaal, slegs mieliereste en daai dekgewas wat julle daar gesien het. Nie enige byvoeding nie. Toename was 1,53 kg per kalf. Nou ja, die eerste groep en dan gerealiseer op 5 kalvers per hektaar. Die totale toename was, dis die voerkoste was R45.000 in totaal vir daai kalvers. Die kalvers se toename soos ek gesê het was 1,5 kg, maar dan 45 kg per kalf vir 30 dae periode was. En ja, die totaal was dan R202.000, daar kan julle som sien. Die wins, bruto wins R157.000, wins per hektaar min of meer R5.000. Nou ja, die volgende som lyk heel wat beter. Nie net is dit goedkoper om dit te doen, daai dekgewas wat ek aanplant het nou op daai stadium R480 per hektaar gekos, dit sal nou meer dan R580 per hektaar wees, maar dit kos om dit te vestig. Dis die toename gewees, die toename is min of meer dieselfde, maar ek kan soveel meer kalvers per hektaar voer, as jy wil, of afrond op daai stuk grond. En die wins was R10.000 per hektaar, amper R11.000 per hektaar bo op die miliewins. En in dieselfde tyd is dit baie voordelig vir jou grondgesondheid. So hierdie goed stek op mekaar, nie net om jou grondgesondheid te verbeter, maar ook in rand en sent. Ek sommer net 'n paar nuwe goed, daar is nou al heel wat meer korwe, soos wat ek hier by swerms, die trekswerms vang en swaan. So ons probeer dit, hierdie is bestuiverstroke, elke land het in die middeldeur so 'n mengsel van meerjarige bestuivers, blomspesies in, maar dan nou maar bye en ander voordelige insekte huisves. Ek moet nog my manne met die spuit so 'n bietjie oplei, want hierdie spesifieke een bestaan nie meer nie. Hy het net vuil goed gesien en gesê, nee, dit moet dood. So dis nou nie meer daar nie, maar ek sit maar weer vestig. Ek het natuurlik vir hom gesê, ag, is alright. Maar so hy sê nou kan hy verseker nie meer glo wat ek sê nie. Ja, hierdie is 'n proef wat ek gedoen het. Ons moet voorbrande maak in ons area. Veldbrande in die winter, hierdie tyd van die jaar is 'n enorme probleem. Ek het hierdie probeer om daai bestuiverstroke te plant, saam met 'n klomp raaigras en goed. Ek weet vir julle is dit 'n vloekwoord, vir my ek is lief vir die goed, maar dit het nie gewerk nie. Ek het dit 'n verkeerde seisoen probeer en ek gaan dit hierdie jaar weer doen. So net omdat 'n ding nie werk nie, hands up nie. Ek gaan figure vir jouself uit, hoekom het dit nie gewerk nie? Want as ek daarom nou kilometers en kilometers van 'n 12 meter breë bestuiverstrook met bye op kan hê, wat vir my inkomste het, versus om te gaan brand, wat my geld kos en my veld opneek. Dit maak net sin. Ag, hier is maar net 'n paar saadproduksies, soos wat hulle daar staan 2 maande later, toe daai selfe albei wat ek nou van gepraat het, het gelyk of ek 'n roller radeer getrek het, so ek het niks geoes nie, dit is baie mooi foto's, dis die enigste oes wat ek daarvan gekry het, maar ek is seker dat dit iets vir die grond beteken in elk geval. Hier is nog net poging wat ek het om onkruid te beheer en daarmee dan te probeer om al hoe minder onkruiddoder te gebruik. Daai is 'n Ceradella wat daai haal so geslaan het en toe het hy weer gegroei en toe het ek hom gewy, weer eens hoë druk en ek het hom so vertrap en dis die dekking wat ek gehad het. Ja, daar sit maar net nog 'n foto daarvan en ja, toe het ek binne in dit in gaan klawers plant. So daar's geen versteuring nie, soos julle daar kan sien. Die dekking is steeds daar. Toe ek is toe nou baie trots. Ek gaan sommer aangaan oor die 10 dae later staan die klawers toe baie mooi en toe hulle mooi groot word, toe sien ek is die klawers nie. Dis dit net daai seradalle saad wat so op die grond gelê het wat te vinnig ontkiem. Die klawers het gekom, maar dit was te laat. Maar die seradalle het 'n goeie job gedoen en ek is baie happy geweest daaroor. Maar ja, nie klawers nou nie. Hierdie is 'n ander praktyk wat ek ook, dis 'n bekende praktyk wat julle baie video's al van sou gesien het. Dis 'n stoelrog wat ek ook weer eens sonder kunsmis gevestig het. En dan plant ek sojabone binne in die stoelrog in. En as die soja's hier op 'n 5-6 duim hoogte is, dan kom ek met 'n rollerkneser en ek termineer en rol die ceradella plat, die stoelrog plat wat dan vir my op hierdie stadium is dit baie goeie onkruidbeheer want hulle sterk groei is en druk jy ander goed uit en dan die dekking wat jy daarna gee help met die ontkieming van ander onkruide. Dis nie 100% beheer nie, maar ek stel nie belang in 100% beheer nie. In elk geval as dit by onkruid kom is ek baie krities of is dit regtig 'n onkruid of is dit net 'n ongewenste plant en as dit 'n onkruid is, het hy op daai stadium regtig 'n impak op my oes wat voor lê of nie. En as hy nie het nie, dan los ek hom. Ek is absoluut mal oor 'n misbreedie. Hy moet op die regte tyd daar wees. Al wanneer 'n misbreedie vir my 'n probleem is as in 'n ander my kontantgewasse oorskadu. Maar op 'n later stadium is hy nie die beste maatjies wat jy aan kan dink. So is net verstommend hoe ons gaan vashak het in 'n rad. Ek het 30 sekondes oor. Ek dink nie ek het nodig om al hierdie goed vir jou te sê nie. Ek het dit alles gesê. Dis wat ek baie by julle ook sien. So julle wortels en goed lyk goed. Daai heel linkerkantste foto is, jy sien daar die pit is nog pink van al die gif wat op hom is. Want ons sukkel om onbehandelde saad te kry. Maar ek het hom geënt en hy het nog steeds vir my 'n resultaat gehad. Daai mielie is nog nie by die grond uit nie. En dis die wortels wat reeds gevorm het. En dis nie net wortels wat gevorm het en groei soos maalgoed nie, dis gesonde wortels wat bedek is met organismes. En dis wat jy wil sien. As jy daai goed sien, dan weet jy jy's besig om jou grondgesondheid aan te wakker. Hierdie het ek sommer net in daai middelste foto. Your time's up. Okay, op my skree nie. Ek sien. Daai middelste foto ons as 'n reël en Stuart het daaroor gepraat oor inokulante en goed so vinnig. Ek eent glad nie meer nie. Daai sojabone is nie geënt nie. Die verskil is, ek doen niks wat my organismes in my grond doodmaak nie. Die goed is daar. As jy nie iets doen om hulle te benadeel nie, gaan hulle net meer word en floreer. En dis, ek weet nie of daar plek is vir nog 'n nodules nie. En dit het niks met my uit te waai nie. Dit uit te waai met die, ek is oortuig van dat ons 'n stelsel gegee wat selfonderhoudend is en ons moet dit net bestuur. En dis al. Ek gaan nie daaroor praat nie. Gaan vinnig afsluit. Ja, ek kan nie langer die negatiewe impak van konvensionele praktyke ignoreer nie. Chemiese insette nie. My vraag is nie, hoe lyk jou grond oor 5 jaar nie? Wat is jou nalatenskap? Hoe lyk dit oor 100 en 200 en 300 jaar? Gaan jou kleinkinders nog op jou grond kan boer as hy anders is soos aanhou? Maar ja, ek het maar hierdie sê ding, only dead fish go with the flow. En dis eenvoudig net wat het is. Jy nie net saam die stroom gaan nie, besluit vir jouself wat vir jou die beste is en wat vir die mensdom die beste is. Maar ja, as jy weet hoe hierdie goed werk in die grond en jy verstaan die proses en jy weet hoe die natuur funksioneer. Weet ons boere is bekend daarvoor dat ons natuurliefhebbers is. En ek wil so ver gaan, as jy weet hoe hierdie goed werk en jy hou aan om hierdie praktyke wat jy weet nadelig is vir grond en organismes en die natuur en vir almal, jou aan om dit te doen, dan kan jy regtig nie meer 'n natuurliefhebber noem. Jy kan jouself miskien 'n liefhebber van natuurskoon noem. Maar as jy vir die natuur lief is, sal jy regtig fokus op wat moet verander en hoe ondersteun jy dit. Maar ja, ek het daar in die begin gesê, ek sê dit net weer, dit hoef nie 'n 7 tot 10 jaar lange omskakelingsproses te wees nie, dit hoef nie. En as ek dit kan doen, want ek waarborg jou 99%, en myself daarom 1% gee, van julle is beter boere as ek. Hierdie is net eenvoudig, wil jy dit doen of wil jy dit nie doen nie. And trying is lying. As jy besluit om dit te doen, dan doen jy dit tot dit werk. Want dit kan werk. Niemand sal my enige kontry in die wêreld wys waar hierdie beginsels nie kan werk. Dankie vir julle tyd en dankie dat julle geluister het. Dit was my voorreg. Ek het gelukkig nie tyd vir vrae nie.
Dankie Hannes en dankie vir die moeite wat jy gemaak het om al die pad af te kom van Mpumalanga af. Regtig 'n insiggewende praatjie. Ons gaan nou na ons bydraes oor dekgewasse en ons eerste spreker, Janse Toit, die straatboerdery CAWC, en hy gaan praat hoe hulle in harmonie met die natuurboer, met natuurlike hulpbronne en 'n groei en sny benadering tot dekgewasse.
Goeiemôre almal. Ja, my naam is Janse Toit, ons boer in die CAWC, die noordelike deel van die CAWC, noord van Ceres met appels en pere. Ek boer nou so 22 jaar daar saam met my pa. Hy boer seker al kort, dis kan 50 jaar op dieselfde grond. So ek het maar net so 'n stukkie van ons ervaring wat ek met julle wil deel. So baie dankie vir die geleentheid. Ek is nou die eerste vrugteboer van die dag, so ek weet nie wat dit beteken nie. Ons het 'n strategiese besluit geneem klompie jare terug. Ons was groenteboere ook gewees en ons het besluit om die groenteboerdery te staak vir verskeie redes. En dit het ons toe nou veroorsaak dat ons besproeiingshektaar omtrent halveer het. En ons moes bietjie terug gaan drawing board toe ons besigheid het verklein. En ons moes ons besigheid so bietjie herstruktureer as gevolg daarvan. En dit het vir ons met 'n paar vrae gelaat wat volhoubaarheid mee te maak het, finansiëel en produksie insette gewys. En van die goed wat uitgekom het, wat vir ons belangrik was en wat belangrik uitgestaan het, was insetkostes soos arbeidskostes, mekanisasie. Ons moes 'n paar goed gaan teenwerk en gaan aanspreek om die hele koste knyptang te probeer bestuur. Of mense dit nou reg kry, sal tyd eers leer. Op die einde van die dag het ons omstandighede gehad wat ons in bevind en ons het 'n sekere klompie beperkings gelys en toe het ons agtergekom maar die oomblik as jy met 'n beperking te maak het, word jy geforseer om in 'n sekere rigting in te gaan. En daai force het maar eintlik op die einde van die dag die groot call gemaak. Ons moes 'n besluit neem om sekere dinge in plek te kry. Ons kon nie aanhou boer soos ons geboer het nie. Ons was gewoond aan in ons setup aan grondbewerking links en regs. Ons borde so bankies was skoon geweest omdat ons was gewoond daaraan. En dit is hoe ons geboer het. So ek gaan sommer net so deur dit gaan saam met julle. Alright. Okay, so daar is so 'n konvensionele CAWC wat ek bysê is hoë reënval area, alhoewel ons nie nou baie reën kry nie. Dit word koud in die winter, so tussen Mei maand en September maand is dit maar redelik winter. Ons kry baie ryp, so dis hoë koue eenhede area. Ons boer op sandgrond, hoofsaaklik in die deel waar ons is, die noordelike deel. So die sandsteen is klipperig en dit is baie sanderig soos julle daar kan sien. So dis die tipe bankie wat ons aan gewoond was. Daar is net van naby af, ek kan die mos op die grond sien, wat nou nie altyd mos nog 'n goeie teken is nie. En, alright, so ons is op 'n kaf rotasie siklus, ons bring kaf in, deel die plaas of die grond in 4 of 5 seksies en jy doen elke 4 jaar bankiebedekking met kaf. Dit is baie duur. Ons ry die kaf aan van julle manne af, Bokveld toe, so dis dieselkostes en. So dit kon nie so aangaan nie. Dis een van die finansiële implikasies wat ons moes bestuur het of moes na gekyk het. Weer eens, as jy beperk is, dan word jy geforseer. So ons moes 'n plan daarmee maak. Ons is gewoond aan dekgewasse. Ons boer met dekgewasse, nie 100% nie, maar op baie van ons boorde het ons dekgewasse al vir baie jare. Die ouer peerboord wat daar so op die skuifees, is lekker raaigras, veskie dekgewas, en ons het begin kyk en sien wat ons daar reg kry in daai boorde met dekgewasse, maar ons is nog nie tevrede met die materiaal wat ons op die bankie gehad het nie. Ons wil nie noodwendig met 'n dekgewas op die bankie gaan nie. Ons sit met baie kalanderprobleme, snytkewer, wat ons nie bestuur kry wanneer ons groei op die bankie het nie. Ons is ook katvoet vir kompetisie op die bankie en dan ook omdat ons mikrobesproeiing gebruik, is ons bang vir uitskerming van water. Dit raak warm by ons in die somer ook. Nou, soos nog 'n foto van hoe die ou dekgewas is, 'n 4 meter ry daar. So ons het so is onder die 50% bewerkingsarea aan die binnekant en dan 'n redelike groot bankie, soos ons nou kan sien. Ek moet net my notas hier byhou. Right. So nou waar laat ons dit? Ons het toe besluit ons wil gaan vir die dekgewas model. Ons wil dit graag doen, ons wil dit uitbrei. Ons het 1-jarige dekgewasse probeer. Dit werk baie goed. Vestiging is baie keer 'n probleem. Ons grond is nie oral dieselfde nie. Jy sal 'n blok van 'n hektaar kry, dan sal 3, 4, 5 verskillende grondtipes in, so dit is moeilik om te bestuur. Vestigingstyd vir die somergewasse is die omstandighede nie altyd daarna nie, dan kry jy nie goeie stand nie. En as jy hom sny, ons het nie genoeg volume gekry dat ons wil hom sny en hom verplaas bankie toe vir die rede van insekbestuur, soos ek net gesê het. So ons kry nie genoeg volume met die somergewas, alhoewel hy vir jou baie goeie materiaal gee en hy gee vir jou goeie ondergrondse materiaal, biomassa, kry ons nie genoeg bedekking op die bankie nie. So dit is nie iets wat ons los nie, maar dit was nie op die einde van ons die antwoord op ons vraag nie. Ons wil 'n mal sê wat ons bankie toemaak en wat volhoubaar is, wat die bankie toehou deur die hele seisoen. Alright, toe ons het wintergrane probeer, ons het die wintergraan afgewissel, jy weet, winter het jy gars of 'n haver of 'n koorrog, en die somer plant jy 'n somermengsel, maar weer eens, ons winters is koud, ons is nie 'n bekende of 'n goeie saai area nie, die wintergrane oorskadu as jy hom vroeër plant, jy kry nie goeie stand nie en jy eindig maar op dieselfde dilemma op, jy het nie genoeg biomassa om te verplaas nie. So tot ons begin dink aan die konsep van, ons het gegaan vir die konsep van grow and mow. So ons het alles wat ons nodig het binne in die boord. Ons het toe intussen tyd, eintlik al voor dit het ons beweeg van 'n 4 meter boomry spasiering na 'n 3.5 meter toe. Ons werk met 'n wye radius upside down micro wat dan nou in die lug hang, wat dan nou perfek is om materiaal op die bankie te plaas, so, want jy het nie die probleem van jy gooi jou besproeiing toe of jou pype raak toe gegroei of wat ook al nie. So ons het die ding toe nou begin beplan en opgeset, ons gaan vir 'n ground mow stelsel, maar ons het nie die regte gewas gehad nie. So toe het ons vir Barenbrug ingekry en 'n kerel met die naam van Jaco Kellerman het ons gehelp. Ons het op die plaas rondgery en ek dink die beste besluit wat ons toegeneem het is om vir 'n gewas te gaan wat ons reeds in ons boorde gesien het, wat daar aangepas is, wat daar reeds voorkom. En hy het dit toe nou geïdentifiseer as oulandsgras. Hy kom natuurlik in ons boorde voor, hy's 'n somergroeier, hy's baie gehard en is 'n polagtige grastipe. En ja, ek dink hy het 'n heel klomp van ons bokse getiek. Ons op die oomblik ons vestig hom in ons raf van hom in die herfst te vestig, is makliker. Jy het nie daai besproeiingsrisiko met ontkieming soos in die vroeë somer nie. So ons vestig hom, dan laat groei ons hom vir 'n jaar. As jy goeie stand het, wag jy tot hy lekker lank is soos hy daar op die foto is. Dan sny ons hom net, laat hy kan hervestig. En dan van sy, wat sit nou sy 3de jaar af, dan begin oes ons hom. So dan gaan ons in, en ons sny hom, en ons verplaas hom. Yes. Ja, ons verplaas hom bankie toe, so, alright. Net 'n stapie terug, wat ons voor dit besluit het, voordat ons nou gegaan het vir die dekgewasse, het ons ook vir mekaar gesê, ons gaan nie op die standaardpraktyk voortgaan om enige materiaal wat ons in die boord mee sit, wat dan nou hout is, somersnoei, herfsnoei of wintersnoei, ons gaan nie materiaal uit die boorde uit verwyder nie. Ons wil die materiaal in die boorde hou. En dit het ons na die stokkiekapper praktyk toe gevat. Ons het stokkiekappers gebruik, maar jy weet, jy gebruik het en dan as jy weer mense het wat van die groente af kom en hulle het nie werk nie, dan sit die mense in en ry die takke weg. En ons het daarmee gestop, stokkiekappers gekry. Julle ken die meeste van julle wat met vrugteboere sal hierdie stokkiekappers met die side delivery system ken, met die ketting wat hom bankie toe gooi. Toe het ons nou daarvoor gegaan. So ons het onmiddellik besluit, ons gaan nie 'n ander roete nie, ons gaan nooit weer stokke of takke uitry nie. Ons het ons trekkers gaan ondersoek en ons gesien met die stokkiekapper ry ons te vinnig oor die kapteiken en ons het hulle toe 'n creeper gearbox ingesit, of 'n gearhuisjou ingesit wat hom dan stadiger laat werk, wat die verwerking van die stokkies baie verbeter. Daarmee kry ons dit reg dat ons nie enige dikte hout, enige dikte hout kan ons fyn kap binne in die boord en hy word met die side delivery op die bankie gegooi. So ons behou alle organiese materiaal binne in die boord. Terug by die dekgewas, ons wil dieselfde met die dekgewas doen. Ons wil hom sny en ons wil hom verplaas bankie toe. Nou, soos nog 'n foto van, dit is nou sy volgroeite, hy's in saad, so dan kan jy hom los, dat hy saad skiet, dat die saad drop, of jy kan hom sny en hom verplaas. Alright, en op die einde van die dag het ons toe besluit, nadat ons begin sny het met die stokkiekapper malsers, dat dit nie vir die gras werk nie, dit is nie noodwendig 'n 2-in-1 oplossing nie, en ons moes gaan kyk na 'n tipe grassnyer. Daar is nie baie van hulle op die mark nie. Daar is redelik van die stokkiekapper modelle op die mark, maar sy probleem is, sy hoogte op 'n 3.5 is hy te hoog en te naby in die boom. So in oestyd, as jy met 'n somergewas sit en jy wil sny, dan haak hy gewoonlik in 'n tak, wat dan vrugval tot gevolg het, en jy kry nie die masjien onder jou onderste scaffolding ingepas nie. So ons het ons boord uitleg toe so 'n bietjie aangepas, ons het 'n 1.8 meter snywyte op die 3.5 meter ry, dit gee vir ons 1.7 so 850 bankie, van bankiekant tot boom op 'n kant, en toe het ons gegaan vir die 1.8 meter Nobili grassnyer met die grasmaser met die auger agterop. So hy werk nie met die ketting nie, hy het 'n auger op. Hy gooi weerskante toe, so elke keer as jy 'n snysel doen, dan jy 'n split van die materiaal van die biomassa wat jy dan links en regs na toe gooi. Jy kan sien na agter die masjien hierdie groen gedeelte wat hy uitgooi. Die masjiene, soos die stokkiekapper, se onderhoud is maar ongelukkig hoog. Hy is nie die ideaal nie, hy was aanvanklik nie sterk genoeg gebou nie, vir die gewas nie. Daai gras is nogal dig, hy het 'n lekker geharde tipe van 'n blaar, dit is, ek dink is familie van tef, Ivan as ek reg is, so baie selfe geaardheid as tef, hy's net meerjarig. So as hy lekker volgroeid is en hy's dig, dan het jy 'n goeie snyer vir hom nodig. Weereens 'n kombinasie van die trekker en die snyer is belangrik. Dit het vir ons goed gewerk, dat ons die stadige rad op die trekker het, as hy te dik raak, ry hy net stadiger, en hy sny vir hom baie netjies. Ek gaan nou by die vraag kom. Daar's 'n ander modelletjie wat 1.5 is, hy het 'n side shift, so hy gooi net een kant toe, so as jy 'n breër ry het wat jy moet sny, dan is hy dan weer ideaal, of selfs 'n smaller ry, dan kan jy een keer na die een kant toe sny en die ander keer na die ander kant toe, net soos jy hom wil werk, is natuurlik dan nou 2 keer wat jy moet ry, per keer, die masjien se onderhoud is 'n bietjie minder, omdat hy nie so 'n lang auger het nie, maar hulle werk baie lekker. Right. Daar's nog 'n foto, so daar kan jy duidelik sien, die masjien kom lekker onder die spere, hy kom onder die onderste tak kom hy in, hy hak nie daar nie, en jy kry dit reg om, jy kan hy oor sy spoed stel, dan gooi jy die gras 'n bietjie weier, of hy gooi hom nader, net waar jy hom wil neersit, maar hy werk spesifiek dan nou goed om onder die boom deur te beweeg, veral op 'n 3.5, dis ouens wat al 3.25 plant, as jy smaller gaan, het jy net soveel plek, so mekanisasie moet jy daarmee byhou. Alright, ek beweeg vinniger as wat ek nou gedink het. Right, die gewas is redelik maklik om te bestuur. Sou hy het nie die geneigtheid om te kruip, ons nou maar praat, kruip hy nie op die bankie op nie, maar sou hy groei, spuit hy maklik dood. So dis nie 'n probleem nie. Ons, soos ek net al gesê het, ons het ons bewerkingsry 1.8 gemaak, en ons het ons onkruid spuitgedeelte, het ons dan nou, ek dink is 850 na 'n kant toe. Ons onkruiddoder program, dis 2 jaar se materiaal wat daar lê. Ons onkruiddoder program het uitfaseer. Ons doen net spotspray onkruiddoder, selektiewe onkruiddoder, so in die winter sal dit tipies wees dat daar winter onkruide deurkom wat weer eens met die hoogte vir kalander en snitkewer bestuur vir ons moeilik maak. Dan haal ons dit met selektiewe breedblaaddoders uit, of dan nou dieselfde met iets soos eintjies kweek of een of ander gras wat daar deurkom, dis spotspray. So ons doen glad nie meer paraquats of Roundup MCPA wat 'n norm by ons is, ten minste 3-4 keer 'n seisoen. Ons is weg van daai gebruik af. Daar is die masjien, hoe hy sny, en dit is die volume wat jy kry. Dis obviously een snysel daai. As ek nou reg kyk, sal dit die eerste snysel van die seisoen wees, as redelik volume. Nou, ons begin sny hom in sy 3de jaar, begin sny hom Oktober. Hy gee vir jou elke maand 'n snysel tot in ons area tot so Februarie, Maart toe. As jy laat koue na die winter kry, begin sny jy later Oktober, en soos die somer skuif, sny jy dan net later in die somer ook. So hy kan jou 4 tot 5 sulke snysels gee in 'n seisoen. Ek het nog nie 'n dekgewas in 'n boord gesien wat daai volume groei, volume vir jou biomassa gee nie. Die nadeel nou is op die oomblik, ons het dis net hierdie een, daar is nie biodiversiteit in nie, ons het nie 'n kombinasie of 'n mengsel nie, soos ons het dit nou ingesit, om 'n klawertjie of iets tussenin te kry, wat jy dan so 'n bietjie van 'n verskeidenheid het, dat hulle mekaar kan aanvul. Soos julle daar sien, die polagtigheid van die gewas kan jy duidelik sien, en dan tussenin is baie spasie, so jy het geleentheid om tussenin iets te vestig wat dalk buite Maart maand en jy weet in jou wintertyd dalk meer aktief gaan wees. Ek het 'n video hierso, ek weet nie of hy gaan staan sy hand op hy. So dit is hoe hy loop, ek dink daar is gewone spoed. Dit was nou in die begin gewees, die masjiene hou nie as jy so vinnig ry nie. So ons het dadelik begin stadig gery, so dit is 'n bietjie van 'n tydrowende proses, maar weer eens, as jy geforseer word om te mekaniseer, en dit is een van die min plekke waar ons appels en peerboere kan mekaniseer op die oomblik. En ons fokus is definitief om te kyk waar ons maklik met mekanisasie kan wegkom. Dan moet jy bereid wees om 'n bietjie onderhoudskoste te betaal, en jy moet bereid wees om tyd te vat. Dis nie 'n haastige proses nie. Alright, so ek dink dit is die slides. Ek gaan sommer net gou vinnig opsom, tyd is amper uit. Ons voordele wat ons dadelik kan sien is, ons kry besproeiingsvoordeel as gevolg van die malsbedekking op die bankie. Dit was ons eerste doelwit gewees. Ons toets dit met ons probes, ons kan sien dat ons vog fluktuasies is baie minder. Ons het 'n konstante goeie grondvog wat lekker bestuur. Ek het gepraat oor onkruidbeheer. Ons is net op 'n spatsprei produksiepraktyk nou. Grondlewe is definitief meer aktief, is nog nie gemeet nie. Ons is 2 jaar met die verplasing besig, maar ons sien definitief meer wortels in die boogrond en meer erfworms in sandgrond wat ons nie ken nie. Ja, ek dink die kombinasie van dit met 'n ander gewas sal dalk nog meer voordelig wees. Lesse wat ons geleer het is dat ons moet moeite doen met vestiging. En die tyd van vestiging, die regte gewas, het vir ons uitgestaan, ek dink daar het ons gewen. Sit dalk 'n klawertjie by, het ek reeds gesê, en doen moeite met mekanisasie vooraf, jou trekker en jou snyer kombinasie met hierdie tipe gewas is baie belangrik, is deurslaggewend op die einde van die dag. Help nie, jy het 'n gewas wat jy produseer en jy kan hom nie verplaas nie, as jy die mashing route wil gaan. Baie dankie. Is daar enige vrae? Ja. Ja, so as hy na vestiging, ek dink net na die winter as jy sien hoe hy lekker stand maak, het ons hom so 150 kN op die strook gegee, strookbeplasing. As dit 'n jong word is, kan jy dit nou kombineer met jou jongboombemesting ook, broadcast. Nee. As hy volgroeid is en as in die gang met die bemesting nodig het. Ek hoor wat hom sê, ja. Dat sal ek nou kan antwoord hê. Yes, ek hoor wat hom sê. Yes, ek hoor. Ek hoor wat hom sê, 100%. Yes. Ja, ek dink die volgende spreker gaan vir ons meer lig oor dit gee. Nee, is plat. Is plat, ja. Baie dankie.
Dankie Jan. Die volgende spreker, Neville van Buuren, Oak Valley, landgoedgrapbou, praktische wenke en persoonlijke ervaring met medics as dekgewas in appel- en peerboorde. Dankie.
What I do here to, excuse me? As well, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It's good to be here, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. I see we going into the graveyard session, so we'll be writing a test afterwards, so please stay awake. So I'm going to discuss medics, just my reasoning behind medics, my experiences with it, some practical tips, and for planting of medics as a cover crop in apple and pear orchards. I've been farming for 22 years, and I've been mulching orchards since then. I've used various types of mulch, from straw bales to pine chips to apple and pear chips, and the benefits that I get from mulch are just phenomenal, and I promote mulch greatly. I cannot tell you what mulch does, the benefits that mulch has in my orchards. So firstly, we've probably heard a lot of these points, but mulch gives us a healthier root system. You get a mat of active fine roots, which leads to a healthier tree and giving you better shoot growth and bigger leaves. Trees are able to tolerate low levels of nematode infestation. Your free-living nematodes are increased, while harmful nematodes are suppressed. Soil compaction is less. You have better aeration of soils as the mulch breaks down. We have less evaporation of soil moisture, cooler and more constant soil temperatures. You have an increase in microbial activity and soil diversity. You have an increase in carbon content of the soil over time, as well as an improvement in fruit quality as a result of all the benefits above. With this all being said, I cannot farm without mulch. However, the cost of mulch today, to bring it into the orchards, is increasing. It's a pretty accurate figure of 36,000 Rand a hectare that I spend every year on mulch. That is to make the mulch, that's to spread it out, and that's the diesel used to make it. But it's not something I want to let go of, and because of the benefits. So unfortunately, I can only apply mulch to my newly planted orchards. Every now and then I get the opportunity, when there's surplus, to be able to apply it to problem orchards, or where I want to try and fix an issue, get better growth. So unfortunately, I can only put it on my non-producing orchards, and if you cannot establish a young orchard, you're going to have problems going ahead. So that's money well spent. But I'd love to put it on my whole farm. So I had to start looking at alternative ways to bring in mulch that's potentially more sustainable. I'm not going to stop mulching. I'm still going to spend my 36,000 Rand a hectare, but I need to look at alternative methods. So about 3 years ago, I was introduced to medics. Not actually introduced, but I've heard more and more about it. But Ivan from Barenbrug stimulated my mind, started investigating medics, and started playing around with it in my mind, and to see if this is something that I can bring into my orchards. Firstly, medics, I've made use of Santiago or Simito. It's an annual legume and matures early to mid-season. It's low growing, so I don't have issues of it growing up into my tree and being a snout beetle bridge. It's adaptable to growing on a wide range of soils, especially in the Grabouw area where we have a huge mystery pie of soils. It germinates during the warmer conditions of autumn, roughly March, April. The sowing rate that we've used or that I've experimented with is 6 kilograms per hectare. And if you put that into rand terms, it's a lot cheaper than 36,000 rand a hectare. I'm coming out at about 730 rand per hectare. What are the benefits of Medix? So while Medix is actively growing, it will cover the ridge and in so doing compete with and suppress weeds in the winter months. This will also lead to fewer herbiciding rounds. And hopefully, if I can get that right, it's a saving in costs as well. Once the Medix dies, it naturally dies, it will create a mat of organic material, which is my mulch. Medix has the ability to fix nitrogen in the soil, and time will tell if this will be able to reduce my nitrogen-based fertilizers. Medix dies naturally once it's made seed, which is roughly mid-November. And this will not compete for water and nutrients during this time. So during harvest time in January, February, March, April, the Medix is effectively dead. It's not competing, so I'm not going to have a negative impact on fruit quality, fruit size. It's not nitrogen fixing, so I'm not going to get worse color on my pink ladies or raw galas. Yeah. And then also the seeds will germinate. Once the Medix has died, it will seed itself, and those seeds will then germinate in March, April the following year. So you don't have to re-sow the Medix every year. However, I do recommend that when you're trying to establish it, that you re-sow it the following year, just where you haven't had sufficient germination the previous year, just to fill the gaps and just to give an extra bed of seed. So the idea is that once it's established, that it's permanently in your orchard. How to establish Medix? So it's critical that you start off with a clean ridge. You don't want any weed competition. So when the Medix takes off, it's the only plant growing. So you need to herbicide the ridge 2 to 3 weeks before planting an orchard. That's now not planting the Medix, but planting the orchard. So we generally plant in September, October, and it's important that I start off with a clean ridge. And then once the weeds have started dying, I then plant my trees. The year thereafter, so if I plant this year, I will establish my Medix only next year. So the year thereafter, I'll sow my Medix at a rate of 6 kilograms per hectare. It's critical to inoculate your seed. By inoculating the seed, it's just a high dose of nitrogen. Your break or your seed germination is so much better. You sow late March and April, and I sow it below the irrigation nozzle to ensure that the seeds don't dry out and that they continue getting water during that time of the year. I started about 3 years ago trying to sow the seeds, and I initially just sowed by hand on the ridge, but the seed is so fine everything just went in the air. And so we've learnt a few tricks, and what we do is we just take a plastic bottle, it can be a Coke bottle, milk bottle, and you drill holes into the lid of the bottle, and then you use that like an aromat shaker, and you shake once under the spitter on the ridge. It's important that you actually scratch open the mulch, put the seed in the hole. It's a very shallow hole, and then cover it. But by that way, you'll help the seed remain in place, and that's where you want it to germinate. It's important that once the medic starts growing, you do not herbicide. You do not apply any form of herbicide, because you want the medics to grow, otherwise you're just going to kill it. You need no herbicide until it's actually made seed and released its seed. So if there's any unwanted weeds on your ridge, unfortunately you need to make a bit of effort, go in by hand, pull them out, but please do not go in with any herbicide. Medics will roughly start flowering mid-August and should be completed by the end of September. Medics will naturally die, but it's good just to help it along at that time of the year. You can look at mid-November to end November, just to help the process, just to fasten it up, speed it up, and also to kill any other weeds. You then put a good dose of herbicide down. It's not necessary then, hopefully you have a clean ridge, it's not necessary then to apply any herbicide until the following year, before the seed germinates. And that's quite important. And often that time of the year, when it's March, we are thick into picking apples. It's the last thing on our minds, but it's really worthwhile to try, and before the winter wheat starts coming up, is really just to give your ridge a clean up with the herbicide, so that once the medic starts germinating by itself, that there's no other competition around. The idea going forward is that you will not need to do that, and hopefully with time you start suppressing your weeds, your unwanted weeds. As I mentioned earlier, it is important to resow medics in your second year, just to gap fill and to make sure that there's enough seed around. What I also do when I plant my orchard is to plant a tall fescue. That's in the work row. I find that also keeps my row neat and tidy. I basically use a product by the name of Optima. I sow it at 35 kilograms per hectare. I use a power harrow to sow it. The power harrow will also level and flatten your orchard, which is good for tractor movement. I sow that also with the first April springs, autumn rains. It's the best time for germination. And it's amazing when you get that right how quickly they germinate. Fescue in your work row will also suppress weeds, and it will make and produce a thick mat of material that when you do mow it, that you can blow it onto your ridge as well. It does suppress or prevent soil erosion, especially when you establish a new orchard, and hopefully in the long term, not hopefully, it's a fact that we mow our orchards less by having fescue. Right. Now, some practicalities. If you look carefully, those are the three things that you need to sow your medics. There's a little packet of inoculant that you mix. It's one packet is mixed with 25 kilograms of seed. Once you've mixed it, let it dry, and you have to sow it the same day. So do that in the morning, prepare it, and then once it's dry, it takes 20 minutes and it's dry, and then you can use that little bottle that I've just put down there. That's just an example. That's what we use. It's any plastic bottle. You just fill it up with the seed and then you go and shake it. So this photo was taken in June, and it's just showing that it's not showing any fescue, it's not showing any medics at this stage, it's just showing the fescue that I've planted in the year of planting your orchard. So that photo was taken in June, and that fescue in the work row was planted in April. I used a power harrow to sow it, and a power harrow just levels the soil, loosens it up, and it covers the seed once you've sown it. Same orchard, photo was taken in August, just a few months later, and it's just showing the rapid growth of the fescue. With that mat of fescue, it's suppressing the weeds. There's the very few weeds that are growing in your work row. The weeds are really only growing on the ridge. We now are a year late, not a year later, but a couple of months later in the following year. I've already planted the orchard in October after sowing that fescue. This photo is now taken in March, April of the following year. The trees have been planted, the irrigation systems are in, and my first growth season is almost complete. It's during this time, March, April, that I'll now sow my medics. And literally it's a shake or two under the micro spitter. Germination is rapid, it is literally within 7 days. The photo is taken in June, 2 months after sowing, and you can see that the medics is starting to bush out. Just another photo, roughly this similar time, 2 months after sowing, and both the fescue and the medics is establishing well. If you look at the work row and then on your ridge. It's just another photo showing the same thing. This photo is taken in August, roughly 4 months after sowing your medics, after sowing the medics. And the medics is just starting to spread nicely. You can see that it's not a tall growing plant, and it's going to start covering that ridge. It's also evident, it's not well shown in this photograph, but the first signs of the little yellow flowers that are starting to form. This is the orchard that I first started, where I first did my first trials, showing medics that has now covered the full ridge. You can see the fescue in the work row is nicely established. It's a nice thick mat. And then the medics on the ridge is almost covering that full ridge now, and it's really knitted and woven a beautiful mat. Very, very little weed competition at that stage. This is medics in full flower. Again, you can just see the slight yellowness of the photo. This was taken in September. The ridge is fully covered. That medics isn't even reaching the height of the spitter. So there's no fear of snout beetle getting into your tree or anything like that. The idea is also that hopefully going forward, if I can keep this process going and the reseeding process, if I can get that successful, that I won't have to re-establish the medics going forward. So it will take me roughly 2 seasons to get it done. This photo is taken in February, once the medics has seeded itself, once the medics has died, and after I've given it a dose of herbicide. and you can see the beautiful mat of mulch that I've created, and all the benefits of it. If you scratch under that mat of mulch, you'll see all the little seeds waiting to germinate. It's just another photo showing the ridge. This is the orchard that I first started trialing in. So obviously I have a better established mat of mulch. You can see the mulch on both sides under the ridge where the medics is died, and then also just the fescue that I've planted in the work row, just how thick it is, and it's a good mat. Just another photo of the mulch, that's what we're looking at, or the medics. I'm just going to do a little video. It's very short. Just look at scratching open the medics, and then if you look very carefully, you'll see the little burrs and the seeds underneath. Ooh, how does that work now? How do I get that video to play? So I press screen again? No.
You just go back. It's not. No. The hell do you get this to play? You just see.
Gaan nie speel nie. It's not going to work. Yeah, it can. It's not going to work. Okay, so apologies for that. But yeah, it's just a photo showing it. Literally, the mulch is roughly that thick from the medics, and you can see all the little burrs lying underneath that, and ready hopefully for germination. So that's my story. I'll answer any questions, but just from my side, it's something that it's no silver bullet. It's not going to sort out all our problems, but I do believe that there's something in it, and I'm definitely not going to stop trialing it. I've roughly planted about 20 hectares on the farm at this stage. The trick is to try and get the ridge clean and to try and get your medics established, so that you can get into the system of the cycle of it resowing itself and regerminating, and for it to be sustainable with very little effort going in. So yeah, that's my story. Any questions? Toch? Ja, alles is mikro. Dis reg. Nee, ek het dit nog nie op nee, glad nie. So ek kan nie lekker hoor nie. Ek dink dit sal miskien werk onder drip. Maar ek is nie seker hoe dit is net belangrik dat jy dit in die vroeë herfs aan die gang kan kry. Dan behoort dit deur jou wintermaande en vroeë lente tye te groei as jy genoeg reën kry. Ek dink dit is belangrik dat dit nie uitdroog nie en dat jy genoeg reën kry, dan behoort dit te werk. Maar ja, ek sal dit definitief probeer, maar miskien nie op 'n volle hektaar nie. Ek dink miskien in jou eerste jaar probeerslag, miskien vat half 'n hektaar of so vir 'n paar rye. Maar ek sien nie rede hoekom dit nie sal werk nie. Okay, successfully. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Ek is verbaas as ek na die sprekers luister en ek veel klem gelegd op biomassa. Dit is een misplaatste bezigheid. Met andere woorden, wel onze liefste levendige wortels van de grond heeft. En die microben leven voedt. En die microben leven weer die planten voedt. En kijk nou naar die foto daar zo waar je die plastic gezet. En ik heb vanmorgen nog al heel ochtend dat ik al gedacht. Dat is allemaal snaaks hoe min mense eintlik weet hoe werk die zuurstof insektes. Ek het verwag van die eerste sprekers dat hulle gaan 'n bietjie praat oor dit wat ons in die atmosfeer het kan kry verniet. Maar almal praat nie in daai lyn nie. Nou, ek het vanmorgen van mense gevra, weet julle hoe werk die zuurstof insektes? Nou, omtrent 10 jaar terug in Landbouweekblad, Dr. Salty, het hy geskrywe, en hy geskrywe oor die zuurstof insektes. En in my afgelope jaar, baie daaroor gepraat, het ek nie een persoon gekry wat vir my gesê hoe werk die zuurstof insektes. Nou, as ek nou vandag vir julle kan vertel hoe werk die zuurstof insektes, dan gaan julle verstaan hoeveel van die goede wat julle doen, wat julle verkeerd soos die plastic. Met ander woorde, die zuurstof insektes werk so, dat vandag produseer die plant een klomp met fotosynthese. En vanavond, dan in die son sak, dan is boer een baie belangrike ding wat die treks moet in die plant goed maak, sodat voedingsstoffe gaan afgaan na die wortels om die microbenlewe te voed. En wanneer daar microbenlewe gevoed word weer, dan word zuurstof gebruik. En dan word die koolstofgas afgeskerp. En die plant het die koolstofgas weer nodig, want as hy 'n kaal grond het, en hy kry die koolstofgas van die grond af, dan bly die plant fotosynteer word in die middel van die nagel. Hy kry nie die koolstofgas. Hy bly wat die plant leef. Maar dan vind 'n baie belangrike ding plaas. Dit moet werk, sien hoe dit dat het ophou te fout te maak. Dan gaan die plant en hy skei ethylene gas af. En dit is die voorbeeld van water, dat hy ethylene gas af en dan stop hy die hele mikrobe af die plek. En wanneer dit gebeur, dan vloei die atmosferiese lucht, waarvan 78% stikstof vloei binne die grond. So hy op die daaglikse vlak kan jy zuurstof en stikstof binne in die grond. Maar dan moet jy seker maak dat jy stop. Jy moet omtrent moet stop. Want jy jou grond nie benodig, jy moet jou iets afdoen. Jy kan nie met die plastic op die grond en hy moet die asem
Daai plastic is net vir beroking, so dis baie tydelik. Daai plastic is vir beroking, so dis tydelik. Ja, ons berook die grond voordat ons plant. Dis nou ook 'n vloekwoord. Nee, ons haal hom af. Ja. Ja.
Maar jy verstaan, dat die grond het asem op. Maar dan is het zeker hoe nitraatstikstof benadering die dag. Omtrent moet het benadering, verdichte van grond benadering, zodat die zuurstof in
Ja. Baie dankie.
Thanks, Neville. The next speaker, Craig Janse, Nidderdale Farm, Caledon, and he's going to come to speak about the experience with the mechanization of planting and harvesting of cover crops.
Hi, good day. Thanks for the privilege to be able to give you a bit of experience from Nidderdale's side or from my side on the mechanization and harvesting of cover crops. Just to get us going, Sustainable agriculture is farming in sustainable ways, meeting society's present food and textile needs without compromising the ability for current and future generations to meet their needs. So, most important part of that whole phrase is future generations. So, what are we all doing? What is going to happen in 10 years, 20 years, 40 years from now? The pressures from the public on our farming background, on our farming enterprises. So we've got a lot of pressure on us as farmers. So we've got a responsibility to look for better ways in the future. So just to give you a bit of background, Nidderdale Farm is about 580 hectares, 58 hectares arable land, rest is mountain terrain. We've got 43 hectares under apples and pears. There's 25% of plantings is under 5 years old, so I'm a very young farm. We decided about 4 years ago, we started with cover crops. So the reason being why we decided to go in this direction is obviously there's basic things like Neville and Jan have actually mentioned majority of everything that we going to discuss, but I'll try to just touch quickly on it. My main thing was to restrict weed growth, to increase water retention in the soil, to increase organic matter, and the one big thing is the availability and cost of compost and wood chips. The sustainability of the wood chips and compost, everybody goes in the same direction. Where are we going to get material from? We're going to start fighting about it. Deforestation is going to happen, all these kind of things. So we need to look at something alternative. Okay, now green mulch is the way to go. Neville on Oak Valley is looking at growing it underneath these trees. You'll see in this photo alongside the medic and subclover mixture that Ivan and I tried from Barenburg on that's a 2-year planting, first growth. My experience with the medics, grew too well. It was exceptional good growth, and it gave me an issue with calendar and insects. So I've refrained, I've pulled back on planting on the bunkies or on the ridges due to that reason. But the results of the medics, as Neville said, they gave a beautiful matte finish, nice compost, nice dry mulch finish. So there is benefits in it depending on your site and your area where you're farming. So it leaves us to the working row, which is most of the time just used for driving up and down with a tractor, spraying, mowing, keeping nice and neat, and not being utilized. So why don't we utilize it? So we decided to use a work row to grow our own biomass, and by doing that we decided to go into doing cover crops, annual cover crops, winter crops. I'm just going to give you this the last 3 years, take it back to 2019 from the top, our mixture that we planted, and then 2022, 21, 20, we also know 2019, 20 and 21. So you can see what we did is we tried to rotate the harvest and barley. We brought in, every year I put a radish in and we put a veg, and then we've sort of chopped and changed to try to keep adding more species to the mix. Neville touched on the costs of your compost and your wood chips per hectare in the apple industry. in my experience, every year we put 150 cubes per hectare. So it gives you roughly that 36,000 rand a hectare cost. Where comparative to this 800 rand, 700 rand, 730, if you add Medex, you add clovers, you can go up to 1,000 rand a hectare, which is relative cheap comparative to trying to sustain it by our sustainability with chips and compost. So to move on to mechanization of planting. For me, the most important part to take in consideration when purchasing a planting equipment or designing or getting someone to build it for you is time. And why I'd say time is not necessarily time of planting. It's necessary, for me, it was when we have to plant, we're heavily busy harvesting apples. So when I was in oes state now, ons pluk and ons main focus is there. Now to run up and down and try to pull staff out of picking to focus on cover crops becomes the issue. So time is for me the most important. So how can I do it the fastest and the quickest and most effective way with one person or 1.5 people? So we started looking at methods of planting cover crops. Obviously, initially you will have a summer crop or a fescue growing in your orchard. You'll initially mow it first. We're coming with a cropping action to loosen the soil due to compaction from the spraying. In the apple industry, we probably spray anything from 14 to 20 times a season, depending on the rainfall, which adds a lot of compaction for the tires up and down the rows. And so we loosen the soil. Now this is what I did in the first year we planted. I had to mow it, I had to crop it, I had to disc it. Try to get rid of the fescue, to minimize the fescue, sowed it and disked it or harrowed it closed. So if you count all those actions that you go through to do one planting season, it's a lot to take in consideration the cost and time. So another method is mowing, disking, sowing, disc, which my next door neighbors, which are all in the vineyards, that's the normal practice. Kyk wat die draad, kyk wat die buurman doen, is basies, they've been doing it for years, and this is how they achieve their cover crop plantings every season. But take in consideration, that time of year, they finished harvesting. Hulle het niks om te doen nie, so hulle baie tyd. So mowing is another one. The third point is mowing, power harrow with the seed box. There's a majority of us in the Algen, EGV area that use a power harrow as initial planting due to the establishment of the cover crops, of establishing a new orchard. So the beauty of a power harrow, it gives you a nice clean finish, levels your row out for future mowing and future tractors and equipment, and it just gives a better finish. But the only problem I have with that is the next year or the year after, Because every time you're going to come back into that orchard, you're going to frustreer die hele besigheid weer. Jy gaan nou weer alles deur mekaar krap, and which I don't think it's the way forward. That's my only opinion. So I've decided the way to go is to do mowing and no-till drill planter. And where ek ry mos, so een of twee keer 'n week gaan ek mos nou Caledon toe of dorp toe of koöperasie toe. En jy ry nou verby al die saaimanne, planttyd, en die groot groen traktors, moerse planters. En dit is altyd, Obviously, I like those kind of things. So I always wondered, why can't we get something like that to work in our orchards? Okay, now we're taking a 30-meter planter, trying to push it into 1.5-meter planter. But the technology is there to try to get those principles wat die guys in die saaimanne gebruik, wat ons heel oggend gehoor het van, is om dit to take that technology and to implement it on our 4-meter rows between Burma and Swan. So obviously with that comes a lot of challenges and so forth. So hier's die eerste prototype, eintlik die tweede masjien wat gebou is deur Pakket. Die eerste ene it's Tony, ek weet jy almal ken hom. He does do contract planting and stuff. So it took about 3 years to get to this concept of to and fro, throwing ideas around. Stoney had a lot of input in the design, but looking at this machine and talking to the koringmanne and the saaimanne, and how to build those machines, the weight of the machine is important and in their view, and they were looking at 220 to 250 kilograms per disc or per tand. Nou om daai gewig op 'n klein masjien te kry is nie maklik nie. It is possible, klomp yster of concrete or whatever, it's going to do it. So that threw out that 3-punt hak planter. So we went to track planter, a no-till, which gave us the benefits of being able to sow multi-different seeds and add a fertilizer, or organic fertilizer of iets, of a hoender pellets of iets, you can base it. And it's a one pass, back to again, that phrase I'm saying time. So one pass, finished, klaar, is klaar geplant. No soil erosion because we haven't disturbed the soil. The previous season's growth is still growing or still present, and you can plant faster. There's a low fuel cost because it vat nie baie krag van 'n tractor. You don't need big tractors to pull a plant of that size. Hardloop ons nou op die skottels is min grond. It's not penetrating a huge area. And zero tillage farming helps storing the organic matter into the soil, which we all kind of heard today and know, but soil growing, the productivity of the soil. So, nou het ons dit. So, I hope this video plays. It gives you, if you're looking at the video, you'll see that's the material I'm planting in, which is basically a fescue. Or the basis of fescue left over previous seasons, cover crops and so forth. This time of planting is early mid-April, which is somewhere net na Easter. It's more roughly what time we start. So this gives a small indication of you're still getting penetration into the soil, you're getting enough coverage. This is one point you can look at. You'll see that the disc is not an offset disc, it's a concave disc. The reason for we went concave is daar's altyd 'n takkie of 'n klippie of iets in die pad. And the concave gives you opportunity to cut through it. And the heavier, more matte or harder the soil is, the offset I found difficult to penetrate. That's just my experience. I mean, people can differ, but that is, yes, the planter, the planter was built with the idea to be able to add on. So if you were at open land, jy's nou uitgetrek en you're going to start planting, and you let lie the land for fallow for a year or two, and you want to plant a cover crop or something, that you can add more scottles to the system. So in this photo you'll see that I'm planting on the bunkie and I'm planting internal rows. I can plant multiple seeds, as I mentioned. I've got 3 seeding boxes. The 2 flairtjies, call it, sit on a pivot system so they can handle the hoër bunkies, and it floats with the bunkie. And there we would be planting our medics and clovers. Okay, so we'll speel hom maar gou. So challenges come in the young orchards. Obviously, your branches are not a challenge for this machine because you don't have any tuck in the pad for the flairke. But once you go into established orchards, that becomes a problem. And I can also move on to the next. This is established orchard. If you quickly, you might notice, you'll see that the flairke is afgehaal. And I get nou net een planter, so my idea is to plant as close as the bunkies I can with my medics and clover mix. So the idea is so it eventually grows onto the bunkie from the outside in. Okay, so you guys can ask me questions now. I'm going to move on to harvesting of cover crops. Once again, our area where we farm is not flat at all. It's very hilly, the terrain is difficult. We've got slopes of 25 degrees that I plant on. So equipment is a problem for size, top heaviness. And once again, we come to this mulching and this harvesting of the cover crops. Our challenges lie with the prunings. En 'n appelbedryf ons doen baie light management, which we also limbs uitsny, maar dit sal van Mei af. Now you've just planted your cover crops. Now you sit with this material of your prunings and your tucker, wat in die pad lê. So that adds a challenge. Timing of your first cut, when you're going to cut. So you don't want to cut too early. For now, met stokkies to cut when your cover crop hasn't established properly. So I normally wait till now. So that photo, that block fly 4 was cut 2 months ago, but I tucker lê nog daar. So we'll start cutting now because we've allowed the cover crop to establish its root system, and we'll do our first cut. How coarse is the end product is a question. I mean, the coarser the material, the longer it takes to break down. Now, if you're going for the mulch effect, so there you can play with your PTO, your RPMs, and your speed that you're traveling at. You can change your blades you're using on your machine, the Y blades or the hammer axis. Then obviously the other challenges we have on the farm is other farming activities, spraying. So it's alweer tyd om te begin olies, think on olies or millibug sprays. So you've got branches in the way, so that needs to be removed, blah, blah, blah. So placement of the green mulch is also important. Where do you want the green mulch to be distributed? And then we got to the terrain. So this machine was built by Red Ant, was an imported machine. They've added the scoop on the back, which the distribution box, call it. So this is right, still in the beginning phases, we're still playing around with it. What we've got done now, we've added the speed control on the chain, so you can make the chain go faster or slower, which ends up how far you distribute your material. Here's a video, and this, just to take note, this is a third cutting of a winter crop. So we've done our stockies cup with the takke, and we've done our prunings, and now we're coming in at, this is in October month, you can see the blossom on the trees. This is coming for our third and not the final cut, but the third one for the winter cover crop. So for material on the bunkie, that material takes roughly, or thereby, this is October, December, it'll still be lying, most of the products still be lying there. The reason, if we compare, once again guys, this is not the ultimate machine. It's a machine that we decided to go for a reason. Our bunkies is, we've got higher bunkies than normal. We've got ridges that we have to deal with. This machine can throw either side, depending which side you are, which adds to the time question. Like this is the only machine that Botha can do both sides. Alternatively, which means that I don't have to go weer omry en weer begin van die ander kant die blok. Ek gaan uit en begin die nuwe ry en I just change the direction of the chain. So once again, time comes a factor, and there are teething issues with all new designs of machines, but all the issues is added ons, and we're going forward with the end product. This machine does not run off, it's driven by Pieter to drive the hammers, and the chain is driven by its own, it's got its own reservoir, which is driven by the PTO or the gearbox on the machine, which allows you to lift the machine up and down from the tractor, which we picked up initially that the chain was driven by the tractor's hydraulics, which took away the 3-point linkage issues. So nie al meeste van die tractors werk so, daar is een of twee wat nie so werk nie, maar that's something to consider and to think about when purchasing one of these machines. Anyway, so my time is up. I just want to give you, now after 4 years of playing around, moving material from the works row onto the bunkie, adding chips, all the compost, BS-miss, you name it, we have achieved by halving our irrigation from a 7.5 to 8 hour somewhere rofweg deur die plaas gegee, that we are only giving a maximum of 4 hours a week on our growing season and our most crucial time. And this is, I believe, is due to organic matter, due to mulching, due to all the good stuff that we're adding onto the bunking. We're trying to keep it as dirty as possible. We try not to herbicide at all. Ons beweeg totaal en weg daarvan af. We only do spot spraying on unwanted weeds. And this, I took this video, it's my self-produced video in end of May this year, and it's a stok wat ek is fisies met die hand ingedruk in die grond in, where I could not do that 4 years ago. So I couldn't get, it's moeilik geweest om 'n graaf te vat, om 'n gat te spit, en nou na 4 jaar het ons daai stok kan indruk sonder no effort. Sorry? Pulled it out by hand, yeah, and pushed it in by hand. Thank you.
Yes. Die koolstof het ons is hardloop hier by 2,5% naar 3,5%. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Dankie Craig. Our next speaker, Burgess, moet toon swartvlei boerdery citrus dal and the advantages and profit with conservation agriculture that they've experienced.
Ja, goeiemiddag. Yes, ek is by Citrusdal in die citrusbedryf. Ons is ook eintlik die saaibedryf. As julle daar verby Citrusdal ry, sê hulle sien ons saai citrusbome, ons plant hulle nie. Hulle is in rye gesaai daar. So die mense wat wil weet waar is Citrusdal, ons is net so, as jy kyk na ons temperature daar, ons is net so diskant die hel, daar waar het warm word in somers. Ek het vriende wat my gesê het, ek kom kyk nie vir jou, Januarie, Februarie maand hier. Dan kom kyk jy vir my. So waarmee boer ek? Ek het 42 hektar citrus, en dan het ek saailande, so 400 doenie merinos, paar beeste, dan is ook 'n klomp saailandgoedjies wat nou nie regtig geld maak nie, maar hulle is ook daar. So, ons is 'n winterreënval gestreek, so min of meer tussen 250 en 350 millimeter reën per jaar. En dan, ons is op die uiterstes. So ons het dus 7 grade in die winter, maar ons kry somers wat dit 45 is. Maar daarmee saam het ons verskriklike groot dag-nagtemperature. So dit kan in 'n dag word 32 grade, in die tweede middag, maar vanoggend 5 uur toe was dit 7 grade geweest. Nou, ek dink baie keer by ons, 'n plant weet nie regtig wat hy moet doen nie. Sy kop is heel die mekaar as hy daar by ons is. Suurvelde by ons 4.5 pear. Op my eie grond is ek baie bly as ek 5.5 het. So dis nou. So julle kan sien daar waar ons is. Goed, dit is net so 'n bietjie van my agtergrond. My kinders, waar is bly? Ek sê nou vir almal, ek gaan vir julle almal wat hier so gepraat het, so of die grondkundiges of die plantkundiges. Ek gaan nou inkom en ek gaan vir julle ingenieursperspektief gee tot hierdie hele konsep. So en as ek nie boer nie, dan vind julle my in die berge, wat ek mense gaan uithaal die berge wat nie sonder kaart gaan stap het, of ek doen 'n bietjie nooddienste. Goed. Disclaimer. Ek is regtig nog beginner. Ek is maar 4-5 jaar in die bedryf. Alles wat ek sê is my opinie. So jy kan met my redeneer en dan sê ek vir sê, is reg, is fyn. Jou opinie, ja. Soos baie van ander sê, ek het nie vir jou antwoord nie, silver bullet. Maar ek gaan wel vir julle iets gee om oor na te dink. Maar ek wil julle ook challenge. Ek het met Amelia my gesê, ek moet julle challenge op seker goed. En dan 'n systems approach. Die grondwoord daarvoor is hierdie holistiese benadering. Jy moet dit sien as 'n stelsel. Die hele, alles wat rond is 'n stelsel. Goed, waar begin ek? Dit is my visie van my besigheid. Soil farming is a small business, family business, using ethical and sustainable practices to produce quality export citrus and livestock for local to create a financially secure future for unpredictable environment. Ek dink nie of ons gaan stry oor unpredictable. Wie van ons het gedink 'n oorlog in begin van die jaar? Wie het gedink die pryse gaan opgaan? Wie het alle goedjies wie het gedink? En tog moet ons saai en ons moet boer en alle goedjies doen. So waar het alles begin? 2017 het ek oorgeneem by my pa. En soos wat daai man teen die muur sit, so het ek teen die muur gesit. Ek begin nou met 'n clean doek waarop ek 'n paintwood skets. Waarheen gaan jy? Wat doen jy? Einstein het gesê, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Dis nie meer baie wat ons doen nie. Ons ploeg elke jaar oor en oor dink, jy's vanjaar gaan dit beter gaan, en jy's vanjaar gaan dit beter gaan. As jy gaan net bang besiede, jy moet asseblief my glo, volgende jaar sal dit beter gaan. En toe gaan sien ek vir Johan en Rens en Sammy, ek moes lang gewens Google, ek het nie geweet waar dit is, die ouens, serieus. Ek stap daarin met 'n lugfoto, al my planne, ek sê, ek dink ek weet nou nog presies wat Johan en Rens hy dag gedink het van die man wat hier instap en sê, wat is hierdie konsep van bewaringsboerdery? So, ek gaan nou die appel ouens challenge. Ek sit en luister en ek wil vir julle vra, hoekom gaan julle monokulture? Ek weet nie. Nou, ek is nie 'n ingenieur, ek kyk nou met 'n ingenieursperspektief, ek is nie 'n kenner nie. Hoekom gewoon? So wat plant ek by my in die sitrusbome? Ek het 'n mengsel van die peulgewasse, grasse, brassicas. So in 2021, dit was my verspreiding, maar ek het alles geplant wat ek kan. So daar was erte in, soetlupine, bitterlupine, oats, gas, koolrog, roog, witmosse, radijs, al wat nie in 2021 was die versilia. En vir jaar het ek net so bietjie my verhoudings verander, want ek wil meer gras hê, want my doel is om onderdrukking te doen van my onkruid. Bietjie verhoudingssappe, en ek wil blomme hê in my bode, nie dat sitrusbome nie blommetjies gee nie, hulle gee baie blomme. Ek moet die insit, die dag toe, ek die jongman is en ek vat my vrou vir hier, ons trou, en my vrou kom heel eerste keer op Citrusdal. Ek het nie geweet sy het hooikoors daai tyd nie. Nou imagine, jou vrou, jy probeer vir haar sê, sy is lief vir jou, en jy vat vir haar 'n sitrusboom vol blommetjies en sy voel sy kan vir jou hierso iewers vasdruk. Maar anyway, so ek gaan blomme in my bode plant, en dis hoekom ek van jaar versilia bygesit het. Ek het sailande ook, so vir 2021 het ek net mengsels geplant. So mengsels, een was dalk bietjie meer peulgewasse, ander was bietjie meer gras, en die ander was 'n bietjie balans tussen die klomp. Vir jaar het wil ek 'n bietjie van my saad terughou, so ek het monokultuur geplant, ek het mixers gesit, en het ek cover crop sit. Maar die hele mengsel, op die hele plaas is die hele mengsel. Implemente, ek het niks ingekoop nie. Dis al wat ek het daarmee gemaak. Die plante hier onder die afskottel, hier ek in, vir die bode. Die ander is maar ou grapwater sken en 'n drill. En hoe termineer ek dit? As ek stroop dit, in my bode steek ek 'n mulcher in, ek gaan bankies toe, en dan het ek klomp diere. Dis nie net die beeste wat ek het nie, soos my filosofie is, beeste en skape loop saam in een trop. So hulle verskei se trop. Ek het nie die genoeg velle dat ek elkeen apart kan sit nie. So, nou ons het 'n simpel idee, maar ek dink MG gaan my ondersteun. Ons het nou hoenders in die pakkie ingebring. So ek gaan op beeste, skape en hoenders wees wat almal op dieselfde land loop, dieselfde tyd. En dan moet julle, ek het so 4 alpacas ook en 'n paar donkies wat saam met die hele pakkie loop. Maar hulle het 'n ander doel. Hulle het hulle eie doel. So, hoekom cover crops? Of hoekom crops? As jy gaan kyk wat jy plant en waaroor ons beheer het, wat jy kunsmis, ek dink vir jou sou ons almal graag wil enige kunsmis vir society, maar jou geld laat jou nie toe om al die kunsmis te saai wat jy kan nie. Reën, jy hou jou besigheid die reën weer uit. jy gaan tweede kom. Grond, jy het nie veel sulke keuse, jy kan nie jou grond optel en sê, ek gaan dit nou vervang nie. Jou grond is jou grond. Temperature, weet jy in Citrusdal is, jou temperatuur is jou temperature. En aan die ander kant, wat wil ons alles hê? Ek wil kosse vir diere, ek wil insekte, ek wil micro-organismes hê, ek wil my grond herstel, ek wil micro-elemente terug in die grond sit. So as dit so klomp goed wat ons wil uit hê, dan is dit so, daar is so paar goedjies wat insit, maar dit wat ons wil insit, dit is absoluut nul beheer oor. So doen jy risikoverspreiding, jy gaan sit 'n mengsel daarin. Iets is vir alles. Want jy weet nie wat gebeur nie. So, jy maak jou verspreiding, in my geval, het ek besluit, dan cover ek vir alles. Ek sit iets vir alles in. Dis ook my mengsel, 4 is vir my te min. Ek wil 9, 10, 11, 12 verskillende goedjies in die mengsel hê. Met elkeen met sy eie, die ene word voorryp, die ene is bietjie later, die een kan bietjie meer water vat. Ek sê nou vir sê hoe ek by daai gedeelte uitgekom het. Wat ek hou van hierdie cover crop chart, verskoon dis die ingenieure. Dit is so baie gelyk na die periodieke tabel. Wat mense sien. So dis my periodieke tabel van my cover crops. En ek het letterlik dit gebruik om 'n mengsel te gaan kies wat ek wil hê. Hoe groei die goed? Is hulle op groei regop, versprei hulle, is hulle waterbehoefte laag en hoog. So ek sorg dat daar iets van alles in is. Want op die aand gaan dit vir my oor, ek moet 'n gebalanseerde ding daar gesit. Kom ons dink self as 'n mens. As ek vir jou gesê vir hierdie hele jaar eet jy net 'n bord vleis. Jy gaan nou maar 'n groentetjie later mis. Of ek sê vir jou wat jy vandag eet is pasta. Jy gaan nooit 'n maand nie weer by Pannerotti sloop instap hê, want jy gaan net tot hier toe keelvol wees. Maar hoekom doen ons dit met die grond? Want as net die een ding sê, en dan sê ons vir die grond, dis waarmee jy gaan tevrede wees, of die organismes, dis waarmee jy moet tevrede wees vir hierdie jaar. Ek dink die organismes sal ondergaan ook vir ons keelvol raak. So jou ou, ek het iets anders ook nodig. So, ons dink regtig aan dit wat ondergrond is, as jy daar is, gaan jy tevrede met wees? Ja, ek dink ek verder daar iets te sê. So wat is die mindset wat ek moes gemaak het? Weer, dis 'n ingenieur wat julle nou dink. Besluit wat jy wil meet. En ek wil vraagteken, dit wat jy nou meet, is dit nou van toepassing? Ek wil verduidelik in terme van 'n citrusbedryf. Nie lang terug nie, het ons gesê, ons maatstaf is, ons wil 50 ton citrus uitvoer. Of wil jy ook nie uitvoer nie, jy wil 50 ton citrus oes. Yes, dit is goed. Wat jou produksie? Nee, ek het 50 ton citrus afgehaal. Ons maatstaf nou is, haal jy 2.500 kartonne uitvoer citrus per hektar af. Maak die saak of jy 70.000 of 70 ton of vir wat met 30 ton per hektar afhaal. Het jy by jou 2.5 uitvoer ton uitgekom? Dan Chris, of Hannes het dit gesê, sy boer langs aan het 7.5 ton, hy het 3.6. So die vraag, wat meet jy? Wat meet jy nou saam? Meet jy tonne maat per hektar? Of tonne maat per en wat jy neergesit op die grond? Tonne maat per rand wat jy afgehaal het. Wat meet jy? En dan voor daar seker goed wat jy nie kan beheer nie. Jy moes dit aanvaar. Jy raak simpel as jy dink, gaan dit môre reën. Maar as jy reg gesaai het, dan wou jy nie reg of dit môre gaan reën nie. Ons praat allemaal oor die droogte jaar van jaar. As ons regtig glo in bewaringsboerdery, gaan vir jou nie dalk die waterskeidingsjaar wees, wat jy kan sê, ons sê altyd bemarker, kyk as die prijs goed is dit bemarker, as allemaal bemarkers. Maar ja, wat dit zwaar gaan, dus dan moet je bemarkersgroep uitsoek. Het is niet dalk van jou als jaar wat ons die bewaringsboerdery moet jy sê, maar vir jou is die jaar nie. It's not a one-year project. Hier gaan ek met Amelia gesê, ek het ons in citrusbedryf, as jy nou 'n nuwe cultivar boom wil vestig, en dink ons in die appelbedryf ook, dan besluit jy gaan in die cultivar, dan gaan jy na die kwekery toe, sê hulle nie, ons het dit nie, so ons gaan dit vir jou maak. Hoe lang gaan dit vat? Dit gaan vir jou 2 jaar vat. Yes, 2 jaar. Okay, na 2 jaar kry jy dit, en dan sit jy in die grond vir 4 jaar, na 4 jaar kry jy, nou is ons al 6 jaar down the line. Na 4 jaar kry jy eerste oes. Maar jy nog nie geld gemaak, maar jy het vir 6 jaar lang al geld gespandeer in jy grondvoorbereiding gedoen na 6 jaar is. Wanneer maak jy geld? Jou geleidbreek is op jaar 10. Dan begin jy eers geld maak. So, as ek dit bereid is om in my boom te sit wat bo op die grond is, hoekom is ek nie bereid om 10 jaar te investeer in die grond, dit wat onder in die grond te sien? Hoekom wil ons die doel wat jy bereik na jaar 2 of jaar 3? Of selfs na jaar 4 en die sprekers wat ek dink Angela wat gesê het van 5 jaar siklus. So my challenge is, wie van die saaiboere weet wat jy gaan oor 10 jaar saai? Wat is jou plan vir 10 jaar vooruit? Want dis ook wat jy vir jou grond wil, jy sê jou grond wil vir jou vir 15 jaar of lang hou. Het ons allemaal 'n 10 jaar plan vir ons saai? Goed. Wat gaan ons nou gaan? Ek challenge jou, want as ek 'n boom gaan neersit, moet ek weet wat hy moet vir my geld om vir die volgende 15 jaar. So ek leer by Simon en ek vra vir myself, wat is my saaiplan vir die volgende 10 jaar? Nie wat was vir die afgelope 5 jaar nie. Ek kan vir sê wat die afgelope 5 jaar se oes ook was. Ek gaan nie vir jou kan sê wat die volgende 10 jaar se oes gaan wees. En dan interview wat nodig is. Hoe baie het ons nou vir mekaar gesê? Moenie gaan kaap in die grond as jy wie my pa is eenvoudig of baie van ou mense, hulle wil graag net in die grond gaan kap omdat dit daar kan gekrap. Bly weg dan. Die prentjie het ek van Pieter af gekry. Weet jy waar ek onthou het dit geshare om Pieter, ek dink jy het die WhatsApp gesê. Dit is die voedselketting. Ons almal ken dit. Kom ons met die onderstelling dat dit wat ek my gesondheid is 'n aanduiding van dit wat ek eet. Dit wat ek eet is 'n aanduiding van dit wat op die boom aangaan. Die plante en die insekte. Die insekte gee vir my aanduiding van wat in die grond aangaan. So waar is die kritiese ding? Waar verloor ons eintlik geld? Dit wat er onder aangaan. Want ek kan al my kunsmis bo op water, ek kan die water bo op sit, ek kan my kunsmis gee, ek kan alles bo op in die grond. Maar as dit nie dan onder plaasvind nie, dan verloor ek geld. Theory of constraints. Waar is die ding wat moet functioneer, die ding wat moet recht plaas en waar is hy? Dis daar wat die heel in die grond is. En dis waar ons geld maak. As jy kan weet, dit wat jy bo op die grond insit, gaan deur die wortels, hy kom by plant uit, en hy kom weer bo uit. So waar is my opinie, waar moet ek fokus? Dit wat bo in die grond is, die insekte. So, nee, bedryf het praat van KPI's, Key Performance Indicators, ook 'n grand woord. So, wat is vir my belangrik? Ek wil blomme hê, ek wil mushrooms sien, oorals, ek wil bye hê, ek wil insekte sien, en ek wil voëls sien. Hoekom? Blomme lok jy voordelige insekte. Bye sê vir my bestuursprogram korrek is. As die bye happy is ek happy. Maar daar is niks wat vir hom seer maak nie. Decomposers, mushroom, hulle is goed wat mense wat moet sorg dat dit wat ek bo op die grond is, die tak en die mulch, wat ons allemaal gebruik, hy moet afgebreek word. Hy moet opneembaar raak vir 'n plant. So as hy alleen daar is hy, dan het ons 'n probleem. Die goedjies is mooi. Dis die mooiste karnivoor wat jy kan kry. Is hierdie ladybirds. En voëls as hulle rondloop en hulle krap in grond, buite dat hulle luggate maak, wat sê hulle vir jou? Daar's iets in die grond wat lekker is, wat voedsaam is ensovoorts. So wat het ek afgelope paar jaar gesien? Ek is 4 jaar besig. 2021 het ek 3 bespuitings gedoen vir blaaspootjie. Ek spuit net as ons dit sien. verlede jaar, of vir hierdie jaar 2020, het ek net 2 gedoen. Witluis, mieliebal, 2021, 2 bespuitings en 'n medium digtheid lading parasiete gelos. Vir jaar 1 bespuiting en 'n ligte dekpuit. Waar het ek my geld gespaar? Daar. Fluctuation in moisture so. Een van hulle het dit genoem vir die voorgesprekers. Ons het nie meer daai in ons grond nie, in terme van vocht nie. Dis hierdie. Ek dink enige boers, ons kan hier laat effens 'n dippies hanteer, wat kan ons nie doen nie? Die extremes wat ons nie kan hanteer nie. Maar jy gaan tot die boens en dan val jy net die jaar daarna val jy die hele bodem uit. Dis wat ek kyk met die vocht in my grond. My skape, ek in 20 het ek op soetlopine gesit, het ek 110 conception rate gekry. 2022 het ek op 'n cover crop mix laat loop, toe het hy opgegaan na 128 toe. So vir volgende jaar, 2023, bitterlopine, en dan gaan ek hom opvolg met 'n cover crop, so ons sal sien wat daar gaan. En dan my soil het geïmprove, my tekstuur, dit raak net beter daar. En dan het ek baie minder fertilizers gebruik, of kunsmis. Hierdie is wat my, ek doen, elke derde jaar doen ek presiese grondontledings, en vir jaar was my weer grondontledings. Ek gaan weer probeer lees wat ons sê. Ek het vir Konrad Frankel gevra, hy is werk by CAI, so dit is nie oor dat my kunsmis verkoop het. As die persoon vir jou sê, jy het te veel stikstof in jou blare, jy moet minder maak. Dis as jy gaan meer kunsmis gegee verlede jaar nie, want dit kos geld. So waar het hy kunsmis vandaan gekom? Met die cover crops, met die piele wat in die grond is. Iewers het dit dan gekom. En dis nie net stikstofvlakke nie, daar is fosfaat vlakke is hoog. Kaliumvlakke is hoog. En dan kyk jy na die pear gegronde, 4.2, 4.4, 5.6. Yes. Goed, so wat gaan ek vir jou doen? Ek moet so'n bietjie pear regstellings doen. Ek gaan ook high density grazing toepas. Ek gaan my cover crops in die rye gaan ek nie mulch, ek gaan hom net daar laat rol. Maar kyk goed waar vir my die interessantheid. Rensel het dit gedoen, dat toe meet hulle die cover crops die 4.2 ton se mineraal inhoud. Kyk die persentasie wat dit beslaan van die hoeveelheid wat ek nodig het jaarlikse toediening van stikstof tot 'n sitrusproduksie wat gebaseer is op 45 ton per hektaar. Dis amper die helfte van dit wat ek gaan toegee van buite af wat vasgevang is in 'n cover crop se mineraal inhoud. So wat yes, en dan gaan koop mense nog steeds, dan koop ek self, gaan koop nog steeds kunsmis van buite af. Dit lê daar in die rye. Ek moet net grond toe gaan. Definitief back to cover mixes. Daai spesifieke boord, ons praat van daai lemoene is skoon. Geen pesticides gespuit, geen gifse. Niks. Hy lemoene is prentjie mooi. Hoekom? Natuurlik predatore. Hulle kom van, ek het al jaar 1, kan jy al sien die ladybirds en die goed wat daar rondloop. Bietjie meer gereeld soil samples neem, dat jy kan net sien waar by grafiek, waar lê jou grond. Nie om te interfereer nie, dit gee nie vir toestemming, jy is nou kyk in ontleding, yes, kom ons gaan in gaan doen iets, neem net kennis daarvan wat hy is, en dan, ek gaan dit toets, dis my, ek sê nie, doen dit nie, dis wat ek wil graag gaan toets. So net so 'n paar punte, die puntjie op my regterkant, dis klippe, rivierklip. Ek dink, as ons praat van klippe, wil ek sê, ja, ons praat van verskillende klippe, dit is nie selfe klippe nie. Ek weet nog nie wat jy doen, ek weet, as ek vir ou sê, gaan sê sy plante dan, die rivierklip plante gaan hy vir my sê, nee wat, kom ons draai iets anders. Ek is ook op die Lucerne, maar onder bespring, ek kry nie veel het water, waar die Suid-Kaap mense kry nie. Die raduise, dit was verlede jaar se raduis wat opgekom het van jaar, wat onder die boom opgekom het. Dit is lieflik op mushroompie, sê goed. Ek het fanaties geraak van jou en mushrooms. Dit is net vir my, As jy praat van iets wat jy weet jou grond is reg en dinge gebeur, as jy daai goedjies daar sien. So wat wil ek vir julle sê? Eers is, Sheila, dankie julle vir my gevra het, Johan en Rens, ek bel daar mense gereeld. En dan moet jy meer bewaringsouens hê wat saam met jou pad stap. So, hoekom sê jy prentjie? Dis my sien wat in die rotswand staan en ek is op die toue. Ek dink bewaringsboer, wanneer jy hierdie journey gaan stap, is jy soos jy is by H. Jou kop sê jy moet aangaan, maar jy hou nog vas en daarbo vas en jy wil net nie oor gaan nie. Gaan nou oor 'n H. Gaan oor, dat gaan nou, want dis die wonderlikste experience as jy daar afgaan. Maar jy sal sien, my sien gaan nie alleen daar af nie. Jy moet iemand daarbo hê wat jou lei. Jy moet iemand hê wat die pad al reeds gestap en jy kan sê, volg hierdie pad en volg daardie pad. En dan wil ek iets vir medeboere mee sê, 'n wens gee. Mag jy soos 'n kameelperd met jou kop in die wolke loop, mag jy al die lekkerste blaartjies bykom, wat die lewe vir jou die moeite werd maak. Mag jy die son eers sien opkom, en dan weer niks hoef te ween nie. Mag alles wat mooi is, jou pad gelyk maak. Dit is my wens vir julle. Baie dankie.
Dankie Trekkers. Ek sien die vrae is ook besig om bietjie op te droog. Ons is nou in die laaste pylvak hierso. Ons skuif net 'n bietjie oor na tafeldrywer toe en Neil Kirsten van JDK Keerfontein Parel gaan van ons kon vertel oor hulle ervaring met dekgewasse.
Goeiemôre almal. Is almal nog wakker? Dit is 'n lang dag, ons amper daar. Ja, ek het vanmiddag die voorreg om julle net vinnig te gesels oor ons ervarings binne tafeldrywer stelsel met dekgewasse wat streks oor die afgelope 4 jaar. Net 'n bietjie agtergrond. Ek weet moet ek die knoppie druk vorentoe. As 'n opskrif daarby. Ja, ons boer met uitvoer tafeldrywer in die Parel, wat natuurlik in die Boland streek is, sedert 1916. Ons doen ook ons eie bemarking, 'n aparte entiteit, en ons uitvoermarkte is hoofsaaklik in die Europese Unie, VK, die Midde-Ooste en die Verre Ooste. Ekskuus, my slides is in Engels, maar ek gemaklik om Afrikaans te praat. Afrikaans is my moedertaal. Verskoon maar as ek so tussen die tale 'n bietjie rondspring. Ons is uiteraard 'n winterreënvalstreek, so dit is tot ons voordeel in terme van vestiging van die dekgewasse. En dan het ons ook hoofsaaklik mikrobesproeiing, wat ook eintlik 'n voordeel is as jy dekgewasse wil vestig en dit is maar 'n droë herfs en die dekgewasse sukkel om in gang te kom. Ons het baie diverse gronde en hoofsaaklik baie produktiewe grond. En natuurlik vir ons kwaliteit van die produk is geweldig belangrik. Ons markte sit ver, die vrugte moet ver kan reis, bene hê om 'n goeie gehalte, goeie kondisie te arriveer. En natuurlik kwantiteit van produksie is natuurlik ook belangrik. Mens kan nie vandag boer as jy nie sekere minimum produksies kan behaal nie. En ook in die agtergrond van wat ons almal maar tans ervaar is die geweldige hoë inflasiedruk. En ja, my vraagteken daar is onvolhoubaar. Ekskuus, ek het nou nie die slide gedruk nie. Ja, onvolhoubare inflasie wat ons tans ervaar en ek dink almal wat vanmiddag hier sit, soek na oplossings, soek na antwoorde van hoe ons ekonomies ook volhoubaar kan boer. Dan as ek so vinnig kan praat oor ons journey, waar dit alles vir ons begin het. Ek dink ek self is nie landboukundig opgelei nie. Ek het meer 'n besigheidsagtergrond. Ek is nie 'n grondkundige nie, ek is nie 'n bioloog nie. Ek kyk maar bloot, probeer objektief na goed kyk, analities na goed kyk en as goed nie vir my sin maak nie, dan begin ek sekere vrae te vra en natuurlik om by antwoord uit te kom. Ons is verseker nie experts in hierdie gebied nie. Ons het besef ons moet dinge anders begin doen, ons moet 'n bietjie 'n sagter benadering begin toepas. Nie om te sê dat die manier hoe die voorvaders dit gedoen het was verkeerd nie. Ek dink vir 'n punt in tyd, volgens die wetenskap van daai tyd, is goed op 'n sekere manier gedoen en daar is nogtans ook goeie resultate behaal. En ek dink vir ons die keerpunt was, wat vir ons deurslaggewend was in 2018 toe ons die voorreg gehad het om BZC2 te gaan besoek aflê in die Bokveldskloof. Dit is nou die koue Bokkeveld as ek reg onthou. By hulle kernvrugteplaas, Hendrik Pool het ons daardie dag vergesel en regtig vir ons met passie vertel van wat hulle al doen sedert 2002. Toe die hele ZC2 maatskappy net besluit het om na baie jare se navorsing om heeltemal oor te skakel na meer, ek dink hulle noem dit bewaringslandbou as ek reg onthou. En ons was baie geïnspireer deur wat Hendrik vir ons wat hy met ons gedeel het daardie dag. En almal van ons was oortuig geweest. Ons het toe begin met ons grondgesondheidsbenadering in 2019. Het ons sommer boots and all, soos hulle sê, ingespring met 'n kombinasie van kompos, dekgewasse en natuurlik mulches, in hierdie geval strooimulch. En ons het ook, ek sien Ivan is ook vanmiddag hier, ons het vir Barenbrug genader en hulle was bietjie gepartner met hulle in terme van die saadverskaffing vir die dekgewasse. En as ek miskien ook net 3 goed kan uitlig, as ek nou terugdink aan hoekom het ons aanvanklik begin met die dekgewasse, wat was die pressing issues geweest, as ek nou die Engelse mag gebruik, vir my, weer eens, ek het nie verstaan hoekom ons so baie onkruiddoders spuit nie. Jy weet, pre-emergence herbicides, wat jy hierdie soil drenches doen, en skoon bankie boer, en dit het my nie sin gemaak nie. Ek kon nie lekker my kop rondom het kry nie, want in sekere gevalle, as jy die verkeerde tyd van die jaar spuit, of die mengsel nie reg aanmaak nie, kan jy die wingerstok doodmaak. Jy weet, jy kan daar kan foute inkom, en so, alhoewel jy dalk nie mag sien in sekere gevalle dat die wingerstok swaar kry of doodgaan nie, dit is amper soos 'n ou, jy weet, onderliggend is hy nie so lekker nie, jy weet, dinge is, hy vier nie op al sy silinders nie, en dit het nie vir my sin gemaak, dit is waarmee ek gebattle het. Natuurlijk die vermindering en verbruik van synthetiese kunsmisstowwe, weer eens, as jy kyk bijvoorbeeld kunsmisstowwe, as jy het verkeerd toedien, jou dosering per plant te hoog is, dan kry jy jou blare brand. En so ja, kunsmis verseker dit werk, is 'n wonderlike uitvinding gewees, maar seker maar soos enige ding, as dit verkeerd gedoen word of te veel daarvan, kan dit nadelige gevolge hê. En ek dink ook, die ander ding wat my miskien nou gemotiveer het, is waterverbruik. Ons almal van ons, in al die media lees jy vandag dat ons sal op die pad vorentoe moet klaarkom met minder water. Ons sal meer moet produseer met minder water. En dis die uitdaging vir ons. En ja, sekere van ons gronde is kleigronde. Na 2 ure kry jy geweldige afloop van die grond. En met al die nadelige gevolge. Wat loop daar af? Jy verloor die water, teen geweldige koste, het jy daai water gepomp 2 of 3 keer soms, tot by jou op die plaas, en soos na 2 ure kry jy geweldige afloop. So ons wil ook graag kyk hoe ons meer doeltreffend kon besproei. Die strategie wat ons maar gehad het, was om eers ons hoë waarde blokke, of ja, boordeblokke, eerst te teiken, omdat dit 'n tydsame proses is, of kom ek sê, 'n proses wat tyd neem om jou gronde gesonder te maak en op te bou. So enige blokke wat ons weet wat ons in die volgende 3 tot 5 jaar gaan vervang, het ons eers gesê, kom ons staan dit maar eers oor, en daar moes jy in meeste gevalle nog steeds eintlik maar op die ou stelsel wat jy maar onkruiddode moet inspan, as die bankies nou bietjie te rof begin lyk. En ons wil graag dit seker maak dat ons oor 'n 3 jaar periode elke hektaar dek met hierdie benadering. Verder by ons het ons ook die unieke uitdaging van ons geslote stelsel, 'n tafeldrywe, die prioolstelsel, hier van September maand af maak hy toe. Jy kry oorskadu effek, en so daarom het ons goedjies nodig wat lekker vat hier in Mei maand en lekker goeie massa vir ons produseer voordat die priool toegroei van September maand af. En ons het ook geweldige hoë verkeer binne ons boorde. 'n trekker wat kompaksie veroorsaak 20 tot 22 keer oor die loop van 'n seisoen deur jou blokke moet hardloop, is teen 'n geweldige koste. Dan so net 'n fotootjie van hoe dit nou tans hierdie tyd van die jaar by ons lyk. Dit is 'n jong blok wat gevestig is vir hierdie jaar. Ons is geweldig tevrede en ja, beïndruk met die resultate. Ek gaan 'n bietjie later ook oor praat net vinnig, maar ons het, soos julle kan sien op die bankie, het ons net gewoonweg 'n kaf gaan neersit. Vroeger jare is tafeldrywe gevestig met 'n swart plastieklaag. En wat ons maar net gevind het is dat selfs met ons ouer boorde, jy praat van 20, 25 jaar, as jy gaan grawe daar in die grond, dan lê daai plastiek nog daar. Daai plastiek het nooit afgebreek in 20, 25 jaar nie. Ek dink plastiek vat in elk geval omtrent 60, 80 is nie 100 jaar is om werklik af te breek nie. En so daai barrier lê daar in die grond en dit bly eintlik maar 'n permanente barrier. En so ons het oorgeskakel na die kaf toe. En ons het hier in die werksry het ons ek dink dis voerrog, dis gars gewees vir jaar en dan is dit en dan was daar 'n bietjie radys wat nie so mooi wys op die foto nie en dan bietjie wieke ook. En so dis maar net 'n idee van hoe dit nou lyk. Daai was ook wat ons ook nou vir jaar begin sien het is iemand het gepraat van die sampioene en die paradjies en die goed. Ja, ons hoor in hierdie spesifieke blok wat daar regs onder is langs my huis. Daar hoor ons nou saans as die reën lekker val hoe daar paras in die boord is en ek kan nie onthou as dit ooit vroeë jare gehad het nie. Sampioene wat groei natuurlik uit die kaf uit. Weet tafeldrywe leen swaar op 'n sistemiese swambeheer program en so as die sampioene begin groei, ek dink dit is dalk 'n goeie aanduiding van dat die gronde, jy weet daar spooraktiwiteit in die gronde. Dan ja, miskien ook net van die maar kom ek sê ervaring wat mens noemenswaardig is dat ja, ons het 'n bietjie van dit as herhaling, kompos en dekla om dit in te ry van buite af is geweldig duur. Jy praat van by ons het dan maar nie 150 kubieke hektaar neer nie, ons het 50 kubiek net op die bankie neer, maar R15.000 net vir die produk en dan moet jy nog daai geweldige koste, jou lone wat bykom, jou trekker wat moet loop, so jy kyk na seker maklike R25.000 'n hektaar wat dit vir jou gaan kos elke jaar, natuurlik afhangende van hoe ver jy ook jou deklaag moet aanry. Ek dink ja, wat ons ook ervaar het is, die grondtipe speel definitief 'n rol in die sukses met die vestiging van jou dekgewas. Ons vind ons sukkel so 'n bietjie meer in ons swaarder kleigronde en ook as die steenfraksie, die klipfraksie in die grond bietjie hoog raak, dan sukkel die dekgewas. En ja, daarom het ons maar hierdie proses gegaan in 2018 om te die hele verskeidenheid van goed geplant om te weer vasstel wat werk die beste. Vir ons is die grootste wen op hierdie stadium is ons sien nog steeds 'n afname in ons waterverbruik. Om julle 'n idee te gee, ja, tafeldryf in die omgewing van tussen 6 en 7.000, 8.000 selfs kubiek per hektaar wat jaarliks gebruik word. Ons was ook daar gewees tot omtrent so 15 jaar terug. Ons het stelselmatig begin minder water gebruik, nie net as gevolg van dekgewasse nie, maar ons het ook gaan kyk na die manier hoe ons besproei, ander besproeiingstegnologie ingebring. Ons het capacitive soil moisture probes wat ons al so 6-7 jaar lank mee aan die gang is. Maar ons staan tans op so 3600 kubiek per draande hektaar, nou nie van die afgelope seisoen nie, van 2 seisoene terug. Ons meet dan nou weer, eintlik nou hierdie maand gaan ons die volgende meting doen in terme van ons koolstofvoetspoor. Oor die algemeen sal ek sê definitief hangende van jou grond minder verbeterde groei met minder kunsmis en waar dit vir my baie deurslaggewend is of waar mense dit veral sien is op jou ouer blokke, hoe van die ouer blokke weer begin amper 'n tweede lewe gekry het en regtig goeie groei toon, goeie volhoubare produksie toon. My ervaring is dat die dekgewas wat ek vir jaar plant vir die wintergroei seisoen, dat hy nie eintlik noodwendig in die huidige seisoen regtig 'n bydrae lewer nie, maar natuurlik as hy einde van sy leeftyd kom en hy begin af te breek en daai wonderlike goed gebeur in die grond, dan begin jy van die volgende jaar af te sien hoe die wingerde reageer. Ja, miskien dalk net belangrikheid van weer eens so vroeg as moontlik te plant. Dit is veral belangrik vir jou grane. Ek dink jou grane soek daai bietjie hitte nog hierso in die herfs. En ja, natuurlik as jy mens kan plant voor reën is dit ideaal. Ons het die voordeel van die micros wat jy hom so 'n bietjie kan nat maak as jy sien die herfs is baie droog of die vroeë winterreëns is bly weg. Dis maar net 'n fotootjie sit om te wys die mengsels. Ons het nog nie meer as 3 gewasse in 'n mengsel gebruik nie. As ek reg onthou, daai mengsel bo is radys. Ek dink dit was voererte en nie voergas nie. ja, skus, dit is van die ja, ek dink is voergars, as ek reg onthou. In elk geval. So dis maar die mense wat ons mee begin het. Die plantertjie daar links onder is dis 'n ou Italiaanse plantertjie. Ek dink jy kry hom nie in die land nie want ons sukkel geweldig om parte te kry vir die ding. Hy het maar die buiteltjies onder wat net so lig is, die boogrond losmaak en dan die saadjies met sulke pypies wat afloop en dan die roller agter wat bietjie vasstrap. Ons het vir jare voet regs het ons ook noem dit nou maar 'n ryplanter gekry, 'n minimumtal ryplantertjie. Wat ons die eerste keer gebruik het en ons kan sien daar heel goeie resultaat gekry met hom ook. Ons het ook weer eens omdat jy met 'n geslote stelsel sit, wanneer die blaarval is kan jou ontkiemings bietjie onderdruk en ons vind dat ons eintlik baie goeie resultaat kry met die ryplantertjie. Dan dit is my tweede laaste slide. Ja, ek dink soos ek gesê fit for purpose cover crops. Ek dink voerrog, ja, dis die gewas wat ek gesoek het, die naam voerrog of dan 'n forage rye. Ons ondervind hy doen geweldig goed om onkruid te onderdruk en hy gee vir jou ongelooflik lekker baie materiaal. Ook as ons wingerde uithaal, ons probeer nie dieselfde jaar plant nie, ons probeer die grond ten minste vir 'n jaar laat lê, 2 jaar of selfs 3 jaar as jy moet. Maar ons probeer dit altyd te bedek te hou met een of ander dekgewas. En dan is dit ook fantasties as jy grondvoorbereiding doen om te sien hoe daai materiaal ingewerk word in die grond agter die ploeg. Wieke by ons vaar ook fantasties goed. Hy het so 'n bietjie van 'n ranggeneigtheid. Aan die begin het ons 'n bietjie geskrik want gelyk asof hy teen die wingerdstokke gaan oprank en mens weet nie waartoe dit sou gaan nie, maar natuurlik hy's 'n eenjarige gewas, so aan die einde van die winter, selfs in die lente dan raak hy minder aktief en dan gee hy vir 'n ongelooflike materiaal daai mat wat hy gee. En natuurlik die vrystelling van stikstof oor tyd in daai siklus wat hy begin afbreek. Radys by ons is ook 'n interessante ene. Dis ook ene wat geweldig goed doen. Ek gaan nou daarna verwys een boer daar by ons wat ons geweldig gesukkel het met kompaksie, hoë klei-inhoud en dis juist na daai uur en 'n half, 2 ure selfs het ons 'n geweldige afloop begin kry en daai boer het in 1 jaar se tyd het hy handomkeer verander. Ek het miskien al gepraat hoe ons geplant het. Mens kan ook met die hand plant. Ons het vir jaar vir die eerste keer begin eksperimenteer met permanente dekgewasse op die bankie. En daar het ons het nie die regte implement om die bankie te plant nie. So ons besluit omdat ons dit op klein skaal doen, gaan ons 'n bietjie moeite doen en dit met die hand plant. En ja, gemengde resultate. Ek dink die grond speel definitief 'n rol daarso. Ook wanneer blaarval is, so mense moet dit maar goed probeer time. Baie keer 'n vraag is tot watter stadium laat jy die dekgewas toe om te groei? Jy weet, baie ouens is bang dat hy te diep in jou wingerd groei siklus ingaan en dat hy kan begin kompeteer vir vog en nutriënte en goed. Ons het nog nooit regtig die nodigheid gesien daarvan om die dekgewas vroegtydig te termineer nie. Ons het nog elke jaar die dekgewas toegelaat om volwassenheid te bereik en om self saad te skiet. En so dit is maar net ja, ons wou eintlik in feite gekyk het of daar nie 'n mate van hervestiging plaasvind op die jaar daarna nie. Maar nee, dit was nie so suksesvol gewees nie. Ons het ook glad nie, so ek sê, ons het glad nie meer voorkoms onkruiddode nie. Wat jy wel nie kan tolereer nie is sekere onkruide. Ek dink ons het deur die proses gegaan en ek noem dit daar know your weeds. Do not allow problematic species to get out of hand. So dit is nie heeltemal 'n benadering wat jy sê, weet, hoe sê Gods water oor Gods akker en laat enigiets maar net groei nie. Jy moet maar gaan stap daar in jou boord en kyk wat groei daarso, wat is die goed wat wel gaan kompeteer. En dit is maar tipies die grassoorte. Ek dink dit is die meerjarige grassoorte wat as jy dit net los, dan gaan hy daai goed is so dominant dat hy gaan later aan heeltemal begin oorneem en jy gaan ook sukkel in jou daaropvolgende jare om jou dekgewas te vestig. So dan doen ons spot spraying. Soms partymal die onkruidige manier om vanaf die grense, die periferie van die boorde af in te kom en as hy daar eers toegelaat word om saad te skiet, dan volgende jaar sien jy maar hy het gekruip en dan gaan al hoe dieper tot jou hele boord. So as jy hom op die grense van jou boorde, van jou blokke kan beheer, dan vind jy dat hy bly net daarsom. Daar waar hy bietjie meer sonlig kry. Slakke by ons is baie groot geskrik in jaar 1 toe ons sien hoe die slakke floreer. 'n Slak is maar 'n tafeldryfboer of 'n wingerdboer se vyand. Hy het 'n geneigtheid om op te kruip in die stok en dan aan die botsels te vreet. En toe ons eintlik begin kyk na die skade, toe ons meer skade gevind in die blokke wat nie dekgewasse het nie, want en hoe ons dit, ek weet nie wat wetenskaplik is nie, dis maar wat ons beweer is dat die slakke moes opgaan, daar waar dit min materiaal op die grond vir hulle was, moes hulle maar opkruip met die stok met baie moeite om daar bo te gaan vreet, maar as daar dekgewas as daar kosvol op die grond is, dan is hulle geneig om daar te bly. En so dit is maar wat ons gewaarwording is. Blaaspootjie trips, dis ook iets wat ons gelukkig het ons gewaarsku in die begin en gesê is blomtyd is 'n kritieke tyd in tafeldrywe en jy wil nie onnodig daai dekgewas gaan versteur nie. Natuurlik, jy sal verwag dat as daar kos is, dan sal daar predatore ook wees, maar ons probeer altyd dan die dekgewas termineer, platrol of opkap wat ons wag tot na die blomseisoen. Dan, hier is maar net ook, weer is dat blok wat ek vooraan verwys het, dit is wat verlede jaar gevestig, julle kan sien daar regs hoe daai stok gegroei het in 1 jaar se tyd. Ons het, soos ek sê, glad nie plastiek op die bankie gesit nie, ons het ook nie enige plastiek groeibuise gebruik nie. En dis letterlik, ons het dit nog nie beleef dat omtrent in 'n 4.2, 4.3 hektaar blok daar net 5 stokke ingeboet is nie. So die vatpersentasie was geweldig hoog geweest. En dit is die tipe stokke wat ons nou mee sit, waar ons waar ons heel gemaklik nou al vir jare 'n goeie drag kan opsit. Dan net, as ek kan praat oor die pad vorentoe, as ek net vinnig hier kan gaan, ja, ek dink om te kyk om jou werksvryheid meer produktief te maak, dat jy daai materiaal kan verplaas tot op die bankie toe. Ek dink as mens dit elke jaar kan doen, dan doen jy baie goed, maar 2 jaar is miskien ook meer prakties haalbaar. Ek dink ons is ook verby dat punt wat ons bang is om vol oppervlak te plant. In fact, so ek sê vir jare het ons nou begin met dekgewasproef wat ons op die bankie gevestig het, klauwer, witklawer en medics. En gemengde resultate, maar daar's 'n paar blokke wat dit regtig goed gevat het. En ek dink dis maar kom maar terug in die beginsel toe van as jy moet kies tussen 'n mulch wat jy verplaas op die bankie, sal jy altyd een kies wat eerder 'n lewendige wortel in jou stelsel sit. Dan ja, ons het gepraat oor strooi, hoe duur dit is. Dit is nie baie, dis van korte duur. Jy moet elke jaar strooi neersit as jy regtig jou gronde effektief bedek wil hê. Dit bring ook, wat ons ervaar, dit bring baie ongewenste en geharde onkruide bytelmal na jou plaas toe. Ek dink dis goed waarmee die saaiboere, die graanmanne stoei, dit eindig op die einde in jou wingerd op. So dit is ook nie wat mense wil hê nie. En dan ook, ons het baie berggronde, wat mense sien is dat terrentaalpopulasies het seker vervierdubbel die afgelope 5 jaar. Hulle floreer met al daai kos en daai kaf wat vir hulle daar is en hulle kan nie glo hulle daai goed in mekaar krap nie. So weer eens, as jy 'n dekgewas eerder kan vestig wat op sy plek bly, dink ek is dit ook nie enige kostes wat mense vermors nie. En dan ook, ja, omdat jy eers die kaf moet uitplaas voordat jy die dekgewas op die werksry moet plant, het dit baie keer effek wat dit 'n vertraging het op wanneer jy die dekgewas wel kan plant. As jy die hele kaf uit jou stelsel uithaal. Dan ja, 20-30% vermindering is wat ons na hierdie seisoen kyk in terme van ons stikstof kunsmis. Natuurlik, jy moet jou boorde loop, jy moet kyk wat is die groei wat jy waarneem, wat is die plantgesondheid, gereeld jou blaarontledings laat doen. En dan moet ek ook sê, ons is reeds minder as 50% van ons, noem dit nou ons regional benchmark in terme van ons stikstofverbruik. So dit is vir ons reeds 'n teken dat ons, jy weet, daar's vordering gemaak die afgelope 4-5 jaar. Ja, en natuurlik, ek het gesê van meer grondtoetse, of toetse oor die algemeen, insluitend jou biologiese aktiwiteit in jou gronde. Ek het gepraat van die spotspreiding wat ons mee sal voortgaan. En dan ja, die mixer van cover crops is ook belangrik, want baie keer as die koue vroeg kom of laat kom, die een kry swaar en die ander een is meer gunstige omstandighede en dan begin hy oor te neem. Ja, ons is ook tans besig om ons eie kompos te maak. Ons kry taamlik materiaal daar uit die omliggende Parel, Franshoek area uit. En ons het 'n ou wat eintlik maar homself 'n bietjie ingestudeer het en nou al komposbos maak vir 'n geruime tyd en nou die added uitdaging om te gaan kyk of ons nie vermikompos kan maak nie. So ons is nou besig met 'n erfwormplaas daarso. En so dit is graag wat ons en die materiaal wat ons inkry is veel meer as wat ons self kan gebruik. So dis eintlik dit word eintlik nog 'n inkomste stroom vir jou. Ja, daar is maar net linkerkant is net verjaars die dekgewasproef op die bankie. Daai is wit klawer as ek reg is. Links net van nader afgeneem en dan regs nou so 'n bietjie verder. En dan miskien ook net die laaste ding wat ek wil deel is ek noem dit sommer die wonder van blok 6. Daar by ons, dis die blok wat ek vroeër na verwys het wat 'n geweldige hoë kleipersentasie het en wat ons geweldige afloop ervaar het. En daai blok het letterlik in 'n jaar se tyd het dit verander na wat jy hier sien, wat jy meer daai krummeltekstuur kry. En dit was nadat ons 'n kombinasie van kaf en dekgewasse wat ons in die werksry geplant het. Dit is gronde wat sommer regte versuiptoestande as jy daar gaan rondloop in die winter. In feite daar's baie stokke in die blok wat al omgeval het, wat versuip het en gevryk het en dan later as jy by hom kom dan hy bot net nie uit in die lente nie en as jy dan gaan stoot jy hom om, dan sien jy maar hy het afgevrot onder by sy basis. En dit is die tipe van grondstruktuurverbetering wat ons in 1 jaar waargeneem het. So ek dink dit is 'n kombinasie van goed. Ek dink dit is nie net een enkele ding nie. Ek dink almal soek die goue middeweg, almal soek altyd ja, die dekgewasse is belangrik. Maar om ook te gaan kyk, soos ek sê, wat is daai skadelike goed wat jy toedien in jou grond wat mens met hierdie tipe van benadering kan uitskakel met tyd. En ek dink dan gaan jy net baie vinniger momentum kry, baie vinniger by 'n punt kom wat jy sien maar jy weet jy het verbeterde groei, verbeterde produksie, beter kwaliteit en jou afhanklikheid van sintetiese insette raak net minder. So ja, dankie. Dis van my kant af. Is daar enige vrae?
Baie dankie Neil. Ons gaan nou gou 'n paar syfers by die gesprekke sit wanneer Janie Burger van die Universiteit Stellenbosch kom praat oor 'n navorsingsprojek oor dekgewasse by appel en pruimboorde.
Middag almal, baie welkom hierso. Ek gaan nou vandag meer gesels oor die impak van dekgewasse in vrugteboorde. Inkorporering van dekgewasse as 'n lewende deklaag verhoog die groen biomassa per hektaar wat lei na die verhoging van die fotosintetiese tempo en vermoë van 'n boord wat lei na hoër worteluitskeiding van organiese verbindings. Dit verhoog ook die moontlikheid om veelvuldige ekosisteemdienste te verbeter. Verhoog die biodiversiteit in 'n oorwegende monokultuurboord en verbeter grondgesondheid. Daar is min navorsing gepubliseer oor die rol van dekgewasse in nie-gevestigde boorde in Suid-Afrika. My doel was om die wisselwerking tussen dekgewasse en die fisiese, chemiese en biologiese komponent van grond in boorde te evalueer. Ek gaan net 'n oorsig gee oor my projek sodat julle weet waarna ons gekyk het, maar ek gaan net op 'n paar hoofpunte fokus en hoofsaaklik data van proef 1 bespreek en hier en daar hoofbevindinge van al 3 proewe deurgee om dit kort en kragtig te hou. Paper 1 het ons die effek van dekgewasse op grondomgewing gekwantifiseer. Ons het gekyk na die grondstruktuur, minerale samestelling, die grondverdigting, grondvog, waterhou vermoë, mikrobiese aktiwiteit en boomprestasie. Paper 2 het ons 3 plaaslik beskikbare grondgesondheidtoetse geëvalueer om mikrobiese aktiwiteit en diversiteit te kwantifiseer. En dan paper 3 het ons die bydrae van verskillende dekgewasse geëvalueer tot biomassa produksie om as 'n deklaag toe te dien, sowel as vir die onderdrukking van onkruid. Nou proef 1 en 2 was uitgevoer in 'n pruimboord in Stellenbosch. Proef 1 was 'n multispesie mengsel wat bestaan uit voerrog, radyse en wit mosterd, waar proef 2 'n enkelspesie proef was wat net uit voerrog bestaan het. Nou beide proef 1 en 2 het bestaan uit 'n kontrole wat onkruid was. dan geen kunsmisstoediening, 'n enkel organiese kunsmisstoediening en 'n dubbel organiese kunsmisstoediening. Proef 3 was uitgevoer in 'n appelboord en algen. Die proef het uit 5 behandelingen bestaan: Phacelia, voerrog en wieke, radijs en wit mosterd, gars en voererte en dan voerrog. Nou in terme van grondvoorbereiding, om die verdigting op die grondoppervlakte te verminder en die suksesvolle vestiging van dekgewasse te verseker, het ons die grond tot 'n diepte van 3 cm bewerk voordat die dekgewasse geplant is. Dekgewasse was met die hand gesaai na die eerste winterreënval en toe het ons dit nou net toegemaak weer met die grond. Die dekgewasse het geen besporing ontvang nie en was afhanklik van die winterreënval. Dekgewasse is aan die einde van Augustus in algen en in die begin van September in Stellenbosch getermineer deur om dit plat te sny. Nou, volgende kyk ons na die biomassa produksie en hier fokus ons hoofsaaklik op proef 1 se biomassa. Nou oor die algemeen wat klimaat betref, het reënval die vestiging en groei van dekgewasse die meeste beïnvloed in die droëlandproef en daarna temperatuur. Daar was duidelike verskille in die biomassa produksie tussen die seisoene, behandelings en geografiese gebiede. Reënval voorplant en 'n reënvalpatroon met 'n gereelde neerslag en minimale droogperiodes na die vestiging van dekgewasse is ewe belangrik. Nou dekgewasse het 'n betekenisvolle hoër bo- en ondergrondse biomassa gehad in vergelyking met die onkruid. Verder het die biomassa produksie ook 'n beduidend verskil tussen die behandelings vir al 3 proewe. As mens kyk na die grafiek, was die boogrondse biomassa produksie vir proef 1 hoër in 2021 as die groen, as in 2020 die geel. Die behandelinge wat addisionele kunsmis gekry het 'n hoër biomassa gelewer. Die boogrondse biomassa van dekgewasse het gewissel tussen 11,6 tot 32 ton per hektaar, waar biomassa van onkruid tussen 4,6 tot 6,5 ton per hektaar gewissel het. Dekgewasse het 'n hoër biomassa gelewer deur die winter, as ook gedurende die lente vir deklaagdoeleindes. Nou ondergrondse biomassa is net so belangrik. Dit gee vir jou beter indikasie van wat onderaan gaan. Nou as mens kyk na die grafiek kan jy sien die dekgewasse het 'n betekenisvolle hoër biomassa gehad in vergelyking met die onkruid. Die kunsmis het nie 'n effek gehad op die wortelbiomassa van beide proef 1 en 2 nie. Wortelbiomassa het gewissel tussen 6,5 en 9,1 ton per hektaar, waar die onkruidse wortelbiomassa gewissel het tussen 0,9 en 1,2 ton per hektaar. Die beste keuses vir maksimum biomassa produksie op Stellenbosch terrein was jou enkel organiese kunsmistoediening vir beide proef 1 en 2. En vir algen was dit die voerrog as 'n enkel spesie of in kombinasie met wieke. Dekgewas spesie is die dominante faktor wat biomassa produksie vir deklaagdoeleindes betref, terwyl 'n kombinasie van verskillende spesies die doeltreffendheid van die algemene rol van dekgewasse versterk. Soos in standaard wisselbou vir jaarlikse gewasproduksie, moet 'n dekgewasrotasie in boorde gevolg word om in situ monokultuurstelsels in die boerderye te voorkom. 'n Multispesie mengsel met een of meer soorte gras, 'n peulgewas en 'n brassica word aanbeveel vir die hoogste biomassa produksie in hierdie terreine. Nou die grafiek wat julle hier sien verteenwoordig die gemiddelde wortellengte van dekgewasse vir proef 1. Wortels speel 'n belangrike ekologiese rol in enige vrugteboord en verrig verskeidenheid funksies. Dit is belangrik om te weet of om 'n idee te hê van hoe die wortelargitektuur van dekgewasse lyk en hoe diep hy die grond kan penetreer. As julle nou kyk op die grafiek, kan julle sien voerrog het die diepste wortelpenetrasie gehad in vergelyking met die ander 2 dekgewasse van proef 1. Wat wortellengte betref, het voerrog en radyse die beste gevaar in 2020 en 2021 as jy na al 3 proewe kyk. Wat hulle die voorkeur gewasse maak vir wanneer hoë wortelpenetrasie vereis word. Ons wortellengtes was korter in vergelyking met die literatuur, maar dit was moeilik om ander studies te kry wat onder dieselfde natuurlike omstandighede die wortellengtes gekwantifiseer het. Ek het proef 3 wat nou in algen was ook se data net ingesit dat jy 'n indikasie kan kry van hoe hulle wortellengtes gelyk het. Nou, dekgewasse het 'n gunstige omgewing geskep vir wateropvang met die addisionele biomassa wat hulle voorsien. Dit het reënval meer doeltreffend opgevang deur die retensietyd van water op grond te verhoog en infiltrasietempo te verbeter in vergelyking met jou onkruidpersele. Nou, as julle kyk na die twee figure, kan julle sien grondvog was op 'n maandelikse basis gemeet in 2020 en 2021 en die dekgewasse het nie 'n negatiewe effek gehad op die grondvog nie. Grondvogmetings moet van Augustus tot November geneem word, want dit is wanneer 'n mens heel waarskynlik 'n beduidende verskil tussen die dekgewasse sal vind en hoe effektief dit grondvog bewaar. Die mees prominente effek in terme van vogbewaring is in die lente, vroeë somer waargeneem wanneer vrugtebome aktief begin groei, nadat die dekgewasse in die werksry platgesny is vir deklaagdoeleindes. Die deklaag bied 'n effektiewe isolasielaag tussen die grondoppervlakte en die atmosfeer wat die verdamping van water verminder. Nou nadat die dekgewasse plat gesny is in proef 1 en 2 en as 'n deklaag gebruik word in die werksry, het hulle grondvog baie beter bewaar as in die kontrole. Dis help die dekgewasse met vogbewaring in die werksry. Nou by proef 3 in September het ons 'n betekenisvolle verskil in grondvog gehad voordat die deklaag na die boomry toe geskuif is. Sodra die dekgewas oor na die boomry toe geskuif is, het ons die voordeel van vogbewaring in die werksry verloor. Daar was teenstrydige resultate tussen behandelings met betrekking tot biomassa en vogbewaring vir proef 3, wat moontlik te wyte kan wees aan die verskil in plantargitektuur, maar verdere navorsing is egter nodig om hierdie verskynsel te verduidelik. Dekgewasse het gedurende die proef 'n positiewe effek op onkruidonderdrukking gehad en kan as alternatief vir onkruiddoders in die werksry dien. Dekgewasse het gekomplementeer met onkruid in terme van oppervlakte, lig, voedingsstowwe en water. As julle na die grafiek kyk, kan julle sien dat die kontrole in beide seisoene 'n beduidende hoër onkruiddigtheid gehad het in vergelyking met die ander behandelinge van proef 1. Onkruidonderdrukking het gewissel van 60 tot 96% in die dekgewasbehandelinge. Dekgewas biomassa en spesies het die onkruidsonderdrukking doeltreffendheid beïnvloed. 'n Toekomstige studie moet die duur van onkruidonderdrukking wat deur dekgewasse aangebied word evalueer nadat dit in die werksry platgesny is. Op die foto kan jy 'n verskil sien tussen A, 'n dekgewas en B, jou natuurlike plantegroei in 'n pruimboord. Nou in al drie proewe het die samestelling van onkruidspesies gewissel tussen jare. Dis het dekgewasse die tipe onkruidspesies teenwoordig in die boord beïnvloed, waarskynlik deur om die grondtoestande te verander. Dit wil nou sê jou mineraalsamestelling en jou pH. Dekgewasse skep 'n gunstige omgewing vir die mikrobiese gemeenskap deurdat uitskeidings van hul wortels as 'n voedselbron in die winter dien. Dit voorsien ook organiese materiaal wat afgebreek kan word wanneer die dekgewasse se lewensiklus voltooi is, met die algemene voordele van verhoogde organiese materiaal in die boord. Dekgewasse dra ook by tot grondvogbewaring en regulasie van grondtemperatuur. In die proef het biomassa en diversiteit van gewasspesies 'n belangrike rol gespeel in die verhoging van mikrobiese aktiwiteit. Microhysia was na 2 seisoene sigbaar in die grond en daar was meer aardwurms in die grond onder dekgewasse as in jou kontrole. Nou, dit is belangrik om dekgewasse te roteer sodat mense nie nog 'n monokultuurstelsel in jou boord skep nie. Ons het 'n bietjie van 'n beweging na monokultuur gesien nadat ons 2 tot 3 jaar dieselfde gewasse geplant het. So ek beveel aan om 'n multispesie mengsel te plant waar jy 'n sterker dekgewas het wat nou minder sensitief is vir jou monokultuur en 'n swakker dekgewas plant wat nou meer sensitief is, maar dat jy nog steeds die voordeel kan kry van biomassa produksie en jou algemene voordele van dekgewasse versterk in die boord. Om effektiewe nutriëntsirkulasie te verseker, moet dekgewasse in situ gebruik word en nie uit die boord verwyder word nie. Inokuleer die dekgewasse want dit gee die plant die ekstra hulpstoot van die begin af wat dit nodig het. Moenie net 'n brassica gewas plant nie, vestig 'n dekgewas soos voerrog saam met dit, sodat jy nog steeds die voordeel van microhysia in die boord kan kry. Fossilia het nie goed presteer in ons proef nie en oor die algemeen het ek nog nie goeie resultate met dit gekry nie. dit sukkel om te groei. En radys het uit ons proewe uit baie goed nutriënte opgeneem, onder andere kalsium, magnesium en boron. Ons het slegte vestiging van wit mosterd waargeneem in die tweede seisoen, wat moontlik te wyte is aan die swaalvlakke wat nie optimaal was nie. En dan wanneer jy voerig as 'n enkel spesie plant, moet jy jou grond kalsiumvlakke dophou. Kyk nog steeds na die tipe onkruid wat voorkom in jou boord, want jy kan vinnige nutriëntekorte optel so. En wanneer dekgewasse getermineer word, moet dit nie met gif getermineer word nie, want die gif maak jy net want die gif veroorsaak dat die nutriënte vasgelê word en dit is ook nadelig vir jou mikrobiese gemeenskap. Nou, dit is belangrik om grondgesondheid deel van jou boerdery te maak, waar mens jou biologiese, chemiese en fisiese komponent saambring en met al 3 komponente werk. Grondgesondheid is 'n langtermynfilosofie wat gevolg moet word en met sommige parameters gaan jy vinnige verskil sien, maar sommiges vat nou weer tyd. Dit is belangrik om voeding van plante so effektief as moontlik te beheer en te sorg dat jou primêre gewasse fotosintese optimaal is. Sapanalise is definitief 'n komponent wat ingebring moet word, want dit gee vir jou 'n beter indikasie van wat aangaan in die plant en watse minerale wel beskikbaar is. Dit word ook op 'n meer gereelde basis geneem in vergelyking met jou gewone blaar- en grondanalises. Dekgewasse bring diversiteit as ook addisionele fotosintetiese biomasse in die boord, wat lei tot die bevordering van 'n positive feedback system in die boord. Die volgende 3 foto's net met studies waarmee ek nou besig is. Hier is 'n lupine en voerig kombinasie in 'n wingerd en hulle kan ook sien daar is die nodules is nou bietjie pink al, so jy kan sien daar word nou stikstof fikseer. Dis wat mense wil hê. En dan foto 1 wat nou jy die garlic nou mooi kan sien het 'n somersdekgewas gehad en dan die foto 2 waar jy nie eintlik die garlic kan sien nie, het nie 'n somerdekgewas gehad nie. So ons het nog ons 'n probleem met onkruid daarso waar jy foto 1 eintlik baie maklik hanteerbaar is. En dan hierdie is in 'n lemmetjie boord. Ek het die foto's nou rukkie terug geneem, maar ek's daar besig om verskillende kombinasies te kyk van dekgewas om te kyk wat die beste werk. So, ja. Dankie. Is daar enige vrae?
Baie dankie Janie. Ek wil net versoek dat ek weet nie of al die sprekers op die laaste die dekgewas gesprek nog almal hier is nie, maar Amelia het net versoek dat almal na die afsluiting net na die verhoog toe kom dat ons net 'n foto kan neem. Ek hoop almal is nog hier. Ons laaste spreker, Daan Brink, Fruitmax Agri, wat vir ons meer inligting gaan gee oor die basiese beginsels van dekgewas in boorde. Dankie.
I practiced my good day mate all day and now the bloody day is gone. Chris, I'm going to help you with a little bit of a summary of what happened today because everything I'm going to say is already said. If you look on the internet and you look about the opposite of a monoculture, you get to biodiversity, but that's jumping the gun. The opposite of a monoculture is polyculture. It's more than one. And that's a problem our normal guys tend to run into when we start getting into this business. It's so big, there's so many information out there. We get strangled with what's out there. We've got from a few speakers, Neil, Hannes, Craig, they all started with, why did I start doing it? We must get down to the reason where I start, and we start small and we work from there. That's a lacquer thing from working in the apple industry. It's, I can start with a row, or 2 rows, or 3 rows, and that's where you gain a lot of information. And even if you're actively busy with it, it's always good to get that extra few rows with something different to see what you can get. So just to get back to the basics, there's a working row where the tractors run in a planting row. Neville has done the planting row for us. Craig has done the working row for us, so that's all sorted. So where did I get into this thing? Driekus left us now, but challenge accepted. I got into this business as soon as we've planted our trees. We've done fumigation. We've got a supposed to be sterile soil of all the negative information, negative pathogens, and. 3 years later, we get a stunted tree. 3 years later, the nematodes are back in our soil, everything is back. So the concept behind it is get as diverse as possible, try to keep the negatives out of our orchards as long as possible. So this line you see there is where the trees are still going to be planted. That's even before I planted my trees, I have gone as diverse as possible. So just a final picture, there's my orchard that's been planted. There's a nice, in this instance, a straw mulch on the bunkie. I've got my cover crop, which is a diverse cover crop planted in there. And that's the idea where I am working towards. That's just for information, that's in Caledon area, which is a dry area. It's a narrow micro. I've just got a little bit of wind, and that's the amount of vegetation I achieved. So, where do we start in this whole process? Soil bed preparation. We've heard it from more than one speaker today as well, where you got to start the first time to do it properly. The later you're going to start in your orchard's life, the more difficult it's going to be, the more effort you're going to put in to get that established. You have to do it the first time. The next thing is your seeds. They're not all the same size. A lot of your planters that can handle a single seed can't handle these mixes. You either have to sow more than one time, or you just do it by hand. It's easy. I've done quite a few hectares by hand. It's not that difficult. But again, it's so much easier if you get into the planters. One day when I'm big, I'm also going to have a planter to play with. And the thing you guys need to remember, each area is different. That's exactly the same cover crop, sown in 2 different areas, getting 2 different results. Anna's pool name has been mentioned. We had a discussion of stuff that grows in the Grabouw area that looks awesome, and he tried it and nothing happened. In the Bokkerveld, Warm Bokkerveld area where they planted mixtures, and the thing that grows out of that mixture is totally different between the 2 areas. So, yes, go and see what your neighbor is doing, but it's not always going to be the one that works in your area. Also, that came out, Craig told about it, is orchard management. So, we've planted cover crops. The one on your left was a beautiful, diverse cover crop. We mowed it, and that was the end of it. The one on the right, teff, we mowed it. Yes, it's a lekker thing that. So it's a monoculture again, but yes, in the Creighton area and even Grabouw, some areas, the teff is really doing well. You can mow it, it comes back, you can 3 times mow it. It really works well in that area. But it's just a different in terms of management. In the same sense of management, we've talked about spraying. So now you're going to change your setup. We don't use a boom spray anymore. But I mean, I've got a farm that changed from his boom spray and his tractor to 6 guys walking with a knapsack just doing spot sprays. Or guys just walking through the orchard just need to pull out that 1 or 2 things that come out. So it's not going to be nothing. It's just going to change. What's going to change? Sorry, I can't tell you. It's going to be your farm, your scenario, and anything that's going to be in there. So if we look at some of the stuff that we did achieve while playing around, that's not a very good, what is stunt in Engels? It's not a very good growth that we got out of my cover crop. But in that one, we were able to stop ryegrass, while in the orchard next door, we didn't do anything. There was a lot of ryegrass. So, yeah, we are able to suppress wheat. For some guys, it's important, and we've changed the mix to suppress more weeds. If we look at the nice work that Angelique has done in the past, there's the free-living nematodes, and you can clearly see differences between different cover crops. I don't have all the information about exactly which is going to help what. I hope that Ivan is going to help me with all that information in future, but there's a clear difference. The same thing if you look at the mineral content of plants. That mineral your cover crop can mine, that's in the soil. It's going to be in your cover crop, and once it died down, it's going to be available for your plant. It's going to differ according to the cover crop that you plant. It's a whole new game that we can start playing. So just in short, this is kind of my mixes that I've played. I've done there 6 cover crops. It was 6 rows on the farm. Koperdraad was my control because that's what grows on that farm where there's nothing else growing. The last 2 are permanent cover crops. This year I added with the more cover crops. And there on your left you can see the production in tons. That's dry matter after I've left it on the counter for months to get dry. Yes, it takes long. But you see, I got good production out of these materials. And why I put it there was talks about the mow and blow option. Dankie Jan vir die foto. There's his photograph of the Oulandsgras. What I do see about mow and blow option is the finer your material that you place on the bunkie, the sooner you get rid of it. We've done a trial where we literally just cut it at the bottom, move it by hand onto the bunkie, and by the end of the season, that material is, as we put it there the first day, it lasts longer. So the more coarse you can get your material, the longer it's going to stay on the bunkie to give you the advantage of a mulch. If we talk about mulch, I've got one farmer in 2020. It's his cost, it's not mine. So it's not the seed cost, it's seeding of. And you can see, if you look at what it cost him to see, the cost of, so he didn't save all the herbicide cost. The straw mulch, he applied generous straw mulch on his orchard. But you see, there's definitely place to save money in terms of mow and blow, getting the material on there. Yes, it has its implication. He doesn't have a plant, he doesn't have a mulcher, but yeah, we'll get to there when we do. So if you look in short, life according to Dan Brink, it could be a dark place sometimes a bit funny, but this is my schedule that I see, are we going to manage an apple orchard? So normally at the end of the lifespan of an apple orchard, we're going to pull out that apple orchard. That's normally end of the season, let's say this time of year, whatever. You have the option of planting a diverse cover crop. So in early next season, October, November, as soon as the soil moist content is going to be, I'm going to do my soil preparation. So normally in summer, I do have a problem with not enough rain in our areas to really get a cover crop growing. But even then, we have planted. We didn't go for the diverse. We just get something that's available and cheap just to suppress weed growth. So then before winter, we'll do that diverse planting that you saw the picture where the planting row is still open. I'll plant my trees September, October time. Again, I'll do my diverse cover crop mix. Winter and summer mix are going to differ. And then that next year, beginning of March, April, like Neville said, then you have the option of planting on your row. Because your mulch that you've put on that first season is still going to be there protecting your cover crop that you plant on the bunkie. It works the best to plant then. And then you see at the bottom, annual permanent cover crop. The question is, when are you going to switch over? The guys can't always just keep on planting. Not all areas got enough water to plant to sustain a cover crop during like summer months without water. You have the option of planting a permanent cover crop in your nice growing seasons if you have a planter to plant in something that grows more in the winter time. So there's quite a game that you can play. But now we have to look at the lookouts there out. Pre-emerging herbicides and then planting a cover crop doesn't work that well together. We've seen it numerous times. Soil compaction, we've talked about doing a soil preparation. The older it gets, the bigger problem it is. But then also we've talked about the evaluation, sien nou my Engels is op. How the cover crop help to alleviate the soil compaction over time. And then weed competition. They're not gone, they just change, and we need to change that. I call it the mohawk. It's normally between your tractor and your bunkie. It's always there. It's either going to be your cover crop still standing once you've mowed. It's either going to be a weed that grows there between what you've planted and your chemical spray. it's going to be a problem. I don't know how to solve it yet. But it's something we need to look out and look for. And then fire. I have a picture of, it's old, I couldn't find the picture, sorry, but it's an old picture of an orchard and suddenly there's just a dip in the trees and the question is what happened. And the guys were putting out mulch. There was a fire and he stopped putting out mulch. And it was about 10 years later, you can see exactly where he stopped putting the mulch out in the orchard. Yes, there is a danger. Yes, we got ways to manage that. So yeah, thank you very much.
Enige vrae?
Gelukkig nie.
Nee, gelukkig nie. Baie dankie almal. This brings us to the end of the proceedings for the day. Just before we leave, just a reminder, if we can just get all the speakers up on the last session on the cover crops to the stage. Amelia would just like to take a picture. Just a few thank yous before we leave. 'n Paar bedankings net weer vir die borge, Agricol, Kaap Agri, Barenbrug, Suid-Afrika, Piquet Implementer, Protein Research Foundation, Oil and Protein Seeds Development Trust, as well as AB InBev. Then I'd also just like to thank the Conservation Agriculture Western Cape, the committee, but specifically, and I know that Dr. Janse is not going to take this kindly, but I'd just like to single out Dr. Strauss for his effort in coordinating it, his drive, he's coordinating with the academics, getting the youngsters involved in the research, and just basically being the positive impulse behind this whole effort. Jan, thank you for your efforts and thank you for your contribution. I don't think everyone always appreciates what big work you do, so thank you very much for that.